Chapter 1, Empress, Red Flame. Your Majesty, you have been on Earth for 1,000 years. When will you return to the heavens? Although things are peaceful in the celestial realm, the ministers have not seen you in court for a long time, and they are bound to have some complaints about you. Zhan stood in front of the milk tea shop, looking at the Empress who was waiting for an order, with a look of incomprehension. As the Emperor of Heaven, why would you give up the coveted throne and come to Earth to live a mortal life? Yen, your order is ready. Okay. Zhan took the milk tea that the female employee of the milk tea shop, Zhan, handed him, and the first thing he did was look at the address on it. Royal Palace International Hotel. There are no customers here right now. Zhan, who was lying on the workbench, said with a depressed tone, "The Royal Palace International Hotel is more than 20 kilometers away from our milk tea shop, and the Royal Palace is the most luxurious hotel in our city. The guests who can stay at the Royal Palace are either rich or important, or they are all foreign big clients. But what I can't imagine is that the guests there would actually order milk tea, so down to earth? And they ordered milk tea from a milk tea shop so far away. It's not 2 kilometers, it's 20 kilometers. The person who placed the order is so tricky, I don't understand it." Zhan has worked at this milk tea shop for 2 years, and during that time, Zhan has been delivering takeout to this milk tea shop, so the two of them are very familiar and can chat without any worries. No matter how far away it is, or how strange the person placing the order is, as long as you pay the delivery fee, it's fine. Zhan replied to Zhan and took the milk tea and put it in the box in the car. She is a fairy, and for her, no matter how far away the delivery is, she can always deliver it. However, she doesn't usually use her magic to deliver non-urgent orders. However, after working as a delivery person for 2 years, she has become very skilled at her job, and she doesn't need any magical powers to do it. She is the delivery person with the most orders every month. Your Majesty, are you listening to me? Zhan's ethereal body was blocking the front of the delivery car. One of her thighs was stuck in the wheel of the car, but it had not been squeezed out. Your Majesty, you are here because you want me to return to the demon realm to marry the demon king, not because you have something to discuss with me. But I have something to discuss with you, so I will not return for the time being. Seeing Zhan talking to the air, Zhan frowned. Yen, are you talking to someone? But there was no earphone in her ear. No, I was just talking nonsense. I'm going to deliver the food now. Well, it's a long drive, so drive carefully. I know. After saying that, Red Flame twisted the accelerator and drove straight past the ethereal figure of Golden Feather. Zhan was not even the slightest bit hurt. After she left, he sighed helplessly and then disappeared in midair. Zhan is the Red Flame's great bird, one of her mounts. After she came down to Earth, Zhan basically came down to Earth to deliver messages from the heavens to her. Whether there is danger in the heavenly realm, as the Empress of the celestial realm, Red Flame can sense it in the mortal world. The reason the group of ministers, including Golden Feather, wanted her to return to the celestial realm as soon as possible was simply to get her to marry the demon king. Now the demon realm is on par with the celestial realm in terms of power among the 6 realms. The gods are afraid that she is a woman and will not be able to defeat the demon king Zhan in the future, allowing the demon king to threaten the safety of the 6 realms. So they want to use marriage as a way to consolidate the stability of the 6 realms. Of course, there is another reason. 25 minutes later, Zhan parked the car in front of the Royal International Hotel. She looked up at the large sign above the hotel entrance to make sure she was in the right place, then took out the takeout from the box and entered the hotel. But at the door, she was stopped by a security guard. What's going on? Zhan was at a loss for words. It's a delivery. The security guard didn't recognize her bright-colored work clothes? At this point, the lobby manager walked by and asked, "What's going on?" Security guard, manager, this is a delivery person, but our hotel rules state that strangers. Wait a minute. The manager interrupted the security guard and looked at Red Flame, his expression unable to help but freeze. This female delivery person is probably as tall as he is. In City A, apart from those women in the entertainment industry, he rarely saw ordinary women who were tall. The puffy delivery uniform covered her figure, and the mask covered her face. The manager was only surprised by the height of Zhan, and he didn't continue to explore her. What floor is the takeaway for? Zhan looked at her phone. 82nd floor. The security guard was shocked. Isn't this the top floor? The manager thought to himself, the penthouse is a private suite, usually occupied by the owner of the hotel and his family. Today, the chairman and his brother are staying at the hotel. Could it be that the chairman and his brother ordered takeaway? But the two Mr. Zhan are both men, so they probably don't drink milk tea or anything like that, right? Red Flame asked, "Sir, my delivery time is almost up. I'll be fined for exceeding the time limit. Can I deliver it now? If it's inconvenient for the delivery person to enter, can you deliver it? Follow me," the manager said, and walked towards the front desk. Shi Yan followed. At the front desk, the manager picked up the landline and dialed the room on the top floor. It took half a minute for the call to go through. The manager immediately stood up straight, with his head held high, his tone respectful and cautious, but also nervous and cautious. "Mr. Zhan? Did you order takeout?" "Oh, okay." After hanging up the phone, the manager said to Shi Yan, "Go and deliver it. Take the exclusive elevator at the corner to go directly to the top floor." Shi Yan nodded slightly and went to find the exclusive elevator with the takeaway. Not long after, she arrived at the top floor, got out of the elevator, and saw the door to a guest room. Without thinking, she walked over and rang the doorbell. Inside the room, Zhan Lin was on the phone with someone. When he heard the doorbell, he came to open the door. When the door was opened, the 1.75-meter tall Shi Yan was suddenly covered by a tall figure, blocking the light in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat. The elegant black suit outlined the man's perfect golden ratio body. The unhidden calm, maturity, coldness, and dignity, as well as the strong air of abstinence. Shi Yan looked at the man and was stunned. "Sorry, please wait a moment." Zhan Lin didn't put down the phone by his ear, and replied to the person on the other end in English, then asked the person at the door, "What's the matter?" Shi Yan returned to her senses and handed over the takeaway. "Sir, is this the takeaway you ordered?" After taking a look at the takeout, Zhan Lin suddenly remembered that this was the takeout that his older brother Zhan Yao had ordered half an hour ago. His sister-in-law had died of a terminal illness a week ago. It was through this milk tea shop that the brother and sister-in-law first met. Now that his brother has not yet recovered from the grief of his sister-in-law's death, he does things with his sister-in-law to remember her. "Okay, thank you." Zhan Lin took the takeaway from Chayan's hands. Bang! As soon as he touched the takeaway bag, a crisp sound came from the bathroom, as if a vase had been smashed to the ground. Zhan Lin's heart suddenly tightened, and he let go of the takeout bag and turned around and ran towards the bathroom. Big Brother's mood today is more depressed than usual. He must be doing something stupid for his sister-in-law. Shi Yan felt something was wrong and went to take a look with the takeaway. When he got to the bathroom door, he saw a man curled up on the floor, with broken porcelain all over the place. There was a sharp piece of porcelain with bloodstains on it. The man curled up on the ground had a deep scratch on his wrist, stained with blood, but the man didn't seem to feel any pain, and his mouth was twisted into a relieved smile. "Zhan Yao, how can you be so selfish?" Zhan Lin held his brother's wound and was angry and anxious. To avoid excessive bleeding, he had to quickly tear a towel and bandage his brother's wound, but it was useless, and the blood directly seeped through the towel and flowed out. Shi Yan glanced at Zhan Yao's face. This man was so desperate to die that he would soon die of blood loss and exhaustion. She crossed her arms behind her back and slightly pinched her fingers. As the golden light flashed from her palms, a patch similar to a medicinal plaster suddenly appeared on her palms. She walked into the bathroom and handed the magic patch to Zhan Lin. "Sir, try this." Chapter 2, Roommate's Boyfriend. Zhan Lin looked at the patch of medicine and froze for a moment. But he didn't stay in a daze for long, and took the patch and applied it to his brother's wrist wound. He thought that compared to a towel, the bandage would be more effective in stopping the bleeding. Sure enough, after the patch was applied, no more blood seeped out. Zhan Lin carefully lowered his brother's arm, then picked up the cell phone he had left on the ground, and quickly dialed 120 with his blood-stained finger. As soon as he connected, Shi Yan said, "Sir, I have to rush to deliver other orders. Should I leave the takeout on the table outside?" "Hello, this is the Royal International Hotel." Zhan Lin was too busy reporting the situation to the 120 operator to pay attention to what the delivery man was saying. Shi Yan didn't ask again, silently withdrew, put the takeout on the coffee table in the hall, and left the room, helping to close the door. After hanging up the phone, Zhan Lin hurriedly went to get a blanket and took it to the bathroom, where he laid it on the floor for his brother. The floor was cold, so he wanted to keep his brother warm. He didn't dare to carry his brother up, fearing that it would cause the wound to bleed faster and hurt more. After a while, Zhan regained a shred of sanity. Seeing the worry and anger and fear in his younger brother's eyes, he smiled weakly and said, "Don't worry, I don't feel any pain." He didn't feel any pain from the wound, as if his body had gone numb. Not only that, he also felt a slight coolness at the wound, and that feeling was very comfortable. Perhaps it was an illusion that appeared when a person was about to die? Don't fall asleep. Zhan spoke coldly, suppressing his anger. Your parents have already lost a daughter-in-law recently. Do you want them to experience the loss of a child at the same time? Zhan Yanzhao's eyes burned with anger, and he moved his lips, but his throat was so dry that he couldn't speak. After a long time, he found his voice again. Rin, I really can't let go. I really love her too much. I'll find you a psychiatrist when you're better. Don't talk now. Wait for the paramedics to arrive. With a grunt, Zhan left the bedroom and went straight to the sofa in the living room. He rested his arms on his thighs, clenched his fists, and stared at the TV. He was so angry at his brother that he could hardly breathe. After a while, he calmed down and looked away from the TV. He noticed the takeout on the coffee table in front of him. He realized that he didn't know when the delivery man left. Soon the paramedics arrived. Zhan was carried out of the room on a stretcher by the paramedics. As Zhan hurriedly took his jacket and left, he glanced at the takeaway on the coffee table and hesitated for a moment before picking it up. He thought that if his brother was still trying to kill himself when they got to the hospital, maybe this milk tea, which would bring back memories, would calm him down. Hospital. While stitching up Zhan wound, the medical staff threw the patch in the trash can. None of the medical staff noticed that the patch had gradually disappeared into the trash can. After the operation, the chief surgeon said to Zhan at the door of the operating room, the wound was very large and the blood loss was fast. Thanks to the bandage, the patient would not have survived. The wound has been bandaged and the vital signs have stabilized. The patient is emotionally unstable, so he will be sent back to the general ward for observation for 2 days. However, the patient must be accompanied by a family member at all times to prevent him from committing suicide again. It was night. Xian returned to his rented room in a remote area. The area is full of rental housing, and the houses are generally old, but the rent is cheap. Compared to the high-rise buildings that have sprung up outside, which are brightly lit at night, this corner looks very poor. After parking the delivery cart in the hallway on the ground floor of the rental building and charging it up, Red Flame went upstairs. Her room is on the top floor. There is no elevator in the 7-story rental building, so she walked up the stairs. During the walk, she saw a young couple cuddling in the hallway. Ignoring the couple, Red Flame answered a call from her roommate, Zushi. Yen, have you returned to the rental house? I'm almost at the 7th floor. What's wrong? Red Flame replied to her roommate on the other end of the phone. My boyfriend, who is in a long-distance relationship, wanted to surprise me. He suddenly came to a city to find me. I was still working the night shift. He didn't have a key and couldn't get into the room. Is that the online friend Sun Nan, whom he met through a game but has never met in real life? Yes, that's him. Xian was speechless for a moment. Okay, I got it, I'll help you entertain him for now. Just as she was about to hang up, her roommate's voice came through again. Have you heard? Huh? Red Flame frowned. What? The land in our area has been acquired by a large group called the Battle Group. It's going to be built into a commercial district. The landlord sent a message in the group chat. If you live here by the end of the month, you'll have to move out. Shouldn't we start looking for a new place to live? Xian slipped her phone down and looked at the date. There was still a week until the end of the month, so there was no rush. At this moment, she had already reached the 7th floor. Looking up, she saw a tall, thin young figure standing not far away, one hand holding a suitcase handle, the other hand holding a jacket, and a shoulder bag slung over one shoulder. White shirt jacket, black undershirt, slightly loose black pants, very young appearance, it seems that he is not very old. I see him, I'll hang up first. After hanging up, Xian took out the keys from her jacket pocket and walked up to the man at the door. Hello? Seeing her tilt her head to greet him, Sun Nan hurriedly took off his headphones and mask, and replied with a smile, Hello. She is pretty, and judging by her appearance, she is in her early 20s. This person is a godlike existence in the game, because he is a very good player and is very popular with female players. As a novice gamer, Zhu Shi was completely infatuated with him. But the reason why she was able to capture the favor of this gaming master was actually thanks to her help. You are Zhu Shi's boyfriend, right? Sun Nan smiled shyly. Yes, I wanted to surprise her, but I didn't expect her to be working overtime. That's a shame. With that, Shi Yan opened the door and took the mop from Xu Nan's hands. Sun Nan was flattered. Thank you, I'll take it from here. Shi Yan let go of his hand and walked into the room first. This is a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment with a separate kitchen and bathroom. She stood in the bedroom near the door and said to Sun Nan, "This is Shishi's room. She gets off work at 5 a.m. Sir, are you hungry?" Sun Nan, I've already eaten. Shi Yan, that's fine. Sir, help yourself. If you have any questions, just knock on my door. Sun Nan moved his lips, wanting to ask the other person his name, but seeing that the other person was a bit aloof, he was embarrassed to speak up. Shi Yan went back to his bedroom, closed the door, and the first thing he did was take off his helmet. A head of soft, black hair immediately fell down, adding a touch of softness to the simple and boring bedroom. As soon as the mask was removed, a fresh, handsome, delicate and elegant face appeared in the air. She was not wearing any makeup, but her eyebrows and eyes were like a picture. Her appearance is not quite the same as the popular mass beauty of the moment, but it is so good-looking that it is impossible to ignore. When she took off her jacket and pants, her slender figure in a tight-fitting dress was revealed in the full-length mirror. Chapter 3, To repay a favor, he married the delivery boy. At 7 a.m., Shi Yan got out of bed, quickly changed out of her pajamas and put on a set of tight-fitting clothes. Next, he put on a pair of black, slightly loose-fitting pants, opened the door, and walked out of the bedroom. In the small living room, there was a sofa, and her roommate, Zhu Shi, was sitting cross-legged on it, browsing real estate listings. As soon as she saw her, she smiled and greeted her, "Good morning, Yan Yan." Shi Yan deliberately glanced at the doorway to Zhu Shi's bedroom and saw that Zhu Shi's online friend's suitcase was still by the door. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She asked, "Aren't you going to accompany your boyfriend?" Zhu Shi, him? He went downstairs to buy me breakfast. She just looked away from Shi Yan, but noticed something. She looked back at Shi Yan, gave him a quick glance, shook her head, and said, "You're so lucky." Seriously, Yan Yan, just listen to me. You're not a star with a body like that. It's a waste of talent. Zhu Shi is a warehouse clerk with a very small circle of friends. She has to change shifts every half-month. The person she interacts with the most is her roommate, Shi Yan. She has always wondered why Red Flame, who has a more impressive figure than a star and a prettier face than an actress, only wants to be a delivery person. Although she has a plump figure and a baby face, her height is a major drawback, so she has always envied Red Flame's tall and curvy figure, with a well-proportioned front and back, the perfect woman in a man's eyes. If she had such a height and face, she would have quit her job as a warehouse clerk and become an entertainer. If she became an entertainer, she would make a lot of money quickly, and if she became famous, everyone would know who she was. What's so good about being a star? Not interested. She replied to Zhu Shi in a lazy tone, and then Shi Yan went to the bathroom. She is a goddess of eternal youth who doesn't need to rely on her beauty to make money. She prefers to make money in other ways. After washing her face and returning to the bedroom, she put on her coat, mask and helmet, and took the keys. She walked out of the bedroom. At this moment, Sun Nan came back with breakfast. He had 3 breakfasts in his hands, and it was obvious that he had bought one for Shi Yan as well. Seeing that Shi Yan was leaving, Xu Nan was stunned. Going to work so early? Zhu Shi came over and took the breakfast from his hands, saying, "She's late. Some delivery people leave earlier than she does." "Yan Yan, my boyfriend's thought, take it." Zhu Shi handed one of the breakfasts to Shi Yan. Shi Yan did not refuse, took it in his hands, and said, "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I'm going out." After saying that, he took the breakfast out of the room and closed the door behind him. Hospital. A VIP room. Zhan was lying on the bed, sleeping on his side, with a cup of milk tea in his arms. He was holding it so tightly that when his family tried to take it away, they failed. At this moment, the family is gathered around the bed. Zhan is standing on the side, and on either side of the bed are his grandparents and parents. Seeing that his eldest son was guarding the cup of milk tea so tightly, as if it was more important than his own life, Lan, the mother, was full of worry. Grandpa Zhan, who is already 80 years old, looks at his grandson Zhan Lin. Ah Lin, Grandpa just heard the chief surgeon mention that your brother's life was saved by a piece of adhesive tape. What happened? Zhan Lin replied calmly, Grandpa, yesterday, my brother ordered takeout from a restaurant, and that's the cup of milk tea in his arms. When the delivery man arrived, my brother had just attempted suicide. There was no better way to stop the bleeding in the restaurant, so the delivery man gave my grandson a piece of adhesive plaster to temporarily stop the bleeding until the paramedics arrived. Grandma Zhan, this is a great favor to our family. We must find the delivery man and repay him. Zhan Lin nodded and said to Grandma, I'll go find the person who helped us and thank him properly. Mother asked, Son, is the benefactor a man or a woman? Zhan Lin didn't think twice, a woman. He remembered that the other person was not short, although not as tall as him, but tall for a woman. The mother asked again, how old is she? Zhan Lin, I don't know. My son didn't pay attention to the look of the benefactor. It seems that he was wearing a mask yesterday, but from the sound of his voice, he should be younger than me. Father Zhan Shang sensed that his wife was implying something. Madam, why are you asking so many questions? Lan smiled. Isn't Ailin still single? This is perfect. Oh, yes. Realizing his wife's intentions, Zhan Shan looked at his youngest son and said, Alin, if it weren't for the benefactor, your eldest brother would be gone. If your eldest brother were gone, our whole family would be in mourning forever. Therefore, the benefactor has done us a great favor. Grandma Zhan had already understood the intentions of her son and daughter-in-law, and helped to instigate her grandson, Little Rin, if that benefactor is still single and has no boyfriend, why don't you marry her? Let her be the wife of the richest man in the world, and treat her well for the rest of your life to repay her for saving your brother's life. Zhan Lin has never married and has no girlfriend. He is already 30, which is a great worry for his family. Now, the family no longer expects him to marry a woman of the same social status and with excellent character and academic performance. This is the perfect opportunity for him to get married, repay his debt, and get a daughter-in-law. Zhan Lin looked at the pairs of eyes full of expectation, then looked at his sleeping brother and said, Aren't we repaying a favor with a favor? The other way to repay a favor is. Grandma Zhan, if they don't agree, don't force it. We can repay the favor in other ways. We just want you to ask. What if the other person really wants to marry you? After all, there are women who want to marry his grandson, and there are women who want to marry his grandson. There should be no woman who will refuse to marry him. After leaving the hospital, Zhan Lin found the milk tea shop through his brother's mobile phone takeaway information. When he parked the limited edition, low-key and elegant-looking large SUV in front of the milk tea shop, Lin Jia, who was tidying up the tables in the shop, was stunned. A top luxury car. During the day, there are not many customers at this milk tea shop, and now there is only Lin Jia in the shop. When he saw the two long legs get out of the car, Lin Jia was momentarily stunned. Wow, what long legs! After getting out of the car, Zhan Lin slightly gathered his coat and walked into the store. With a fancy car, long legs, and a handsome face, Lin Jia was dumbfounded and stood there as if her soul had been sucked out. The man came up to her and said in a polite and calm tone, Hello, miss, I'm asking you about someone. The calm, mature and noble temperament made Lin Jia dizzy. Oh my god. Is this the ultimate successful man? Lin Jia tried hard to regain her senses and asked, What do you mean, inquire about someone? Who do you want to inquire about? Zhan Lin, yesterday I ordered a takeaway from your milk tea shop and it was delivered to the Royal Palace International Hotel. I would like to meet the delivery person who delivered it. Do you know who it was, miss? Lin Jia's eyes widened in surprise. Royal Palace International Hotel? Isn't that the place where Yan Yan delivered a takeaway yesterday? Yesterday she also complained that the guests at the Royal Palace Hotel were so down to earth that they would actually drink things like milk tea. What happened? Why is the other party looking for Yan Yan? Lin Jia was worried and asked, Did the delivery person offend the gentleman? Zhan Lin, no, I just want to find that lady and tell her something. Lin Jia was relieved that Yan Yan had not offended the other party. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I will finish up my work and contact her for you right away. Zhan Lin, thank you. Chapter 4, Long War Headquarters. After Lin Jia threw the trash in the trash can and washed his hands, he took out his cell phone from his apron pocket, flipped to Cheyenne's number, and dialed. However, after ringing for a minute, no one answered. She looked at Zhan Lin and smiled awkwardly, probably busy delivering food and not available to answer the phone. Zhan Lin smiled slightly. It's fine. Can I have her phone number? This. Lin Jia hesitated and said embarrassedly, Sir, I don't dare to give her phone number to others without my friend's consent. Although this man is very handsome, who knows if he has any bad intentions in finding Yan Yan? Seeing the other person's concerns, Zhan Lin said, It's okay. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to give it to me. I can wait. The man's demeanor made Lin Jia feel a little guilty. Was she making too much of a fuss? What could a successful man like him possibly want with Yan Yan? Maybe he likes Yan Yan's looks and wants to date her? Such a handsome man seems to be worthy of a face like Yan Yan's. Sir, I'm really sorry. Please wait a moment. I'll call you back in 2 minutes. Zhan Lin, okay, no problem. Lin Jia suddenly thought of something. Would you like some milk tea, sir? Zhan Lin, no, thank you. At this moment, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was his friend Bowen calling, so he answered the call. 2 minutes later, Yan called back. Lin Jia quickly picked up the phone, very excited. Yan Yan, where are you? At this moment, Yan, on the other end of the phone, was entering a building with a large takeout order in one hand and a cell phone in the other. He was walking quickly to find the elevator, and he replied to Lin Jia, I just arrived at the takeout place and parked the car. What's wrong? Lin Jia, a gentleman wants to see you. When will you be back? Yan, I still have several deliveries to make, it won't be that quick. Seeing that the elevator door in front of her had just closed, Yan ran over and pressed the triangle button, and the elevator door opened. She quickly got in and found that there was only one man in the elevator, and he was on the phone. Lao Zhan, will you go on a blind date with me tomorrow night? Yan turned her back and pressed the button for the 8th floor, then continued talking to Lin Jia. Jia, who did you say was looking for me? Lin Jia on the other end of the phone said, It's a gentleman. He's the one who ordered the takeout you delivered to the royal palace yesterday. I see that you're busy and can't come back. Why don't I give the phone to the gentleman and you two can contact each other later? I don't know what he wants with you either. The elevator quickly reached the 8th floor, and Yan replied to Lin Jia, Okay, you can give him the phone. I'm busy. After hanging up, she hurried out of the elevator, while the man behind her walked out leisurely. The 8th floor is a large office area. An employee passing by saw the man and bowed, Mr. Bo, good afternoon. Bao Wenwei nodded in response and then walked inside, still with the phone in his ear. I'm not asking you to go on a blind date with my blind date, I'm just asking you to accompany me for a while. You can sit far away and pretend you don't know me, okay, Mr. Chairman? Meanwhile, at the milk tea shop. Talk tomorrow. I'm hanging up. When Lin Jia approached, Zhan Lin hung up the phone and got up. Lin Jia had already written Yan's phone number on a piece of paper and handed it to the man with a smile. Sir, this is my friend's phone number. She agreed to give it to you. Because she has to deliver many more takeaways, she can't come back to see you right away. Thank you. After thanking Lin Jia, Zhan Lin said, Oh, yes, help me deliver some milk tea to a place. Scan this code to pay, right? Seeing that the other person had already opened the scanner, Lin Jia nodded dumbly after a moment of hesitation. Yes. How many do you want to buy? Where do you want to send them? I want the boba milk tea with extra toppings. How many do you want? Take them to the cleaning department at the headquarters of the Long War. As soon as Zhan Lin finished speaking, the cash register at the milk tea shop announced. Bao has arrived, 100,000 yuan. 100,000? Lin Jia was so shocked that she froze in place. When she came to her senses, the limited edition car had already started its engine. Sir! Lin Jia chased after him to ask about the milk tea, but the car was already far away. Was this order placed in thanks for her help in getting the phone number? 100,000 yuan, that's so generous. Wait. Long War headquarters? Isn't that the Qingzhan Group? Is that gentleman a senior executive at the headquarters of the Long War Group? Oh, Yan Yan is going to be lucky. She's met such a rich and handsome man. At this moment, Lin Jia was very confused and dared not take the order, so she called the store manager. "Hello, manager, I have something to report to you. You should be prepared for it. Don't get so excited that you faint." Shi Yan delivered the takeaway until the early hours of the morning. When he returned to the rental room, he didn't see the couple, but Sun Nan's suitcase was still there. After removing her helmet, mask and jacket, she took a set of light blue sportswear and went to the bathroom. When she came out, her tall, curvy figure was not covered by the slightly loose sportswear. Her ink black hair was flowing behind her, and she was so beautiful that everything around her was eclipsed. Shi Yan went back to the bedroom, took out her cell phone, sat on the sofa, and checked her messages. At night, there was a strange call, but she didn't answer it. Then there was a message, which she didn't read carefully. Shi Yan opened the message and clicked on the unread text message. The text message read, "Hello, Mississippi. My name is Zhan Lin. I was a guest in the penthouse of the Royal Palace International Hotel yesterday. We met once. I have something to ask you. When are you free to meet me?" Seeing the content of the message, Shi Yan frowned and thought to herself, "Why is he looking for me? Is it because of the takeaway?" She was about to dial the number to ask, but then she thought it was too late at night, and it would be rude to disturb the other person during their rest time. So she decided not to call, but to send a text instead. "I'm free tomorrow, so you can decide the time for our meeting." After editing, Red Flame sent the text message. But less than a minute after sending it, the other person sent a text back. 8 p.m., 71, Shangyang Road, Shitian Cafe. Shitian? Shi Yan couldn't help but smile. Her imperial title is called Shitian. The Empress of the Burning Sky is known by everyone in the six realms, except for the mortal world, of course. "Okay," she replied, and then changed into a pair of sneakers, grabbed her keys and left. In a quiet and secluded street in the city, there is a tea house. It is called the Midnight Tea House. Although it is in a remote location, the entrance is very wide and there are many expensive cars parked there. At the door, a middle-aged woman paced back and forth, looking anxious, not knowing who she was waiting for. Shi Yan drove the electric car to the door and stopped. As soon as she saw her, the woman asked, "Miss, are you an angel from heaven?" Shi Yan got out of the car, took off her helmet and put it on the side mirror, then touched her hair and said, "Madam, it's me." When she took off her helmet and saw her face clearly, the woman was obviously stunned by her stunning looks, but quickly recovered. "I thought the pianist you ordered was a fake, but I didn't expect him to really come. Hurry up, follow me." A customer insisted on hearing piano music, but it was the middle of the night, so I didn't know where to find one. Fortunately, I knew that your platform had this musician's door-to-door service program. Chapter 5, The Immortals from Outer Space. The interior of the tea house is retro. Even the lighting is of the retro variety, creating a quiet and tranquil atmosphere inside the tea house. The first floor is the dining hall, and there are not many guests dining in. The second floor is all private rooms. In one corner of the shop, there is a piano. The proprietress quietly explained the way to the piano while leading Shi Yan to it. The guest upstairs in the private room was in a bad mood because of some emotional entanglements and wanted to listen to some lyrical music. As for what kind of music would suit, you can play it as you see fit. Shi Yan gave the proprietress an OK sign, then straightened her skirt at the back of her hips and sat on the piano stool. At this moment, she was sitting upright, with an elegant and charming back. The sportswear, which barely reaches her waist, accentuates her waistline, and from the side, it perfectly shows off her curvy figure. After sitting down, Shi Yan gently raised her left hand, and her slender fingers landed on the keys. A gentle and soothing chord was played by her. After a few chords, her right hand was put on the piano in time, and the main theme was played with chords, with both hands moving the keys with flexibility and grace. A piece of music that everyone listening to it will have different feelings and moods, drifting in every corner of the tea house. Shi Yan chose a piece of music that she had composed herself. This music is quite magical because everyone who listens to it will have a different mood. Some people hear sadness, others are healed, and the music is different for everyone. The proprietress was afraid that she had hired a woman who didn't know how to play the piano very well. After all, she had ordered it from the platform, and she didn't dare to trust it completely. She didn't dare to leave, wanting to see for herself how the person she had hired played. If the music was not good at the beginning, she would immediately stop it to avoid affecting the mood of the guests. But when the music started, the proprietress was amazed. Not only could she play, she was captivated by the music. The proprietress wanted to watch Qian play some more, but she had to leave because she had other customers to serve. In the private room upstairs, there were 7 or 8 middle-aged male tea drinkers. They were all dressed in dark suits and wearing expensive watches, and they all looked like successful people, like big bosses. One of the guests heard the piano music coming from downstairs. He was already in a bad mood, smoking a cigarette, and he immediately covered his face and burst into tears. The person next to him patted him on the shoulder in a consoling manner. The person who was crying was the one the proprietress had mentioned, who insisted on listening to piano music in the middle of the night. At the same time, in the next room, after reading the contract in his hand, he stood up and shook hands with the foreign client across the table. He said in English, "Mr. Davis, it was a pleasure working with you. Let's leave the rest to our assistant and continue drinking tea." After shaking hands, Zhan slightly raised his hand. The tea master, dressed in a cheapao and with a quiet demeanor, gracefully poured half a cup of tea for the foreign client. The customer sipped the tea, listening to the elegant and soothing piano music outside, enjoying it, and Mr. Zhan really knows how to choose a place. "I like it here. Mr. Davis, if you have time, we can come here more often." Zhan smiled and replied to the customer, then got up and walked out of the private room, standing in front of the openwork guardrail. At this moment, Qian, who was playing the piano downstairs, was facing away from him. Zhan had never stopped for a long time because of a piece of music, and he was also unconsciously in a trance. When he came back to his senses, he realized that the customer had already stood next to him. "Mr. Zhan, we've had enough tea. Let's go." Zhan, okay. When the proprietress was about to see them to the door, Zhan, in a strange turn of events, looked back. In front of the piano, he could only see a side view of a woman with a curvy figure, but her face was hidden by her hair. Zhan looked away and asked the proprietress, "What is the name of this piano piece?" The proprietress smiled sheepishly and said, "I don't know either, sir. The musicians choose the music themselves." "Would you like me to ask them now, sir?" Zhan, "No, thank you." He felt bad interrupting someone who was playing so well. It was very rude. At 3 o'clock, the last group of guests left. The proprietress walked over to the piano with a smile on her face and said to the lady, "It's ready." At the sound of her voice, Qian stopped playing and the piano stopped abruptly. The proprietress thanked her, "Thank you, miss, you really saved me from a crisis. That customer is a regular at our tea house. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to keep that customer." Qian smiled slightly. The proprietress was being polite. "You pay, I work. It's only natural. Your platform is really user-friendly." After the boss praised her, she suddenly thought of something. "Oh, that's right, that customer was listening to your piano music and left in a good mood, and even gave you a tip. Should I give you cash or pay you directly with my mobile phone?" Qian said, "Our platform has a reward function, so you can just pay me through the reward function." "Boss, okay, thank you. I will come back if I need anything. Thank you for your support, I'll be going now." After Qian left, the proprietress immediately opened an app on her phone called Universal King, and then opened my page to pay for the current order. It shows that the order was taken by a musician named Tianyi. The order is billed on an hourly basis. After paying the order fee, the boss gave a reward of 5,000 yuan through the reward function. The 5,000 yuan is the tip that the customer gave to Red Flame. Outside, just as Red Flame got into her car, she heard the sound of the payment being received on her phone. She glanced at her phone, smiled slightly, put on her helmet, and rode off. The next evening at 7:30 p.m. After delivering the last takeaway order, Red Flame looked at the time. She had a meeting with the guest from the Royal International Hotel at the coffee shop at 8 p.m. yesterday. There was still half an hour left, so she could leave for the coffee shop. Then, Qian put away his phone, got on his bike, and headed for Shangyang Road. Meanwhile, at the Chitian Cafe on number 71 Shangyang Road, Zhan was sitting in a window seat, leaning back in his chair, legs crossed, looking at his phone. The screen of his phone displayed a dense array of foreign characters. On the table in front of him, there was only a glass of water. On the other side of the aisle, his good friend Bowen is having a blind date with his blind date. You can marry me, spend as much money as you want, and manage the company as you like, but I can't promise to love only you and touch only you. Oh no, to correct myself, we are a business marriage, I don't love you. Zhang Qin angrily stood up, grabbed the glass of water on the table, and poured it directly and mercilessly on the man across from her. I spit on you, scum. I, Zhang Qin, don't even want you. She angrily shouted, grabbed her bag and left, her tall figure looking somewhat indecent as she walked quickly. Baowen ignored the strange looks of the surrounding guests, wiped the water off his face, and shrugged with a smile. Then he got up and sat across from Zhan Lin. Zhan Lin frowned slightly and stared at his friend. The Zhang family is not bad, and it is only a little bit different from your Bo family. I heard that Zhang Dong's daughter is also very capable. I just took a look, and she doesn't look bad. What's wrong with you? You still refuse with such conditions? Baowen wiped the water droplets off his white t-shirt with a paper towel and replied to Zhan Lin, that woman is as boring as you are. If I marry a boring woman, I'll be depressed to death. I don't want to. You just met her, how do you know she's boring? I and Baowen couldn't think of a reason. Zhan Lin gave his friend a look. If you think I'm boring, why don't you stay away from me? Baowen laughed, you're not interesting, I am. We complement each other. Zhan Lin, why is the Zhang family's daughter not good enough? Well, women are different. How is she different? She's as boring as a log in bed. Can it be the same? Zhan Lin. It turns out that the friend's description of her as boring is different from his own boring personality. Wiping the water off his face, Baowen got up and said, let's go to the bar. Zhan Lin didn't move. You go ahead. I have a date. I'm busy. Chapter 6 Zhan Lin, I want to marry you. Baowen stared at his friend in disbelief. You actually took the initiative to ask someone out? Oh, the sun is shining in the west. After a pause, he asked, male or female? Old or young? What are her measurements? Do I know her? Zhan Lin was speechless for a moment. He was so curious. Why not stay and see? Just as he was about to say something, his phone rang. Baowen answered the phone. Hello? It was noisy on the other end of the line, and someone asked in a raised voice, Lao Bo, have you arrived yet? No, I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Baowen asked Zhan Lin again, are you really not going? Zhan Lin resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He had already said that he had a date. What kind of people can you, the chairman of the board who doesn't like women, meet? Either clients or rivals. Okay, I won't get in your way. I'll leave first. After scolding Zhan Lin a bit, Baowen turned around and left. Because he was in a hurry, when he got to the door, he accidentally bumped into someone's shoulder. I'm sorry. Baowen apologized and looked up, only to discover that he had bumped into a delivery man. It's okay. Zhan Yan replied in a low voice and walked into the cafe. Baowen didn't think much of it and walked towards his car. Inside the cafe, Zhan Lin saw the delivery man coming towards him, so he lowered his legs and got up. The indifferent and cold expression had already changed to a gentle one. Although he didn't remember the face of the delivery man from yesterday, he remembered his height, and it was the one who was walking towards him. At this moment, Zhan Lin also recognized Qi Yan at a glance. Zhan Lin was about to say hello, but before he could, Qi Yan spoke first, with a sincere attitude, Sir, is there a problem with the takeaway I delivered yesterday? Zhan Lin smiled and replied, no problem. Red Flame was puzzled. The gentleman was looking for me. Zhan Lin raised his hand and said, Miss, please sit down. I'm looking for you to meet me, so there must be something. She is a delivery person, and apart from delivering food, she has no other dealings with the other party. So why is this man looking for her? Although she didn't know what the man wanted with her, she obediently sat down. After sitting down, Zhan Lin politely asked, What kind of coffee do you like, miss? Qi Yan said directly, No, thank you, sir. Let's get down to business. The person in front of him was neither taking advantage of the situation nor was he speaking in a roundabout way, which was a surprise to Zhan Lin. Okay, then I won't beat around the bush. Zhan Lin directly stated his purpose, this is the case. The person who slit his wrists at the hotel yesterday was my older brother. You saw the scene at the time. Because you sent a piece of medicine in time to cover my brother's wound, you were able to stop the bleeding and save his life. You are a life-saving favor to our Zhan family, and we want to repay you for saving our lives. Upon hearing the last sentence, Ji Yan was stunned. Repay a favor? She did save the life of this man's brother yesterday, but the patch she gave him was just a simple spell. After recovering, Ji Yan said, "Sir, yesterday was just a small favor, there is no need to repay this favor." Zhan Lin said firmly, "The doctor said that thanks to the patch, my brother would not have had a chance to be sent to the hospital for treatment. So for our family, your little favor is a great kindness that must be repaid. If you must repay it." Ji Yan looked around and had an idea. "Since you insist on repaying me, then would you like to buy me a cup of coffee?" Zhan Lin said sincerely, "I can always buy you a cup of coffee, but I also have to repay the favor." "I don't know what you like. I can give you a car, a house, or cash. As long as you ask, it doesn't matter how much you want." Looking at the sincere expression on the other person's face, Chayan's eyes were lost in a daze. The person who can say these words is obviously a successful person. He must be very wealthy. That's right. Yesterday, my best friend Lin Jia mentioned that the guests who can stay at the royal palace are either rich or noble. Red Flame said, "Sir, I don't need money or a house or a car. This favor doesn't have to be repaid. Yesterday, it was really just a small favor." After a pause, Ji Yan said, "Perhaps, sir, you can repay your debt in other ways. There is no need to give material things." She could delete the memory of her saving this family from the brain, but for mortals, deleting memories damages the brain. The lifespan of mortals is short, and she shouldn't do that. Zhan Lin, not knowing if she was joking, suddenly smiled and said, "Then, can I repay you with my body?" Ji Yan. Marry you? This man is good-looking and has no shortage of money. Would he be willing to marry a delivery girl? Although she is not just a delivery person, she has other identities. But in the eyes of this man, she is just an ordinary person who works at the bottom. After a moment of shock, Red Flame asked, "What you mean, sir, you want to marry me?" The man asked with a smile, "Is that okay? If you don't want to, it's fine. You can think about it some more." After hesitating for a moment, Ji Yan actually asked this question, "So, what are the benefits of marrying you?" Zhan Lin did not think twice. "Miss, don't worry. If we get married, after the wedding, I will give you enough space, not interfere with your affairs, and not force you to do things you don't like. You can still live your current life, but if you need anything, I will help you for free, whether it is money or career. As long as you need it, I will try my best to satisfy you." Red Flame, "So, we're just going to be a couple in name only?" Zhan Lin smiled slightly. "This depends on your wishes. If you don't agree, I won't force you. If you need it, I won't refuse." A trace of surprise flashed in Red Flame's eyes. This man has never seen her, doesn't know her beauty or ugliness, and is willing to devote himself to her. Doesn't he feel that he is at a disadvantage? Zhan Lin added, "After marriage, you don't need to worry about money. If you need money, just tell me. There is no upper limit." No upper limit? It seems that the other party is undoubtedly a noble family. Looking at the handsome face of the man, his sincere eyes, a hint of meaning flashed in Chayan's eyes, but it was fleeting. She said, "Okay, I agree." Zhan Lin did not expect the other party to agree so quickly. After a moment of hesitation, he smiled and said, "Okay, let's set a date and get the certificate again." "Ji Yan, I can pick it up at any time. When will you have time to pick it up?" "Zhan Lin, since you have the time to spare, why don't we go get the certificate tomorrow?" Red Flame, "Yes. Please wait a moment, sir." At this time, there was a phone call, and Red Flame interrupted Zhan Lin. "Hello, how are you? It's a call from the Universal King platform. A customer has placed an order for a musician, and it's an urgent order." After listening to the caller, Red Flame replied, "Okay, I'll be right there. Sorry, sir, I have to go. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at what time? You can contact me then." After saying a few words to Zhan Liren, she turned around and left. It seems that she has encountered an urgent matter. Zhan Lin chased after her. "Do you need a ride?" "No, thank you." After saying that, Red Flame looked at the man quickly with some deep eyes and then left on her electric bicycle. The man did not catch the emotions in her eyes. Looking at her receding back, Zhan Lin's eyes were a little complicated. This person he is going to marry tomorrow has worn a mask on both occasions they have met, and he has yet to see what she looks like. Chapter 7, Getting a Marriage License. It was 2 or 3 in the morning before Qi Yan returned to the rental house. After parking the car and charging it, she went upstairs. At this moment, she was not wearing headphones, but talking. "Why aren't you going home yet? I already told you, I'm not going back now. I can sense if there is a crisis in the celestial realm. If there is an abnormality, I will naturally return. You don't have to persuade me to marry the Demon King anymore. If that demon had the ability, he would have challenged me a long time ago. So you don't have to worry that the demon realm will harm the 6 realms." It's 2 or 3 in the morning, and there are still couples hugging and kissing at the entrance to the building. They saw a delivery man going up the stairs and started talking to themselves, saying things that sounded like fairy tales. They felt a little creepy for some reason. But the couple couldn't see that there was someone following the delivery man. They just didn't see him because he was invisible. Jinyu followed Qi Yan up to the 7th floor, and as he followed, he asked curiously, "Your Majesty, let's not talk about the demon realm for now, but I don't understand, what is so good about this mortal realm that you like to stay here so much? And you've been here for 1,000 years. Although 1 day in heaven is 1 year on earth, your Majesty has only been out for 1,000 days, which is not very long for a fairy. But if you count it in terms of mortal years, it's quite a long time." Red Flame replied, "Because life in the mortal world is fulfilling." Her magical powers had already reached their limit, so instead of meditating in the palace, she preferred to experience the life of a mortal here on earth. Compared to the leisurely life of a fairy, she preferred this busy life where she could constantly learn. Especially earning money. Every time she earned money, she felt happy. In the past 1,000 years, she has basically experienced all the jobs created by mortals. And in the past 2 years, she has focused on the service industry. Jinyu frowned. "Full? Doesn't your Majesty have a full life in the celestial realm?" At this moment, Qi Yan had already reached the door of the rental house. The door was ajar, indicating that the roommate was at home. "You, go about your business and don't hang around me all day. And don't mention the marriage to the demon realm again." After saying this to Jinyu, Qi Yan pushed open the door and entered the room. Jinyu, who had accidentally caught a glimpse of Zhuxi in her bathrobe, did not follow him in, but instead turned into a myriad of stars at the door and disappeared. Zhuxi had just finished taking a bath and was only wearing a bathrobe. "You're back, Flame. I just heard you talking outside. Did you bring your boyfriend back?" "I was just sending a voice message to someone else. I don't have a boyfriend." After closing the door, Qi Yan glanced at the bathrobe on Zhuxi's body and couldn't help but ask, "Why didn't you close the door tightly when you took a bath? Who knows what kind of ghosts and devils live in this building? What if someone sneaks in while you're taking a bath?" Zhuxi explained, "My boyfriend is here. He should be outside smoking right now." After a pause, Zhuxi said, "Don't change the subject. Yan, you really should get a boyfriend. With your looks, you could marry a rich 2nd generation and not have to work hard every day." Qi Yan knew that Zhuxi was also concerned about her, afraid that she would be exhausted from running around every day. She didn't refute it, but nodded perfunctorily, okay. When I see someone suitable, I'll talk to him, okay?" Zhuxi glared at her, "You're just being evasive. Did you change shifts today?" Red Flame asked. Otherwise, at this time, Zhuxi would not have finished work yet. Zhuxi slapped her head and suddenly realized, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, I quit." Red Flame. Zhuxi chuckled and explained, "My boyfriend said he was going to open a game company in City A, so he asked me to quit my job and become his wife, managing his money for him every day." Seeing Zhuxi's happy smile, Qi Yan, who was tall, patted Zhuxi's head and said, "The hard times are finally over. Congratulations." An hour later, Qi Yan washed up and lay down on the bed. She took out her cell phone and transferred all the money she had earned that day to the Red Cross bank account. After the transfer was successful, she put the phone aside, closed her eyes, and let her mind wander. Although she is a fairy, she doesn't need to sleep much on Earth, but she follows the human habit of sleeping and waking up every day. When she has nothing to do, she sleeps. But after closing her eyes for only a few seconds, she suddenly remembered something and sat up abruptly. She got out of bed and took out her household registration and ID card from her backpack, which she didn't usually carry. Yes, she was going to get married to that man tomorrow, so she had to get her things ready in case she forgot. Before long, it was morning. Although she was getting her marriage certificate today, Chayan's daily routine remained unchanged. She got up at 6:30, washed up, got dressed, took her ID with her, and left the house at 7 o'clock on time. After delivering 2 takeout orders, the man called. "Shall we meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 10 o'clock? Okay. No, don't pick me up. I have my car. I'll be at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 10 o'clock on time." After hanging up with Zhan at the entrance of a breakfast shop, Qian took the takeout and hurried to deliver it. 10 o'clock came quickly. Qian was at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau on time. When she saw her wearing a deliveryman's uniform, wearing a cute deliveryman's helmet, riding a deliveryman's bike, and stopping next to him, Zhan was both surprised and inexplicably filled with a hint of bitterness. Today is the day we get our marriage certificate, and this woman is still delivering food. Does she need the money that badly? Qian hurriedly parked the car, got out, and took out the documents from the car's trunk, apologizing, "I'm sorry, I'm late." "Have you been waiting long?" "No, it's exactly 10 o'clock. I'm early." Zhan didn't realize that her voice was much softer than usual. Qian nodded. "Well, let's go in then." "Wait a minute. Has she not heard that you need to take a photo for your ID?" Qian, who had already turned around and was heading towards the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, turned around and asked, "What's the matter, sir?" Zhan raised his hand and pointed slightly at his head, gently indicating, "When you get your license, you need to take a half-length photo. In other words, you can't wear a helmet or a mask." Qian suddenly realized, "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot." After that, she took off her helmet in front of Zhan and shook her head a little to loosen the hair that was pressing down on her head. She didn't know that in that moment, she was charming and attractive. And the process of her hair falling like a waterfall was slowed down several times in Zhan's eyes. Before Zhan could recover, Qian took off her mask. A face with delicate features and an elegant air was exposed to the air. It also penetrated deep into Zhan's eyes. After hanging the helmet and mask on the rearview mirror of the car, Red Flame slightly curled her lips at Zhan, and her smile was very polite. "Sir, let's go." Zhan came back to his senses and replied with a word, "Okay." Chapter 8. The daughter-in-law is really pretty. Chayan's face is small and delicate. Although she is wearing a fluffy takeout coat, she is particularly photogenic. The staff had previously worried that the jacket would affect the photos and wanted to suggest that Red Flame take it off. But seeing that the brightly colored jacket didn't affect the shot, they just took a picture of her lower body. The click of the shutter was heard, and the staff were very satisfied. The photo was perfect, and it would be ready in a moment. After an unknown amount of time, Zhan and Qian walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. As soon as they reached the door, Red Flame received a call. After taking a quick look at the screen, he answered, "Hello, it's me. Are you in such a hurry?" Okay, I'll be there soon." After hastily ending the call, Red Flame turned to Zhan and said, "Sir, I'm really sorry, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it later." After that, she quickly put on her helmet and mask, and inserted the key into the car. Zhan looked at her, wanting to say something but unable to. He wanted to say that she was already his legal wife, that she didn't need to be so busy anymore, and that he could provide her with a life of luxury. But seeing that she was in such a hurry, all he could say was a word of concern, "Okay, drive carefully." But when Qian drove away, he suddenly realized that he was holding her ID and their marriage certificate. He wanted to stop the woman and ask her to take back her ID, but when he saw that she had already gone far away, he didn't say anything. He looked down, opened the marriage certificate and looked at it, unconsciously curling his thin lips. He realized that his wife's name was Qian. What a different name! Moreover, it was only when he was about to receive the certificate that he saw what his wife looked like. She was beautiful beyond compare. The Zhan family's old mansion on the mountainside. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom and Dad took turns looking at the marriage certificate, and everyone was beaming from ear to ear. It was as if they were the ones getting married. Wen Lan looked at the delicate and elegant face in the photo on the marriage certificate and couldn't help but touch it. "My daughter-in-law is so beautiful." "Grandma Zhan, yes, she is very beautiful." I was worried that my granddaughter-in-law was from a poor background and worked as a delivery person, so she would have dark skin. After all, she is exposed to the sun and wind every day delivering food, so I didn't expect her to be so stunning. At this moment, Zhan sat on the side and saw that his family was so happy, and his lips curled slightly. It seems that his family is very satisfied with his wife, and even more than they expected. As long as they are satisfied, at least they won't be beating around the bush and pressuring him to get married in the future. Grandpa looked at him and asked, "Why didn't you bring my granddaughter back?" "This is a big deal, you have to bring her back for dinner and discuss when to have the wedding." Zhan said, "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, they are willing to get married, which is already a great favor. Can we take it slowly in other aspects?" Zhan frowned. "What do you mean by willing to get married? Does it mean that the daughter-in-law originally didn't want to marry you?" Zhan replied truthfully, "Yes. She probably didn't want to be bothered by our family members in the future to repay her debt, so she agreed to get married to me to get rid of these troubles. Besides, we agreed that we would only be a nominal couple." Zhan was so anxious that he moved his lips, but he didn't say anything when he thought of something. Although he didn't want his son and daughter-in-law to be a nominal couple, at least his son was married and had a wife, right? It's better than being single forever, right? When Lan patted her husband's back and comforted him, "Don't worry, take it slowly." Zhan sighed and said, "This is the only way." After dinner with his family in the evening, Zhan returned to his villa in the city where he lived alone. As soon as he entered the door, his friend Bowen called. "You're not meeting any clients tonight, are you? How about a drink at the bar?" Zhan was about to say that he was busy, but then Bowen's voice came over again, a little bit aggrieved. "It's my birthday today, I thought you knew and would contact me on your own initiative, but no, there's no love anymore." After a moment of hesitation, Zhan replied with a few words, "I'll be there in a bit." But the other end of the line exploded. "Hey, Zhan, you hesitated for a few seconds. What, you don't want to come to my birthday party? Are we still good friends?" Zhan put the phone away, and his friend's piercing voice stabbed his ears. "Damn you, Zhan, you actually hesitated. You actually hesitated." His friend was still on the other end of the phone, in a state of collapse. Zhan shook his head weakly, then put the phone on the shoe cabinet and went to do other things. "Hello? Old Zhan?" After a long time, he didn't hear a response, and the call was hung up. City Center. Bar Street. Xian stopped in front of a bar called Better Than Heaven. She glanced at the name of the bar and a smile appeared in the eyes behind the mask. "Ah, better than the gods?" "Yes, for mortals, this place is indeed better than heaven." After parking the car, removing the key, and taking out the takeout from the takeout box, Red Flame walked into the bar. Inside the bar, Xian walked in while making a phone call to a client. The bar was huge, but it was also very crowded. The music playing was so lively that many men and women were wildly shaking their bodies. Xian squeezed past the men and women. Her bright takeaway uniform stood out in the colorful bar. In a corner of the bar, there was a large booth that was not as crowded as the rest of the place. However, there were a few men sitting casually dressed at the corner booth. Bowman is one of them. He was on the phone and waved to Qian, who was not far away. He said loudly, "I see you. Do you see me? I'm the one waving." As soon as Bowen finished speaking, Qian's eyes fell on the booth where he was sitting, and then he walked over with a large cake in his hand. "Sir, your cake. Please sign for it." Qian placed the cake in his hand on the table and shouted to the man on the sofa across from him. Bowman didn't hear him, so he gestured to the DJ to stop. The DJ immediately turned off the music. As soon as the music stopped, the crowd let out a disappointed gasp and then fell silent. Bowen looked at the delivery man across the table and asked, "What did you just say?" Qian handed over the order form and pen in both hands. "Sir, the cake you ordered has been delivered. Please take a look. If there is no problem, please sign for it." "Okay." Bowen took the pen and paper, scribbled his name, and returned the pen and paper to Qian. "Okay, thank you for your support of our platform. Happy birthday." After saying that, Red Flame turned and left. But just then, she saw Zhan coming towards her. She froze, as did the other person, clearly not expecting to see each other in such a place. When she saw Zhan, she was so happy that she immediately got up and ran over. "Old Zhan, I thought you weren't coming. Chapter 9, Move in with me. Zhan Lin took his friend's hand off his shoulder and walked up to Qian. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but he explained, I don't usually come to places like this. Bao Wen looked puzzled. Hey, I said, Lao Zhan, what are you explaining to a delivery man? Qian also didn't expect that the man who had just gotten married to her would say that to her. He was explaining to her that he didn't often go to bars? Bowman, this is my wife. Zhan Lin introduced his friend. But while he was talking, his friend gestured to the DJ booth, and the deafening sound of the music began again, covering the words wife behind him. Then, another person put his arm around Zhan Lin's shoulder and said loudly, let's go to the private room to eat cake. At this moment, her cell phone rang, and she received another order. The music was loud, and she was afraid that the other person wouldn't be able to hear her. She made a gesture to Zhan Lin to leave, and hurriedly walked towards the door of the bar. Zhan Lin looked at the tall figure that was gradually disappearing into the crowd, and his eyes were filled with emotion. It was already the early hours of the morning when Zhan Lin returned to her villa in the wealthy district after attending her friend's birthday party. After taking a shower, he wiped his semi-dry hair while looking at his phone and sat down on the sofa. He opened the contacts and found a phone number with a note that read benefactor and changed it. He changed the name of the benefactor to Qian. He was going to call him, but seeing that it was already 1 a.m., he decided to send him a message instead. Are you done? He thought, at this time yesterday, the other party had not slept and replied to his message. He wondered if the other party was still awake at this time tonight. After sending the message, he saw no reply for a few minutes, so he went back to his bedroom and lay down. It wasn't until 4 a.m. that his phone screen suddenly lit up, but because he had set it to do not disturb, he had already fallen asleep and did not see the message from Red Flame in time. Meanwhile, at the rental house. After sending the message, Red Flame took the key and opened the door. Zushi's boyfriend's suitcase was still there, but there was no movement in the room. Without thinking, Red Flame went straight back to the bedroom, where she habitually took off her helmet, then her mask, and then her takeout uniform jacket. After rinsing, she returned to the bedroom, which was half an hour later. She was half lying on the bed, browsing property listings. Zushi had mentioned that the old area in this neighborhood was going to be demolished and turned into a commercial district, and that all residents would have to move out by the end of the month. Now there is still a week until the end of the month, and it is also time to find a new place to live. After browsing for a while, Red Flame decided on a place and planned to take a look at it today. Before she knew it, it was already 6:30 in the morning. Qian was dressed and on her way out the door again. At 8 o'clock, when he was delivering food, he received a message from an unknown number on his phone. Are you free to meet today? Upon reading the content, she realized that it was sent by the man she had gotten married to the previous day. However, she had not saved the number in her contacts, and had not made a point of remembering it. Qian sat in front of a breakfast shop and opened the notes box, wanting to add the man as a contact. But after staring at the screen for a long time, she didn't type anything. Qian looked up at the gloomy sky and her eyes were full of confusion. She hadn't asked the man his name, so what should she put in the notes? She thought about it and looked up the message history. She then discovered that the first message the other person had sent her had mentioned a name, Zhan Lin. Qian immediately noted the number as Zhan Lin, and then sent a message to Zhan Lin, I'm a bit busy. I'll go see a house at noon, and I'll mostly deliver takeout at other times. Of course, if there are orders on the platform, the orders on the platform will be given priority, and takeaways will be given second priority. Meanwhile, at the villa. Zhan Lin picked up her jacket and was about to leave for work when she saw that Red Flame had mentioned in her message that she wanted to see a house. Looking at a house? Is she buying a house? After thinking about it, Zhan Lin directly dialed the phone number of Qian. On the phone, Red Flame was free to answer the call, so he picked up the phone. Are you buying a house? Zhan Lin asked on the other end of the phone. On the phone, the man's voice was soft and magnetic. Qian was momentarily distracted by the man's voice, and then said honestly, no, the rental house I live in is being demolished, and the landlord told the tenants to move out by the end of the month. I'm looking for a new place to live. On the other end of the line, Zhan Lin paused for a moment as he descended the stairs, and a look of concern flashed in his eyes. It's true, this woman is always running around all day long, working hard to earn money, so how could she have so much money to buy a house? A city is an international metropolis, and for ordinary families, the houses here are not cheap at all, and they simply cannot afford them. Even a house in the suburbs starts at 5 million yuan. How can you afford it with the money you make delivering food? Why don't you move in with me? When Zhan spoke, there was no sound from the other end of the line for a long time. On this side, Shi Yan was stunned by Zhan words. Thinking that she was overthinking it, Zhan said again, "What I mean is, you and I have already been married, you are my wife, and I should fulfill my husband's duty to take care of you. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to live with me, I'll give you another house to live in, either an apartment or a villa, whatever you like." On the other end of the line, Shi Yan was thinking that the other person must be rich, because the houses in City A are so expensive, but he can give her a villa or an apartment to live in. This proves that the other person's family has not only apartments, but also villas, and not just one. "Sir, I am a person who can sleep in a bed, and it doesn't matter if the place is big or not. It feels like a waste to let me live in your house alone. It's better to sublet it and get some income." Shi Yan replied to the other person. She was tired of living in a big house and wanted to experience a small house where ordinary people lived. The other person said, "If you are afraid of living alone in a big house, I will find you a few more maids and gardeners. Originally, our family's house also had to have several servants." On the other end of the phone, Shi Yan was slightly surprised. The man, with the most calm voice, said such domineering things. Not only does he have a house, but he also has several servants for each house? He even said he would find her more servants if she was not used to living alone? Is this a way to repay her kindness by giving her material comforts? Wait. Shi Yan felt that she had overlooked something, and the words that Zhan had said before played in her mind again. The three words "our family" from the man's mouth caused an inexplicable emotion to pass through her calm eyes. After waiting for a long time without hearing a response, Zhan, who had already walked to the garage on the villa side, opened the door of a car and got in. He didn't start the engine right away, but looked at the screen of his phone. He was still on the phone, it hadn't ended yet. But why is there no sound from there? Was it because of his words that she felt inferior? Or did she think he was giving her a place to live? After thinking for a moment, Zhan said, "Where are we going to look at houses?" "I'll go with you. You don't have to stay in your own house. I respect your choice." Shi Yan regained her voice and said, "I'll look in the suburbs." In fact, she wanted to say that he didn't need to worry about her. She is a free spirit, and she doesn't care where she lives, whether the house is good or bad, or big or small. After all, her heavenly palace was even bigger than this villa, and she had experienced the comfort of a large house. It is much more convenient to live alone. If she hadn't seen Jushi struggling to find a place to rent 2 years ago, she wouldn't have moved in with him. Now that Zushi has a boyfriend and is starting a game company, it means that her boyfriend is rich and she won't need to share a place with him in the future. "Okay, give me a meeting place, I'll come to you at noon." On the other end of the phone, Zhan said. After the call, Shi Yan sent a message to Zhan with the location of the meeting point and went to deliver the takeaway. Zhan arrived at the company, held a high-level meeting, and left the company. At 11:30, he drove to the meeting point. This is the fork in the road parking lot. The fork here leads to every suburb of City A. He waited in the car, working on his phone. After half an hour, he saw Shi Yan riding an electric bicycle from afar. The woman, wrapped in a cute helmet, a fiery red mask with the national flag printed on it, and a brightly colored jacket, was not very noticeable in appearance, except for her height. Even her long, black hair was hidden under the helmet and not tied back. This woman is extremely beautiful and tall, and if she dressed up a little, she would be more beautiful than any celebrity. Zhan opened the car door and got out. Her tall and graceful figure, her well-tailored black suit, her three-dimensional and deep face, standing next to the understated and luxurious car, she was a sight that made people unable to take their eyes off her. When Shi Yan saw the man, she was momentarily lost in thought. She stopped the car next to the man and said, "I'm sorry, sir, for keeping you waiting." Chapter 10. After all, she is a fairy. Zhan smiled, "It's not late, I just got here too." After saying that, he walked up to her and grabbed the handlebar of the electric bicycle. At this moment, Shi Yan was still sitting on the bike, her feet supporting the bike and her hands holding the handlebars. The man's figure covered her like a mountain. Her heart skipped a beat, and a hint of nervousness and panic flashed in her eyes through the mask. She knew clearly that this was not a reaction to danger. She was the supreme ruler of the heavens and had never been afraid of anyone. But this feeling was very different, and she was inexplicably at a loss. The man's large hand grasped the handlebars and half of her palm. Her mind was completely blank, and all she could think about was a pile of questions. What is this man going to do? After holding the handlebars, Zhan said, "Let's take a look at the house in my car. I'll park your car for you." Yan was slightly relieved. She thought the man was going to do something, but it turned out he was going to park her car for her. But after taking a glance at Zhan's car, Yan couldn't help but laugh. She was going to the suburbs to look for a house, and she was driving such an expensive car. When the landlord saw her, he couldn't help but say, "Are you sure you're here to look for a house and not to show off your car?" Seeing her bow her head and smile, Zhan's mood was good for a moment, and he couldn't help but smile and ask, "What's wrong?" Yan looked up and smiled. I just suddenly thought, if we drive a luxury car to look for cheap housing, will the landlord think we have a problem with our brains?" Zhan was stunned for a moment, and then looked back at his own understated and luxurious car. He thought that Yan was right, and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. "It is indeed quite showy. Then take your car. Wait for me, I'll park the car." "Okay." After replying without thinking, Yan always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It wasn't until the man parked the car and came back to grab the handle of her car again that she realized what was wrong. Yan realized what was wrong. They were going to ride in the same car to the suburbs. If they were in a car with separate seats, they wouldn't have to sit next to each other, but in her electric bike, they had to sit next to each other, with no space between them. Yan, who had never ridden in a man's electric bike before, was at a loss. Seeing her in a daze, Zhan asked, "What's wrong?" Yan shook her head and said, "No, I'm fine." "Have you ever driven a two-wheeled electric vehicle?" This man's mode of transportation is a limited edition car, so he probably doesn't have the opportunity to ride a two-wheeled vehicle. If he hasn't, he probably can't drive it. Zhan laughed softly and said, "Yes, I can." Okay. Red Flame was embarrassed for a moment, then she released her hands, moved her body back, and made room for the front seat cushion. As soon as she moved, the man's long leg crossed over and he sat down in front of her. She was not short, and the seat cushion was low in front and high at the back, but when the man sat down, plus the height of the helmet, she was suddenly not as tall as the man. Facing the tall, straight back of the man, Yan felt her heart beating, suddenly out of her control, beating at a very irregular rhythm. Because there was a trunk in the back for takeout, the car was just big enough for two people to sit in. Her chest was pressed lightly against the man's back, and although they were separated by clothing, the sensation was indescribable. It was just uncomfortable. The hands on either side were also stiff and had nowhere to go for a while. "Are you sitting comfortably?" the man asked. Yan calmed her racing heart and replied inaudibly, "Mm." The man said nothing more, slowly twisting the accelerator and driving the car into the driveway heading for the eastern suburbs. Along the way, the cool breeze was refreshing, but Yan didn't care about it. He was only thinking about how small the car was, whether the man would be comfortable sitting in it, and whether the car would drive smoothly. When they passed a bridge, Yan saw a warning light and suddenly thought of something. He said, "Sir, stop for a moment." Hearing this, Zhan stopped the car at the side of the bridge and turned around to ask, "What's wrong?" Yan took off his helmet and said, "Electric vehicle drivers must wear helmets, or they will be fined and lose points. You can wear my helmet. The wind is strong on the bridge." Once he took off his helmet, Zhan witnessed the scene of a woman's waterfall-like hair tilting downwards, and he couldn't help but be entranced by the scene. When he felt something on his head, he looked up and saw that the yellow helmet with a small windmill on it was on his head. The woman had put it on herself. Although it was a bit tight, he felt no discomfort. Seeing him wearing her helmet, his handsome face inexplicably became a little more endearing, and Yan smiled happily from the bottom of his heart. The eyes on her mask narrowed with her smile. The man saw the joy in her eyes, which were like stars, and he couldn't help but smile. Zhan did not resist the helmet. After the woman personally fastened the buckle for him, he petted the woman's hair and turned around. Yan was stunned by his head patting. On the way to the suburbs, the road was wide, with few cars and few people, so Zhan increased the speed of the car considerably. Yan's long hair fluttered in the wind, looking very elegant and charming. From time to time, Zhan looked through the rearview mirror and captured the beautiful image of the hair flying. Perhaps it was because of the high speed, but without realizing it, Red Flame grabbed the man's jacket to steady herself. After an unknown period of time, when they were on a downhill road, Zhan and the others encountered a traffic jam. Traffic in both directions was blocked. From the top of the hill, it was clear to the naked eye how far the traffic jam extended, and it seemed to have no end. Large vehicles and small vehicles could not pass, but two-wheeled vehicles could. Zhan followed the motorcycle in front of him and rode on the side to pass through the congested section. After about 200 meters, they saw the real cause of the traffic jam. It turned out to be a car accident. A truck and a private car had collided and overturned, blocking the road and blocking the way. The truck had rolled over, but only the bumper had come off, while the private car was badly damaged, with half of the car crushed. The police and rescue workers had not yet arrived at the scene. The truck driver was standing next to his truck, talking on the phone, and looking at a woman kneeling next to the private car, holding the driver's bloody hand and crying, "Honey! Honey! Help!" Many drivers got out of their cars to watch, but didn't know how to help because the driver of the private car was trapped inside the car. They didn't know if he was unconscious or already dead, and there was no way to get him out, so they could only watch helplessly as the woman wept in agony. The motorcycle in front wouldn't move, so their car couldn't get past. Zhan had to stop his car. He took off his helmet and placed it on the side mirror, then turned to Qian and said, "I'm going to take a look." He got out of the car and walked towards the scene of the accident. Qian glanced at the private car. Her originally clear eyes suddenly became much darker. But soon she wiped away the depth in her eyes, got off the car, and followed Zhan. When he reached the driver of the private car, Zhan reached out and felt the driver's nostrils. After not feeling the driver's breath, his face became a little more serious. Qian, however, looked down at the driver. She knew at a glance whether the driver had any chance of survival. After all, she was a fairy. For immortals, it is a matter of course to be able to tell whether a mortal is dead or not. Chapter 11, Using Magic to Save People. Zhan turned to Qian and shook his head slightly, meaning to tell her that the person was already dead. "Let's go." Qian nodded lightly. Just as she was about to leave, she stepped on something. Zhan looked down and moved her foot away from the object. He found it was a work permit, and it looked familiar. He bent down and picked up the work permit. When he looked at it closely, Zhan suddenly realized that it was a work permit worn by the staff at their headquarters. The work permit in his hand not only had a half-length photo of the employee, but also the employee's name, department, and work number. Zhan's unbelieving gaze slowly moved from the half-length photo on the work permit to the driver's face on the main driver's seat. Comparing the two, he realized that the driver's ID card was the driver's. It was probably when the car crashed that the work permit fell out of the car. And the driver was an employee of the sales department at their headquarters. The person who had been in the accident was one of his own employees. Looking at the driver who was crushed in the car, Zhan's mood became much heavier. Feeling his emotions, the pair of long, thick, curled eyelashes of Qian slightly fluttered. Is this man feeling sorry for the driver's death? If so... Qian slowly closed his eyes and then opened them again. Suddenly, the black and white pupils of his eyes turned into fiery red pupils. As the color of her eyes changed in an instant, an invisible air pressure burst forth from her body, forming a circular shape that spread for thousands of miles. Everything in its path, including the wind, came to a standstill. The truck driver on the phone remained motionless, holding the phone to his ear. The woman who was crying out in a hoarse voice also held her husband's hand still and lost her voice. Even the drivers around them, who were watching the scene, were still, including Zhan. After using magic to freeze everything in the world, Red Flame walked over and stood outside the driver's door of the private car. She extended her right hand and pressed her index finger against the driver's forehead. Immediately, a faint light flashed where her finger had been pressed. After the light disappeared, Red Flame returned to her original position and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, the still world came back to life. As if nothing had happened, the driver continued to make a phone call. "Hello, insurance company? When will your people come? I've had an accident. There's a man, dead." The woman continued to cry out in a hoarse voice, "Honey." The drivers around him continued to talk and take pictures. Zhan regained consciousness and was stunned for a moment. He felt like something had just happened, and he had missed it. But Zhan didn't think much about it. and after another glance at the work permit in his hand, he handed it to the woman. Then he turned to Qi Yan and said, "Let's go." After their car had passed through the congested section, Zhan drove while slightly turning his head back to look at Qi Yan and asked, "Were you scared after seeing that scene?" Fortunately, the car was driving slowly, and Zhan could hear the voice of Qi Yan. At this moment, the one wearing the helmet is Red Flame. When they left the scene of the accident, Zhan personally put her helmet on her. At the time, Red Flame said she didn't want to wear it, for fear that the traffic police would catch her and fine her. Zhan replied directly and domineeringly, "Let them deduct it. Today, no matter what, your safety is more important than the fine and points." Because of this, Red Flame obediently put on her helmet and no longer refused. From that sentence, she could tell that this man was truly thinking about her safety. At least on the way here, he valued her life more than his own. Perhaps it was the car accident that made him feel so scared. Not afraid? Ha! Zhan laughed. It is true that she delivers food every day and runs around everywhere. She must have traveled all the streets in a city, big and small. Naturally, on the way to deliver food, she has seen many car accident scenes. He's seen so many that he's become used to them, so he's not afraid anymore. In the future, she should take less delivery orders and go to bed earlier. Zhan said. He sent her a message at around 1 a.m. yesterday. When he woke up in the morning, he saw her reply, which was sent at around 4 a.m. This proves that this woman was busy from day to early morning until 4 o'clock yesterday, and only then did she rest. And this morning, she went out to deliver takeout again, and now she's coming to the suburbs to look at a house. How many hours can she sleep in a day? Even immortals would not be able to stand it if they were busy every day and didn't even have time to sleep. Qi Yan listened to the man's caring words and felt a sudden warmth in her body. She replied softly with a single word, "Okay." When they arrived in the suburbs, Zhan took the electric bike and drove around the village with Qi Yan in the passenger seat. Most of the locals in this village have moved away, and the houses are rented to people from other places who have come to work in a city. The village is large, with many buildings and many rental properties. The only advantage is that the environment is quiet and the houses are not so densely packed. Unlike the rental house where she lives now, the buildings in that area are not only densely packed, but the environment is also not good, especially stuffy. But for Flame, stuffiness is not a problem. As long as she has a place to live and it's cheap, that's all that matters. She was used to living in nice houses, so she wanted to experience what it was like to live in a poor house. After looking at several houses, the landlords all said that the rooms were rented out. Zhan had no choice but to drive around the village, and finally stopped in front of the entrance to a 3-story residential building. There was a notice posted at the entrance saying that the room was for rent. The door was closed and there was no one at the door, so Red Flame had to dial the contact number on the sign. After a while, the call was connected, and a young man's voice came over the phone. "Hello?" From the sound of his voice, Qi Yan thought that the other person must be a college student in his late teens or early 20s. She replied, "Hello, is this the landlord? I'm here to rent a room." "Wait a moment." "Okay." After the other person stopped talking, Qi Yan could only hear the sound of clicking keys. Qi Yan made a discovery from the rhythm and frequency of the keyboard tapping. The landlord was playing a game. And she knew exactly which game he was playing. She used this game to help Zushi pursue the game god Sun Nan. "Oh, my teammates, when are you going to come and rescue me? I'm surrounded by enemies in the ruins and can't get out." "Ruins?" That's right, it's the popular mobile game Elite Dangerous. But Mr. Landlord is using a peripheral. I was 2 points away from winning the game, but I don't want to lose the big points in this round. "Ah, please, come and save me." The landlord's desperate voice came again. Qi Yan slightly covered her mouth with her mask and smiled. Zhan saw her smile and thought that a house had been rented, so he asked, "Has the landlord come over yet?" Qi Yan shook his head and didn't say anything. Zhan asked, "Are you thirsty? I'll go buy you a bottle of water." Qi Yan was about to say no when she heard the landlord's wailing on the other end of the phone, "Don't find me. It's not easy to get a job." Qi Yan couldn't help but laugh again, but when she looked to the side, she saw Zhan's figure heading towards the store. "Mr. Landlord, calm down and listen to me. Whatever I say next, you do exactly as I say, and you will definitely be able to leave the ruins without a single drop of blood." When she heard Chayan's voice, the person on the other end of the phone was clearly stunned. Chapter 12, Live in Our Apartment. After a moment, the other person asked in a surprised tone, "Do you know what game I'm playing?" Without thinking, Red Flame replied, "It's Peerless Elite." Oops, the person on the other end of the phone was shocked again, and he really knew. Red Flame, don't say so much, just follow my instructions. In a few seconds, you'll be killed by the enemy. After that, under the guidance of Red Flame over the phone, the person on the other end of the line successfully escaped from the ruins. Not only did he successfully escape the encirclement, but he also defeated a team of enemies one by one according to the method given by Red Flame. Awesome! The person on the other end of the phone was thrilled. Red Flame, Mr. Landlord, since you have safely escaped the ruins, shouldn't you take a moment to? I haven't finished this game yet, I'll call you after I'm done. I have to thank you properly. Before Red Flame could finish his sentence, the other party hung up. Zhan returned with a bottle of water and handed it to her. Seeing her holding the phone, with a somewhat lost look in her eyes, he asked, "Is this house also rented out?" Red Flame, "No, it's not." Zhan looked up and drank a mouthful of water, and made a decision during that time. Then she quickly screwed on the cap, grabbed Red Flame's arm, and walked towards the car. "Don't rent so far away, I'm not at ease. Go back to our apartment. You can't get used to living in a big apartment, so live in a small one." In a daze, Red Flame was pulled into the car by the man and put on a helmet. It wasn't until the car had driven out of the village that she came to her senses. She didn't remember what the man had said. All she knew was that the man had just been overbearing. And she didn't find that kind of domineering behavior at all offensive. On the contrary, she felt sweet. It was already evening when they returned to the intersection in the city. Zhan got out of the car, handed the car to Qian, and said, "Go back and pack up. I'll pick you up at the apartment tomorrow." Red Flame nodded. "Drive carefully for a while." "Okay. After you get to your place, don't forget to call me or send me a message." The man added one more piece of advice. Although his voice was soft, it contained an irresistible domineering tone. Qian nodded slightly, his eyes blank, and said, "Okay." Zhan didn't say anything else, and pinched the small pinwheel on the helmet of Qian, which was spinning very fast in the wind, to stop it from spinning. Then he let go and walked back, heading for his car. As she watched the man's slender and upright back, Qian's gaze gradually became unfocused, and she didn't know. Zhan returned to the villa, rinsed himself off, picked up his phone and dialed his assistant Jilin on the balcony of his room. Even his loose-fitting casual clothes could not hide his golden ratio body. One of the employees in the headquarters sales department had a car accident in the suburbs today and unfortunately passed away. Go to the finance department and open a pension for the family of the deceased. In addition, take out twice as much from my personal account and give it to the family of the deceased. The assistant on the other end of the phone was surprised. "Ah? He passed away?" "No, Mr. Zhan." Zhan frowned. "What's going on? Do you know who I'm talking about?" "Jilin, Chairman Zhan, it's true that one of our employees in the headquarters sales department had an accident today. He was the assistant to the sales manager, who had mentioned it to me. However, the person has been rescued, so the death benefit won't be needed. Instead, we can apply for an injury subsidy for him. What do you think, Chairman Zhan?" "Really, he was rescued?" Zhan couldn't believe it. He was at the scene of the accident, but he felt no breath when he touched the man's nose. Moreover, the front of the car was deformed, and he was covered in blood and crushed inside the car. The traffic jam was also long, so the paramedics could not have arrived in time to treat him. So, he was so badly injured, but he was still able to survive? Was that person so tough? I see. Then it's a work-related injury. After that, Zhan ended the call. He let out a sigh of relief. Whether it was a medical miracle or not, as long as the employee was fine, that was all that mattered. He was about to go back to his room when a message from Red Flame came through. Arrived home safely. Good, get some rest early. Clean up when you wake up. I'll pick you up tomorrow. After entering the text, Zhan sent the message. At the same time, at the rental house. Just as Red Flame was about to walk to the door, he saw Zhuxi and Sinan packing up. The already small living room was piled high with empty cardboard boxes. As soon as she saw her, Zushi asked in surprise, "Hey, Yen, you're back so early tonight? Not many orders today?" Red Flame looked around and asked, "Are you moving out tonight?" Zushi came over, took her hand and said with a smile, "Yes, we're moving tonight. You should pack up too. The truck will be here soon." Yen was stunned and asked, "Am I moving with you to where you live?" Zushi, "Yes, Xuannan rents a house with many rooms. One more or one less won't make a difference." She paused and said, "I wanted to tell you earlier today, but I didn't want to bother you because you were busy delivering food, so I waited until you came back to tell you about it. I promised that man to live in an apartment, so she can't move in with Zushi and the others. Cece, you don't have to bring me along. I've found a new place to live." Zushi was shocked. "Ah? When did you look for a place to live?" "No, I want to live closer to you. For the past 2 years, you have basically been paying the rent, and I feel bad about it, so this time, no matter what, you can live with us and we won't charge you." Yen again politely declined, "I really mean it, Shishi, I have a place to live now. I appreciate your kindness." Zushi pouts, "Okay, but if you don't like your new place, just let us know, okay? We'll come and get you." Yen smiled and said, "Okay. You guys go ahead and get ready. I'm going to wash up." Zushi, "Okay." Back in her bedroom, Red Flame took off her helmet and mask and took off her fluffy coat. Her delicate face and curvy figure were once again reflected in the full-length mirror. She was about to take her pajamas and go to the bathroom, but she decided not to go out because it was inconvenient to have a member of the opposite sex in the rental room. Zushi and the others packed until the early morning, and finally everything was loaded. On to the truck. Before leaving, Zushi wanted to say goodbye to Yen in person, but considering that Yen was already asleep, she didn't bother her. However, before leaving the rental house, Sun Nan took out 20,000 yuan and placed it at the door of Qian's bedroom to pay for the rent that Yen had paid for Zushi for the past 2 years. Before long, it was 7:30 in the morning. Yen took off her headphones and placed her cell phone on the bed, then got out of bed, put on her shoes, and walked out of the bedroom. When she opened the door, she saw a stool in the middle of the doorway with money and a note on it. Yen, we're leaving first. You take this money. We'll meet up again when we have time. No matter what difficulties you have, remember to contact me first." After reading the note, Yen slightly raised the corner of her lips. Then she took the money back to the bedroom and put it in her backpack. At 8:30, when Yen finished getting ready, the man sent her a message asking if she was awake. Yen replied okay and then waved her finger at her bedroom. At this time, a magical scene unfolded, and the things in her bedroom were automatically packed up. Chapter 13, Moving to a New Apartment. Zhan arrived at the rental house according to the location given by Red Flame. When he asked someone to come up and move the things, he was a little surprised to see only 3 suitcases. "Is that all?" Yen stood by the door and replied, "Yes, that's all. I don't have much stuff." Well, okay. If she wasn't so frugal in her daily life, she wouldn't have so few things. When she has time later, I'll take her out to buy some things she likes. After saying that, Zhan looked at the several porters and said, "Please take these 3 suitcases to the place I sent you to earlier." After the porters took the luggage downstairs, Red Flame and Zhan also went downstairs. When they went downstairs, Zhan didn't say much, and his attention was on the environment and floors of the building. From time to time, he would glance at the woman beside him, and before he knew it, his desire to protect this woman had grown stronger. There is no elevator on the 7th floor, and he has to go up and down twice a day, and he has to rush to deliver takeout food. He can't believe how this woman has endured it. When they got downstairs, Zhan opened the passenger door. Yen understood and walked in with her head down. To avoid her head hitting the roof, Zhan used the back of his hand to block her head. He didn't get back into the driver's seat until she was fully inside and sitting comfortably. It had probably been a long time since she had been in a car, and for a moment, Red Flame forgot to fasten her seatbelt. The man glanced at her and leaned over. Feeling the man's movement, Yen suddenly woke up and immediately took the seatbelt and fastened it, saying, "Thank you, I'll do it." Zhan retracted his body and sat down, started the engine, and slowly drove the car. After a few minutes, the car entered the driveway, and Zhan glanced sideways at Yen. The woman wasn't wearing a helmet today. Her long hair was simply tied back and rolled into a bun. From the side, the hairstyle was simple and casual, but it had an indescribable charm. If this woman had a good figure, she would look perfect in a cheongsam with this hairstyle. But she was still wearing the takeout delivery uniform, and her pants were also fluffy. Except for her height, he couldn't tell if she had a good figure. "Are you still delivering today?" Zhan asked. Qian looked at him and then looked at the front of the car, and replied, "Yes, after getting familiar with the new place, I will continue to deliver." After a pause, Qian asked, "Where is the apartment? Is it far from where I used to live?" Zhan replied truthfully, "It's a bit far, an hour's drive, but the apartment is close to my company." Qian was slightly stunned. Near his company? Could it be that he gave her the apartment that was assigned to him? "That should be where you live to go to work." "I live in your house, so where do you live?" Zhan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I don't need a place to live. There's another one next door." Qian. Next door? Next to his original company housing? So, after she moved in, they were neighbors? An hour later, Zhan drove into a high-end residential area. At the entrance to the community, only license plates are recognized, and only those with the right license plates are allowed to enter or exit. The security guards in the community are still young men with good figures. The security guards salute all vehicles entering and leaving. After getting off in the parking lot, Zhan indicated to Qian, "The elevator to the underground parking lot is this way." Qian followed the man's footsteps. After entering the elevator for a while, she saw the man press the 32nd floor. So, her new residence was on the 32nd floor. When entering the elevator, the man received a phone call. When the elevator reached the 32nd floor and the doors opened, the man had not finished talking. After getting out of the elevator, Red Flame walked down the left aisle, while Zhan walked down the right aisle. Zhan was on the phone, and when he glanced over and saw that Qian had not kept up, he immediately turned around, grabbed Qian's arm, pulled her back, and walked towards the left aisle, replying to the person on the other end of the phone in English. Red Flame looked at the man walking in front of her, holding her hand. She couldn't help but feel that she was a child, being held by an adult. The man was afraid that she would get lost, so he had to hold her hand. When they reached the apartment door, Zhan ended the call and looked back to find that he was holding Red Flame's hand. After letting go of her hand, he said to her, "This is the apartment. It's not very big, but it's perfect for one person." At this time, the apartment door was open. At this moment, 3 movers came out from inside. One of them said to Zhan, "Sir, we have moved everything inside." Zhan, "Thank you for your hard work." "Of course. We'll be leaving now." After the movers left, Zhan walked into the door first, then turned around and smiled at Red Flame and said, "Come in?" "Oh, okay." Red Flame replied and walked in. Zhan closed the door and followed behind Red Flame. Red Flame walked slowly forward, taking in the apartment. The man followed her, his lips curled up, waiting for her evaluation. After observing the apartment, she realized that it was not a small apartment. It was a large apartment with 3 bedrooms, a living room, a separate kitchen and bathroom. The living room alone is not as wide as the rental apartment she used to live in. When she remembered what the man had said at the door, that the apartment was not very big and was suitable for one person, she couldn't help but laugh. This man has never lived in a smaller apartment, so he thinks his unit is small? Wearing a mask, Zhan couldn't see the woman's expression and didn't know if the woman was satisfied with the apartment. He asked, "What do you think? Do you like it?" Qian asked him, "Is this the smallest apartment?" Zhan, "Yes. Although the apartment is quite large, since he has already moved in, he should just stay and not waste time looking for another place." "Okay, then I'll stay here." Zhan nodded, "Yes, I need a cook and a cleaner." "I'll find them for you. If you're not used to it, I'll cook for you every time I get off work." Qian was flattered and quickly declined, No, I can clean the house myself. After all, I'm a delivery person, and I usually eat out more often, so I don't want to trouble you with cooking for me." However, the truth is that she is a fairy, so it doesn't matter if she eats mortal food or not. "Zhan, it's no trouble. I basically cook for myself every time I get off work, so it won't be a problem if you have one more. Then when you're at home, I'll make an extra one." Qian nodded, "That's fine." After taking a look at the suitcase standing at the door of the master bedroom, Zhan said softly, "Do you need me to help you pack?" Qian, "No, thank you. I can pack this myself." Zhan, "Okay, then I won't bother you with packing. If you need anything, just give me a call." Okay. After walking a few steps, Zhan turned back and thought of something. "Oh, right, I have your ID card. Can I give it to you later?" Qian nodded, "Okay." After Zhan left, he closed the door. After looking around the living room, she opened the glass door to the balcony and stepped out. Suddenly, a towering skyscraper came into view at close range. That is the headquarters of the Zhan Group. Chapter 14, The Piano is So Beautiful. Before long, it was night. As Red Flame was returning to his car after delivering a takeaway, his phone rang. It wasn't the sound of a food delivery platform, nor was it a text message, but the sound of an order placed on the Wumingwang app. This means that there is an order from Wang. Xian quickly took out his phone and opened the Wang app to check the order information. The business of this app is to provide professionals to help customers solve problems. On the Wang app, you can find professionals of any profession. As long as you place an order, a professional will come to your home. After checking the information, Xian found that the customer was still looking for a musician. The service time was from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. It was only 7 o'clock, and there was still an hour before the service time. Red Flame went back to delivering takeout food. Zhan returned from outside and stopped in front of Qian's apartment. He thought that today, Red Flame only had a little luggage, so he planned to take Red Flame out tonight to buy some things. So he called Red Flame at the door. At the same time, Red Flame was waiting at the intersection for the traffic light to turn green. Seeing that the mobile phone on the front frame of the car had an incoming call display, and it was still marked as Zhan Yan directly pressed the answer button on the headset. "Hello, sir. Zhan, are you done? I'll take you out to buy some household goods." "On the way to deliver the food, sir. I have other things to do after 8 o'clock. I may be free after 10 o'clock. I'll buy it later when I have time." At this time, he saw the green light turn on, and he hurriedly said, "Sir, I have to drive now." He heard the beep of the phone line being disconnected, and with a regretful glance at the door, he walked over to the apartment next door. When he came out of the shower, the phone on the bedside table in the bedroom rang. Zhan walked over to the bed and sat down. He was wearing only a bathrobe, and when he sat down, there was no extra fat from his waist to his shoulders. Instead, his evenly toned muscles showed off a better line. "What's up?" Zhan answered the call from his friend and turned on the speaker, then put on the pajamas that were on the bed. "Come live the immortal. This old man is going to the club again." Zhan resolutely refused, "No. I'm heartbroken, come have a drink with me." Zhan. "The day before yesterday, I had a blind date with the daughter of the Zhang family, but it ended in a fiasco. But today he's heartbroken? When did he have a girlfriend? How did he not know?" But he could feel the drunkenness and the hurt in his friend's voice on the other end of the phone, and his hand stopped putting on his clothes. It seemed that the kid really had a broken heart. After hesitating for a moment, he took off the pajamas that he had not yet managed to put on. "I'm coming over. Don't drink too much," he said to the phone, and then went straight to the closet. It was 8 p.m., just as the nightlife of the big city was beginning. On the bar street, most of the people passing by are mature men and women. In front of the bar, better than a fairy's life. When Zhan walked straight in, he didn't notice that there was a familiar electric car parked next to it. The atmosphere in the bar tonight was different from usual. After entering, Zhan saw a band performing on stage, playing a birthday song. There were more than a dozen women in fancy dresses in the booths around the dance floor. One of them, Zhan recognized at a glance, was Zhang's daughter. At that moment, his drunk friend was kneeling on the ground, hugging the leg of the blind date from the night before, saying drunkenly and sadly, "Zhang, don't leave me, don't." As he spoke, his friend began to cry, and his snot followed, which he wiped directly on the skirt of the Zhang's daughter. At this moment, Zhan realized that, apart from the band on stage and the staff waiting on the side, there were only a dozen women and his friend. There were no other guests. But seeing his friend holding the legs of the Zhang family heiress and making himself so miserable, this scene was something that Zhan never expected. He was puzzled. Didn't his friend's blind date with the Zhang family's daughter end before it even began? How could the object of his broken heart be the Zhang family's daughter? Thin, if you don't let go, I'll break your arm. At this moment, Zhang Qin, who was being held tightly by her blind date the day before, was furious and shaking with anger. It was her birthday today, and she had invited a group of girlfriends to the bar, and had booked the whole place from 8 to 10 p.m. She also hired a band to perform and celebrate her birthday. As a result, this scumbag appeared out of nowhere, suddenly grabbed her leg and said something about being heartbroken. How dare he tell her about his breakup while holding her leg? He was still in a relationship with her, and he was on a blind date with her? He is really despicable. Zhan walked over quickly, glanced at his friend, and asked, "What's wrong with my friend?" Zhang Qin looked at the top-notch handsome guy in front of her, her expression frozen for a moment, and then asked, "Are you a friend of this scumbag?" Scum man? It seems a bit scum. Zhan nodded, yes. Since he is a friend of a scumbag, he is also a scumbag. Zhang Qin's attitude towards Zhan suddenly turned cold. She said unhappily, "Get him out of here. He's just broken up with another woman. What's he doing here? He's driving me crazy. Sorry, miss, I'll take him away now." After saying that, Zhan pulled his friend away from Zhang Qin. His friend was already drunk and yelled at him as soon as he was pulled away, "Asshole, don't touch her, she's mine." After Zhan dragged his friend 2 meters away, his friend passed out drunk and fell to the floor by the dance floor. Seeing the scumbag in that state, Zhang Qin was very displeased and irritated, so she shouted angrily, "Stop!" The band on stage stopped playing immediately. Zhang Qin said again, "Change the music." After a pause, she added, "I only want to hear piano music, and no other instruments. Pianist, play me some lyrical music." As soon as Zhang Qin finished speaking, the sound of the piano slowly began to reverberate throughout the bar. The familiar melody made Zhan expression change slightly and brought back his memories. 3 days ago, in the tea house late at night, he heard this beautiful piano piece, and it was this one. Zhan looked up at the stage and took a closer look. He discovered that in a dimly lit corner of the stage, there was a piano. A person was sitting at the piano and playing. Due to the lack of light, the dim lighting in the bar, and the distance, Zhan couldn't see the appearance of the person playing the piano. Under the soothing sound of the piano, Zhang Qin's emotions calmed down a lot. "The bar is reserved for tonight. Take your loser boyfriend and get out of here. I can't stand the sight of him," she said to Zhan in a bad mood, and then turned to her group of sisters. "Come on, sisters, let's continue celebrating." Zhan glanced at the corner of the stage, then put her friend's hand on her shoulder, helped her up, and led her out of the bar. A few minutes later, Zhang Qin said to the band, "Everyone else can leave, but the pianist stays." After the other musicians left, Xian, wearing a deliveryman's uniform and a helmet, came out from the corner, stood in the bright light, looked at the woman wearing a paper crown among the women, and asked softly, "Miss, what kind of music do you want to hear next?" Zhang Qin was surprised to see that the pianist was actually a female delivery person. Then she smiled and waved to Red Flame, "Miss, come here. You play the piano so well, I want to reward you." Chapter 15. This is a big order. Qian's eyes widened for a moment, then he stepped off the stage and walked over to Zhang Qin. Zhang Qin's sisters whispered to each other, "It's a delivery girl. Interesting. The delivery service is really a magical organization. I've never seen a female delivery girl before. She's so tall, I'm so jealous. Hey, didn't Qin invite a famous band to play at the bar? Why is there a deliveryman in the band?" Xian explained what the woman at the back had said. "Miss, the pianist of the band is on leave today, so I was asked to fill in at the last minute. The band that played before was the customer who ordered the musicians on the Wan Nang Wang platform today." Zhang Qin then took out her handbag and took out her cell phone and a business card. She opened the payment page on her phone and said to Qian, "Miss, you play very well. I really like it. Show me the QR code. I'll give you a tip." The tip was given because she liked the piano she played, and Qian did not refuse. She took out her phone, opened the QR code, and thanked her, "Thank you for your support, miss. The money has arrived, 10,000 yuan." When she heard the payment announcement, Qian was shocked. The lady in front of her was too generous, actually giving her a tip of 10,000 yuan. However, she must be rich enough to be able to afford the most famous bar in the city. Xian bent down again to thank her. "Thank you, miss, for your generosity." Zhang Qin then handed over the business card in her hand. "In a few days, my brother will have his birthday, and that day is also his engagement. Miss, you play the piano very well. I would like to invite you to play at my brother's birthday party. I hope you won't decline. This is a big order. How could I not accept it?" Xian decisively agreed. "Okay, miss, please give me a specific time and place. I will be there on time." "Zhang Qin, I don't know what time it will be held. How about this, miss, I'll add you to WeChat and contact you when the time is confirmed." Xian nodded, yes. At this time, at the entrance to the bar. After putting his friend, who was drunk and unconscious, in the back seat, Zhanlin was about to get back into the driver's seat when he caught a glimpse of Qian's electric car. He had noted the license plate of Qian's electric car when he went to the suburbs yesterday, so he knew at a glance whether the electric car was Qian's. After confirming that it was Red Flame's electric car, Zhanlin immediately looked around for Red Flame's figure. He was puzzled. The car was parked in front of the bar, but he had just come out of it and didn't see her. Could it be that she had just parked the car here and gone next door or somewhere else to deliver a takeaway? After waiting for a while, and still not seeing Red Flame return, Zhanlin called Red Flame's phone. However, after ringing for 2 seconds, the phone displayed that it was busy. At the same time, inside the bar, Red Flame glanced at the screen of her phone and did not immediately answer Jushi's call. She put away her phone and looked at Zhang Qin across the way, asking, "Miss, shall I continue to play upstairs?" Zhang Qin nodded with a smile, saying, "Sure, play something more cheerful." Outside the bar. After waiting for a while, Zhanlin still didn't wait for Qian, so he sent her a message and drove away. After waiting for a long time at a crossroads, Zhanlin suddenly woke up, grabbed his seat, and said drunkenly, "I don't want to go home and be pushed into marriage by my father. Old Zhan, I want to go to your place. Before he could finish, he passed out again. Zhanlin looked back and shook his head, speechless. After passing the intersection, he changed lanes and drove towards his apartment. It was almost 11 o'clock at night when Zhan returned to the apartment. She parked in the underground parking lot, not in front of the apartment building. She got into the elevator and went straight to the 32nd floor. After exiting the stairs, she turned right and was at the door to her apartment. However, when she got to the door and saw the lock mechanism, she remembered that she had not asked the man for the code. Xian took out her cell phone and was about to call the man when she realized that he had sent her 2 text messages. "Are you delivering food in the bar district tonight? I saw your car parked in front of the Living Buddha bar, but after waiting for a few minutes and not seeing you, I went back. I went to the bar to pick up a drunk friend." Seeing the content of the second text message, Qian was slightly stunned. Why did she send a second message to supplement the first? And it also seemed to be an explanation. Was he afraid that she would misunderstand that he went to the bar with other intentions? At the time, she was playing the piano in the bar for more than 2 hours, and only now did she notice the message on her phone. At the time, she had seen him and his friends, but because she had to coordinate with the band, she had no way to say hello. She closed the text message page and opened the address book, intending to call the man and ask for the password. But then she suddenly remembered something and didn't dial. Oh, he lives next door to her. She could just go and ask him for the password. At this point, the man should also be in the apartment, but she didn't know if he was asleep. Qian walked over, stood at the door to Zhanlin's room, and reached out to ring the doorbell. But suddenly the door was opened from the inside, and then a face with flushed cheeks and drunken eyes poked its head out. At this time, Zhanlin was taking a shower in the bathroom. His drunken friend suddenly got up from the sofa and stumbled to the door to open it. "Zhang Yi, is that you? You still can't bear to let me go, can you? Come, baby, let me hug you." Baowen spoke to Qian in a drunken and very coquettish manner, and also held out his hands to hug Qian. Qian knew at a glance that the man in front of her was still drunk. She moved slightly, and the man missed his target, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Instead of crying out in pain, Baowen fell to the ground and fell asleep, snoring loudly. Qian glanced at the man on the ground and then looked inside. She called out, "Sir?" Not hearing a response, she bent down, grabbed Baowen by the back of his shirt with one hand, and carried him into the apartment. She let go of him only when she reached the living room. At this moment, Zhan, who was only wearing a bathrobe, came out of his bedroom while wiping his semi-dry hair. When he looked up, his eyes met with red flames. At that moment, their breathing was blocked at the same time. Red Flame held his breath and his eyes slowly and uncontrollably swept down the man's face. His tall, well-toned body, his evenly toned muscles, his beautiful lines, his calves, which were not completely hidden by the bathrobe. There wasn't a single bit of excess flesh anywhere on his body. But when he was wearing a suit, he looked very thin. This man is thin when fully dressed, but has flesh when he takes off his clothes. After surveying him, Zhan felt her ears burning. She looked away sheepishly and stammered, "I didn't mean to barge in. I forgot to ask Mr. Zhang for the code today, so I couldn't get into the apartment." Chapter 16. Do you have any objections to giving this to my wife? Zhan was at a loss for a moment, and replied, wait a moment. Zhan didn't look at him, but stared at the fish tank in the living room, and nodded slightly, okay. When she heard the sound of the door closing, she turned around and looked at the door, breathing a long sigh. At this moment, the man also exhaled deeply with his back to the door, then went to the cloakroom. After a while, Zhan opened the door and came out. At this time, he had already changed into a gray and white casual outfit. Zhan felt a burst of light. Compared to the mature and stable look he had in his suit during the day, the man in casual clothes was inexplicably much more friendly and comfortable. He asked Zhan softly, "Do you need to change the password? Or do you want to continue using the original one?" "Zhan, either is fine." Zhan hesitated for a moment and then said the password is 6 nines. Zhan's eyes widened. She didn't expect the man to set such a simple password. Seeing her stunned expression, Zhan smiled and explained, "This is a high-end apartment building, and the main entrance is also under security management. There will be no criminals targeting this place, so don't worry about burglaries." Is this an explanation for why he chose such a simple password? Zhan nodded slightly, "Okay, I remember. Then I'll go back to my room first?" Zhan nodded in response, "Yes, if you need anything, call me or just come over to find me." "I know." After saying that, Red Flame turned around and walked out of Zhan's house. Zhan then went to the door and looked out, only to find that she was no longer there, so he closed the door. Zhan returned to the living room and looked at his friend, who was lying on the ground, snoring. Then, in a few quick movements, he dragged his friend onto the sofa and threw a thin quilt over him. He didn't even bother to cover his friend's chest with the quilt, and turned directly to the fish tank. He took the fish food and scattered it into the tank. The fish tank was very large, and under the light, the different colored fish created a colorful picture. After sprinkling the fish food, Zhan approached to take a look and found a small fish with a bright color that was already dying. It was obviously sick. Zhan sighed slightly. It seems that Bobo won't last 2 more days. After returning to her room, Zhan briefly packed her suitcase and then went to take a bath. Her pajamas were basically long, strappy dresses. The styles are simple, and there are only 2 or 3 of them. When she walked barefoot in the living room in her pajamas, with her hair pinned back at the back of her head, there was no trace of the appearance she had during the day when she was delivering food. If anything, she was similar in height. Although the pajamas are a bit bulky, the figure is still visible when she walks. Zhan took the clean takeout uniform from the suitcase, put it on, and then went to get the clothes in the bathroom and put them in the washing machine. She had 2 sets of takeout clothes, one for summer and one for winter. Every day when she returned to her rental room, she washed the clothes she had worn that day. In this season that is neither hot nor cold, she likes to wear winter clothes. At 6:30 a.m., the alarm clock goes off, and Red Flame gets out of bed, removes her headphones, and turns off the alarm clock. Then she goes barefoot out of the room to the bathroom to wash up. The floors in this apartment are so clean that she doesn't need to wear shoes. And the coolness of her feet touching the floor is very comfortable, and she likes it very much. Meanwhile, in the apartment next door, Bowen had already woken up and was sitting on the sofa, his head still a bit foggy. He looked at the unfamiliar living room in front of him and was confused. Whose house am I in? At this moment, Zhan came out of the kitchen and saw his friend awake. He said in a neutral tone, "Mr. Bo, finally your soul has returned to its place? It's really not easy." His friend was quite surprised to see him. "Old Zhan? How come it's you? When did we ever stay together? And this house, didn't you live in a villa before?" Have you moved? Zhan Lin took a look at the time on the phone in the living room, then put it down again. He quickly went to wash up, his whole body smelling of alcohol. He said angrily to his friend, and then went back to the kitchen. However, Bowen was still confused, sitting on the sofa, trying to remember what had happened. After 2 or 3 minutes, Zhan Lin came out with a packed breakfast and saw his friend still sitting on the sofa. He resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said, "I said, didn't you hear what I just said?" Bowen saw the breakfast in his hand and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and a look of hunger appeared on his face. "Old Zhan, are you delivering this breakfast to someone?" "Zhan Lin, to my wife." "Do you have a problem with that?" "Wife?" Bowen laughed, and while laughing, he got up. "Don't fool me. If monks like you who don't like women all have wives, then I would already be a grandfather." As a childhood friend, Bowen knows full well whether Zhan Lin has a wife or not. The women who want to marry Zhan Lin have already circled the globe, but Zhan Lin has never been interested in women. Zhan Lin is a business genius. He is already the richest man in the world at the age of 30. Faced with such an outstanding son, uncle, and auntie, Zhan simply didn't dare to press him for a marriage, so they could only pin their hopes on their best friend. Unfortunately, from the time he turned 18 to the time he turned 28, Zhan Lin was unyielding. He doesn't go on blind dates, he doesn't get married, he doesn't have a girlfriend, and he doesn't even like chickens. Do all top-notch successful people have quirks? And Lao Zhan's quirk is to be insensitive to women? By the time Bowen came to her senses, Zhan Lin had already reached the entrance. Alas, how could a young man want to become a monk? With a helpless sigh at the sight of Zhan Lin's back, Bowen went to the bathroom. Zhan Lin walked to the door of the Red Flame apartment. Instead of knocking on the door, he hung the breakfast on the doorknob and went back to his own apartment. He was worried that if Red Flame was sleeping, knocking on the door would disturb her rest, so he had to hang the breakfast on the door. But before he had gone back to his room for long, Red Flame opened the door and came out. Fortunately, the door handle was designed to be very user-friendly, so when she twisted the door handle, the breakfast didn't fall off. When she closed the door, she saw the breakfast on the door and her expression froze. She subconsciously looked over to the apartment next door and thought to herself, no one but that man would hang breakfast on her apartment door. Did he get up so early? Or did he get up so early just so she could have breakfast? A trace of guilt flashed in Cheyenne's eyes. It's not a good idea to trouble people like this. In the end, Cheyenne didn't take the breakfast back to Zhan Lin, but instead took it downstairs. When Bowen finished washing up and came to the dining area next to the kitchen wearing Zhan Lin's pajamas, there were already 2 more breakfasts on the table. He was rubbing his hands together, looking eager to tuck in. "Oh, it's different when you can cook, Zhan Dong. If I had this skill, I would have brought a woman home to show off my cooking skills." Zhan Lin poured 2 glasses of milk and handed one to Bowen before sitting down. As soon as he sat down, he said, "I have something to tell you. Don't say I'm hiding it from you. I got married 2 days ago." Pop. The milk that Bowen had just taken a sip of was sprayed out by him. Chapter 17, Little Sister has the potential to be a star. It seems that he had already anticipated his friend's reaction, and Zhan Lin took a napkin in advance to block his own breakfast, so he was not splashed by the milk that his friend sprayed at him. After spitting, Bowen quickly took a napkin to wipe his face, and asked in a hurry, "What's going on? Is it true? I don't believe it." He has been urging Lao Zhan for 10 years, but he still doesn't have a girlfriend. How can he have a partner to get married? And even if he had gotten a marriage license, how would he know when Lao Zhan had a girlfriend? Believe it or not. Lazy to deal with friends. Zhan Lin continued to eat breakfast on his own. Bowen moved his lips, wanting to ask more, but then thought of something and took his phone. "I don't believe you. You must be trying to trick me. I'd better ask my aunt directly." With that, Bowen already dialed the number of Zhan Lin's mother, Wenlan. It didn't take long for the call to be connected. Zhan's mother's laughter came through the phone. "Oh, it's Xiaowen. You haven't called your aunt in a long time. Are you busy at work?" Bowen glanced at Zhan Lin and replied to Zhan's mother on the other end of the phone, "Auntie, I'm not busy. I just wanted to call you because I missed you." "Oh, Auntie Zhan, is there something happy that made you smile so happily?" Auntie is looking at the marriage certificate of Xiao Lin and his wife. The daughter-in-law is really beautiful, and the more Auntie looks at her, the more she likes her. When she heard what she said, Bo Wen's head went round. The marriage certificate of Xiao Lin and his wife? The daughter-in-law is really pretty? Old Zhan, did you really get a marriage certificate? It's true. Auntie Zhan wouldn't lie to him. After hanging up the phone, Bo Wen glared at Zhan Lin with clenched teeth. I said, Lao Zhan, when did you fall in love? Why didn't you tell me? Do you still consider me your brother who shares your life and death? Zhan Lin said in a neutral tone, we never dated. We just got married. Bo Wen. After a moment of silence, he gave Zhan Lin a thumbs up, with a derogatory compliment, wow, that's awesome. You're not even in love and you're already getting married. Is this a business marriage? It seems that there is no other possibility except this one. Zhan Lin was drinking milk and had no time to talk. Bao Wen couldn't help but ask again, which family's daughter? The Zhang family? When he mentioned the Zhang family, Zhan Lin's hand stopped for a moment, and after putting down his cup, he squinted at his friend. But his reaction made his friend think the worst. Bowman's eyes widened in disbelief and he said, is she really the daughter of the Zhang family? Last time when I went on a blind date with her, you told me that she wasn't bad looking. You didn't reject her, did you? You felt sorry for her and went straight to the marriage registry with her? Zhan Lin's expressionless, it's a pity that you didn't become a screenwriter. Bowen was stunned, am I wrong? If she's not the Zhan's daughter, then who is she? Zhan Lin said in a bad mood, you're still talking about me. What's going on with you and the Zhan's daughter? Me? Bowen pointed at himself, confused. What about me? Zhan Lin, come, let me help you recall. Last night at 8 o'clock, you called me drunk. You said you had just broken up with someone, and then I picked you up at the bar. You were actually hugging Miss Zhang's leg. Isn't it you who had a story with Miss Zhang? How did it become that I got engaged to her? Bowen was shocked. Me? Drunk? Holding me in a bar? The blind date from the other day? Zhan Lin, yes. Bowen pulled at the corner of his lips. Huh, ridiculous. How could I possibly have a story with that boring woman? If there is no story, then what is the story of your heartbreak? Zhan Lin asked. Bowen turned his face away with a guilty conscience, rubbed his forehead, which was a bit sore, and seemed to remember why he had drunk last night. After a long pause, Bowen still couldn't say a complete sentence. Zhan Lin was impatient and got up, took his plate and put it away in the kitchen. Bowen sat at the table for a long time, and when Zhan Lin came out, he confessed, okay, I admit it, I'm heartbroken. Oh. Zhan Lin didn't seem to care, and left the dining area and went back to the bedroom. Bowen chased after him and said, hey, Lao Zhan, aren't you curious? Zhan Lin went straight to the closet and picked out a suit with a well-tailored fit. Bowen, leaning against the door, was a little anxious. Just be curious. Zhan Lin said in a neutral tone, it's up to you to say whether you want to talk about it or not. I'm too lazy to ask. Bowen thought for a moment, sighed, and said lightly, I talked to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi? Zhan Lin was stunned and looked sideways at his friend. Zhang Yi? Who is she? Why does this name sound familiar? Bowen, that's the little fat kid who followed us around like a puppy and said she wanted to marry us when she was little. After Bowen said this, Zhan Lin recalled and remembered that when he was a child, there was such a person. Then what? Bowen, then she went abroad when she was 10 years old and only recently returned to China. Zhan Lin was speechless for a moment. I asked about the two of you. Bowen, although she went abroad, I have been in contact with her. Every time I go to the overseas branch to handle work, I will meet her. You have no idea how beautiful she is when she grows up. Over time, we developed feelings for each other, but we never officially said we were going out. Zhan Lin, since you like each other, how did you break up? At this point, Bowen lowered his head, his eyes dull and his face full of sadness. Yesterday, I told her that I wanted to be a boyfriend and girlfriend, but she refused. She said she had never liked me and had always regarded me as a brother, and that she already had a fiancé. I couldn't accept this result and was very sad, so I went to a bar to get drunk. After getting drunk, he mistook Zhan's daughter for Zhang Yi. The two of them took another step closer to each other on the path of misunderstanding. Zhan Lin sighed slightly. I don't know what to say to comfort you, so I'll just say this, there are so many trees in the world, why hang yourself on one tree and then find another one to hang yourself on? Bao suppressed his own feelings of loss and said, "Can you comfort people?" By now, Zhan had changed into his clothes. The apartment code is 6 9s. You can stay for a few more days if you want. If you don't want to stay, I'm going to work now, so I can give you a ride. Thinking about going home and being nagged by his family about getting married, or being scolded for being blind and not wanting a girl as good as Zhan's daughter, Bowen lost the desire to go home. I'll stay here until I get over my heartbreak. My family is pressuring me to get married, and my apartment is under renovation. Staying in a hotel is no fun, so I might as well stay with you. Zhan, okay, you decide for yourself. I'm leaving. After a while, when he saw Zhan open the door and close it, Bowen suddenly remembered something he had not asked. Hey, old Zhan, you still haven't told me who you married. The door had already closed, and Bowen's words were cut off by the door, and Zhan did not hear them. As he passed by Zhan Yan's apartment, he saw that the breakfast that had been hanging on the door was gone. Zhan Yan's lips curled slightly. After delivering a few takeaways, Red Flame found a shop to take a table. During this time, he opened the breakfast that Zhan had made for him and started eating. The breakfast was a bowl of oatmeal, a fried egg, and a ham. There was also a small can of milk. As she was eating, a man passing by saw her face and his eyes lit up. The man came up to her, looked her up and down, seemed satisfied with her figure, took out a business card from his bag, and explained his intentions. "Hello, little sister. I am a talent scout. I think you have the potential to become a star. Would you like to join our company?" Chapter 18, Being the Wife of the Richest Man in the World. Xian looked up and saw a man in his 30s wearing glasses, a light blue plaid shirt and jeans, and carrying a backpack. She asked, "What did you just say, sir?" The man was not impatient, and sincerely explained his intentions again. "Miss, my name is Gao Lei. I am a talent scout. I think you have the potential to be a star because you are tall and have beautiful features." Xian declined politely, "I'm sorry, sir, I have my own work and I don't want to be a star." "Thank you for your appreciation. It's okay, little sister, you can think about it again. If you change your mind, you can contact me at any time." After saying that, the man handed Xian a business card and left. "Sir." Seeing that the man had already gone far away, Red Flame withdrew her hand holding the business card. She glanced at the card and looked around for a trash can to throw it in. Finding the trash a little far away from her, she casually put the business card in her jacket pocket, thinking to throw it away after breakfast. Zhan drove past this street and wanted to go to the market to buy some fruit and visit his brother in the hospital. After visiting his brother, he would go to the office. He glanced over and saw a familiar figure, squatting on the side of the road eating something. Zhan's eyes suddenly filled with pain. It was almost 8 o'clock, and she was only just eating the breakfast he had brought her at around 6:30. This woman doesn't know how to take care of herself. After finding a place to park, Zhan got out of the car and headed straight for Red Flame. How can the wife of the richest man in the world live such a miserable life? At this moment, Red Flame had already finished eating and was throwing the disposable chopsticks and bowl into the trash can. As soon as she had thrown it away, her hand reached into her pocket to get her business card, but suddenly someone grabbed her hand. Red Flame's displeased gaze followed the arm on her wrist to the person who had come. Seeing it was Zhan, her displeasure instantly disappeared, replaced by surprise. "Sir, why are you here?" Zhan looked deeply into her eyes and asked, "Can you quit this job?" It was a bit sudden, and the first reaction of Red Flame was to be stunned. Zhan added, "If you don't want to be idle and you like working, then find a job that is not difficult, as long as it is not delivery." So, was the man asking her to quit her job as a delivery person because he was worried about her? Is that okay? The man asked again, and his eyes, which were full of affection and pleading, made Xian unable to say no. She nodded slightly, "Okay." After seeing her agree, the man's furrowed brows relaxed, and now he could go home, rest for a few days, and then find an easy job. Okay. It seemed that apart from the word okay, Red Flame didn't know what to say in response. "I'll go to the hospital to visit my brother, then go to the company, and come back after the meeting in the afternoon. At that time, I'll accompany you to go shopping for some household items." The man's gentle arrangements left Xian confused, unable to think of anything. After seeing her ride off on her electric scooter in the direction of the apartment, Zhan returned to the car with a sigh of relief. After returning home, Xian changed her clothes and packed up her tools, clothes, helmet, etc. as a delivery person and stored them in the closet in the far corner of the closet. After that, she went back to bed and meditated. The man told her to take a few days off to look for a job, so she took a few days off. When she finished meditating, it was already afternoon. She remembered that some clothes were still in the washing machine and had not been taken out to dry, so she got out of bed and walked out of the bedroom. While she was hanging clothes on the balcony, Bowen returned from outside. After getting out of the elevator, he forgot which apartment was Zhanlin's. He came to the door of Xian's apartment and scratched his head. Should this be it? After a moment of hesitation, he said to himself, what the heck, the one with the correct code must be it. So he entered 6 nines into the lock on Xian's apartment. After entering the code, a clunking sound came out. Bowman smiled smugly. It was definitely this apartment, no mistake. He immediately grabbed the doorknob, twisted it open, and opened the apartment door. After entering, Bowen closed the door and walked straight to the living room inside, carrying some food in his hand. When he got to the living room, he immediately saw a woman on the balcony. The woman had long hair down to her waist and was wearing a short, tight-fitting, round-neck, long-sleeved, light blue undershirt. The length of the shirt just reached her waist, perfectly displaying the curves of her upper body. She was wearing brown high-waisted wide-leg pants that barely covered her feet. The half-height pants showed off her bare feet, which were not wearing shoes. The wide-leg pants not only make the woman's legs look slender and delicate, but also outline the line of her perky buttocks. The slender arms were swinging back and forth as she hung up the clothes. After seeing the back of Qian, one was stunned, unable to recover for a long time, and even swallowed a few times. He was sure that none of the actresses or models on the screen had a back as perfect as the woman on the balcony. This is not something that can be described as perfect. It is exactly like the female characters in comics, with an extremely impressive figure. Bowman couldn't help but think that if the woman's front was also very good, then this woman's figure would be completely impeccable. Just as he was admiring her, Bowen suddenly came to his senses and his face turned pale. He suddenly remembered that Zhanlin's apartment had no women. And the surrounding scenery didn't look like Zhanlin's apartment either. So, he had entered the wrong apartment? But if he had entered the wrong apartment, why was the code correct? Could it be that the apartment passwords in this upscale neighborhood are all the same? At this moment, Qian turned around after hanging up the laundry. When Bowen was thinking about what to do if he had entered the wrong apartment, he met the woman's gaze. He saw the delicate, beautiful, and elegant face of Qian and her curvy figure, and took a deep breath. How could there be such a perfect woman? Qian was surprised to see the man, and then smiled and said playfully, I thought it was Zhanlin coming in. When she was hanging out the laundry, she heard the door open. Zhanlin said he would be back in the afternoon, so she thought it was Zhanlin looking for her and didn't think much of it. Unexpectedly, it was a friend of Zhanlin. Bowen was too busy to pay attention to the woman's figure and appearance, and hurriedly explained, Miss, listen to my explanation. I didn't mean to enter the wrong house. It was completely the same as the password for your apartment and the password for my friend's apartment. Qian was slightly surprised. The apartment next door also had a 6-digit code? After thinking about it, she couldn't help but smile knowingly. That's right, both apartments belong to the same man, and he must have set the same password for convenience and ease of remembering. Qian smiled slightly and said to the man across the way, It's okay, I believe you, sir. I'm really sorry, I'll be going now. Bowen apologized while bowing and scraping, and backed away. But just as he turned around, he suddenly remembered the first thing the woman had said to him, I thought it was Zhanlin coming in. Bowman's eyes widened. Zhanlin? The woman behind him knew Zhanlin? Could it be? Bowen mechanically turned around, his eyes wide open and staring at Qian. You are Zhanlin's wife? Chapter 19, I am Zhanlin's wife. Qian thought that the man across from her was Zhanlin's good friend, and since she and Zhanlin had a marriage certificate, then Zhanlin should have told his good friend about the marriage certificate. That's why the man across from her asked if she was Zhanlin's wife. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded slightly. Yes, I am Zhanlin's wife. She had already taken a marriage certificate with that man, so they were husband and wife. Bowman was stunned again. Old Zhan secretly married a woman with a goddess-level appearance, figure and temperament, and only told him today. Old Zhan is really not righteous. Is he afraid that if he knows, he will take away his wife? At this moment, after learning that the woman across from him was Zhan Lin's wife, Bowen was depressed, angry, and jealous. He thought that Zhan Yi was already impeccable and that he would never find another woman as perfect as her, but he never imagined that his brother would find a woman even more perfect than Zhan Yi. Sister-in-law, I'm really sorry for disturbing you. I'll be going now. After he came to his senses and realized that he was still in the other person's apartment, Bowen apologized and backed away. This time, he really didn't come back. After leaving, he closed the door behind him. Back in the apartment next door, after putting the things in his hand in the kitchen, Bowen sat down on the sofa in the living room. He was very puzzled. Why did Zhan Lin get married and not live with the goddess? Could it be that the apartment next door was the goddess's home? Or because Zhan Lin brought him back last night and didn't want him to find out about the goddess and think of her in a bad way, so he moved the goddess to the apartment next door? No wonder why he made an extra breakfast in the morning and said he was taking it to his wife. So he really does have a wife. After thinking about it, Bowen was convinced of the latter and said to himself in a grumpy tone, Old Zhan must have been afraid that I would miss his woman, so he hid her in the apartment next door. Good old Zhan, you really judge a gentleman by his own standards. At around 3 p.m., a loud noise came from outside the balcony. Xian was sitting on the sofa in the living room, tapping the screen of his phone with his two thumbs. Although he didn't have to deliver food outside, there was a job on the Walmart platform this afternoon. A customer placed an order and needed an online translator to help translate a foreign document. So Red Flame decided to take the order, contacted the customer online, and translated the foreign document sent to her by the customer. It was a rather obscure foreign language, but she translated it with ease. After all, she is the Red Sky Empress. If she wants to learn something, it's a piece of cake. Hearing thunder, she put down her phone, went to the balcony to collect her laundry, and then closed the glass door to the balcony. After putting the clothes back in the closet, she returned to the living room sofa and sat down to continue translating. Meanwhile, the rain and wind were so strong that the clothesline on the balcony was rattling. At the same time, Zhan Ling, who had just finished work, stepped out of the elevator. When he passed by the entrance of Qian's apartment, he paused for a moment before heading to his own apartment. In the house, as soon as Wen heard the door open, he came over angrily and asked Zhan, Well, Zhan, you married such a beautiful wife, and you only thought of telling me today. Are you afraid that I will miss your wife? So beautiful? Zhan Lin was surprised. Have you met her? Indeed, his wife has a very pretty face. She is very different from the popular white, young and thin type. Her face is delicate and magnificent, beautiful and brilliant, and she has the face of a queen. She is also tall and, with a little bit of makeup, she would be unbeatable at a comic convention. Bowman's comment, I didn't know that the apartment next door had the same code as yours, so I accidentally entered the wrong one. Zhan Lin became nervous. You didn't scare her, did you? Bowen glared at him. Am I the kind of person who bullies his sister-in-law? Zhan Lin, it's best if you don't. Bowman laughed and asked, Where did you find this goddess-level wife of yours? I used to think that Zhan Yi was perfect and impeccable, but I only realized what a great beauty she was when I met your wife. She's truly beautiful. She has a nice figure and everything you could want. The point is, her figure is already top-notch, and her looks and temperament are even more superior. A goddess like this shouldn't be immortal. Zhan Lin looked at his friend unceremoniously. You have nothing better to do, so you like to study my wife? You're so mean, you can't even give me a compliment? You guys are already married. Even if I had the heart to, I wouldn't have the guts. Feeling the murderous intent coming from Zhan Lin, Bowen immediately shut up. Zhan Lin went back to the bedroom and wanted to call Red Flame, but then thought that she might be taking a nap at that moment, so he edited a text message and sent it. When the rain stops, I'll go out with you to buy some household items. The temperature dropped a few degrees this afternoon, so wear something warm and don't catch a cold. Meanwhile, in the apartment next door, Xian was still sitting in the living room translating documents. She looked at Zhan Lin's text message and then looked outside the balcony. It was still raining. She replied with a yes and continued translating the document. After taking a shower, Zhan Lin didn't look at her phone, but went straight to the living room with her laptop. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Zhan saw that the rain had stopped outside, so he closed the computer and went back to his room to get his phone. Seeing that the message from Red Flame had been sent at around 3 o'clock, he looked slightly stunned. At that time, he thought she was taking a nap, but he didn't expect that she wasn't sleeping. Zhan directly dialed Qian's phone, and within 2 seconds, the phone was answered. The gentle and somewhat cute voice of Qian came through. "Sir." Zhan said, "The rain has stopped. I'm going to change now. I'll find you in a few minutes." Qian replied with a good and ended the call. Zhan went back to the dressing room to change. When he came out of the bedroom, he saw his outfit and was instantly dazzled. He was wearing a black turtleneck sweater with black skinny jeans and a long black trench coat. The length of the trench coat reached Zhan knees. The trench coat not only lengthened his figure, but also made his figure impeccable. Seeing Zhan outstanding figure, Bowen shook his head and sighed. It's not enough to be rich and powerful, the key is also the appearance. Old Zhan, I'm about to be charmed to death by you, or I'll go to Thailand for a sex change operation and you can marry me too? Don't worry, I will never compete with the goddess for your love. Zhan looked disgusted. If he had the time to praise me, he might as well go and chase after his beloved woman. I'm going out to buy things with my wife, so you don't have to follow me. You can take care of dinner yourself. After saying that, Zhan walked towards the entrance. Bowen said behind him, "You're a guy who forgets his friends when he sees a pretty girl." When he arrived at the door of Qian's apartment, Zhan rang the doorbell. After a short while, the door was opened from the inside. Today, he wore the same pair of wide-leg pants and tight-fitting t-shirt, but... Chapter 20, A God-Level Gamer. Although he didn't change his clothes, he put on a long, thick down jacket. When the zipper was closed, the area above the knees and below the neck was wrapped like a dumpling. The clothes were still of the bucket type, not slim-fitting. Therefore, Qian's well-proportioned figure was completely covered by the down jacket. The man said that it had cooled down a few degrees in the afternoon, so he told her to wear something warm to keep her from getting cold. In fact, her immortal body doesn't feel cold or hot in the mortal world. She just didn't want to worry her man by wearing this down jacket. If she had just worn the inner layer, the man would have asked her to go back to the room to get another layer. Qian rarely buys clothes, and she only has 1 or 2 down jackets, so she just grabbed one and put it on and went out. Even her hair was casually tied at the back of her head and rolled into a ball. It seemed like a very sloppy outfit, but it didn't give Zhan a sloppy feeling. At this moment, Zhan saw Qian's casual outfit and didn't think much of it. For him, it was her freedom to wear whatever she liked, and he would not interfere. As long as she likes it. But when Qian saw his appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned and amazed. Men are naturally tall, and this outfit makes the man's figure appear even more slender and tall. In addition to being calm and mature, it also has a more cold and stern appearance than usual. Zhan smiled and said, "Let's go." Qian replied softly, "Okay." She then placed her hands in the pockets of her down jacket and followed the man's footsteps. After entering the elevator, she took out her mask and put it on. Seeing that the man was looking at her, she hesitated for a moment and explained, "There is a lot of dust outside, so I am used to wearing a mask. The world is not as clean as heaven." Zhan smiled slightly and said, "It's fine. She doesn't like to dress up and she doesn't talk much. This woman's circle of friends must be very small, right?" After a while, they got out of the elevator and quickly got into the car. Qian sat there for a moment, and then glanced over to see the man leaning over. She immediately snapped out of it and quickly buckled her seatbelt. "Thank you, I'll do it." This was the second time that Zhan had heard the same thing, and a trace of pain flashed in his eyes. He thought that this woman must have rarely ridden in a private car before and was not used to buckling her seatbelt. It also shows that the woman's family is poor and does not have a private car, a means of transportation that can protect her from the wind and rain. But from now on, she won't have to face the cold wind when she goes out. As her husband, even if it is only nominal, he will not allow his wife to be exposed to the cold wind. On the way to the shopping center, Qian kept looking at her phone and tapping the screen with her fingers. She still had some of the foreign language document to translate. Zhan looked at her from time to time, but she kept looking at her phone, typing away, and he didn't know if she was chatting with someone. Seeing her so busy, he didn't bother her on the way. They left the house at around 5 o'clock, and by the time they arrived at the shopping center, it was already getting dark. It was almost winter, and it got dark early. After parking the car in the parking lot of the square, Zhan got out of the car and took Qian to the supermarket in the shopping mall. After pulling a shopping cart, he said to Red Flame, "If you like anything, or if you need anything, just take it." Red Flame's invariable response, "Okay." Then she walked ahead, looking at the items on the shelves. This is a large supermarket, with a wide variety of products, and a single category alone takes up several shelves. There weren't many daily necessities in the apartment, such as laundry detergent and shower gel. Qian picked one of each. Zhan followed her slowly behind the cart, and noticed that the products she chose were not quite the same. Other customers either chose expensive or cheap products, but she chose all the unpopular, non-branded products. Zhan picked up the laundry detergent in the shopping cart and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you like this laundry detergent?" Qian looked back and explained, "The ingredients in it are very safe." Zhan was slightly surprised. How could she tell? It turns out that when she chooses products, she always thinks about safety first, not price or brand. Qian came over and leaned in to look at the ingredients list on the bottle of laundry detergent, pointing with her finger, "Look at the ingredients on this list. Most of them have no side effects. You don't have to worry about toxins remaining on your clothes when you choose this laundry detergent. The manufacturer of this laundry detergent is very conscientious and uses only safe materials." Zhan looked at the chemical words and letters on the ingredient list, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes again. If you take those letters and words individually, consumers may recognize them, but when they are combined, non-professionals simply do not understand what these ingredients represent or whether they have any technological components. This woman not only understands the ingredients list, but also knows whether the ingredients have any side effects? If she didn't have a strong knowledge of chemistry, she probably wouldn't know what these things represent. She must have a high level of education, right? Then why is she a delivery person? "Excuse me, please move aside." At this time, the customer behind him with a shopping cart signaled. After being interrupted, Zhan stepped aside. Qian put the laundry detergent back in the shopping cart and continued to select other items. The man followed her, looking at her back, still wondering how she could understand such a complicated ingredient list. After about half an hour of shopping, Red Flame felt that she had picked out most of the items and said to Zhan, "Shall we go to the checkout?" Looking at the not-so-full shopping cart, Zhan felt a bit surprised. "Enough?" Qian nodded. "I live alone, I don't need that much." Zhan did not insist on persuading her to continue shopping. "Well, that's enough, then let's go to the checkout." When it was time to pay, Zhan saw that Qian had taken out her cell phone and said, "I'll do it. You go to the door and wait for me." Qian did not rush to pay the bill, glanced at the amount on the cash register display, and walked away. Zhan came out after paying the bill and said to Qian, "I'm going to put the things in the car. We'll go to the 5th floor for dinner in a while. Wait for me here." Qian didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. After Zhan had gone, she lowered her head and looked at the ground, not knowing what she was thinking about. Suddenly her phone vibrated in her down jacket pocket. Qian returned to her senses, took out her phone and looked at it. She saw it was a strange number and hesitated before answering. "Hello?" A very enthusiastic young man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Master, it's me. We spoke on the phone the day before yesterday. Remember? When I was playing the Ultimate Elite, I was surrounded by enemies. You taught me over the phone how to escape safely from the enemy's encirclement. Remember? It turned out to be the landlord I contacted when I went to the countryside to rent a house the day before." Qian replied, "I remember. What do you want?" The other person said, "Master, you must be a god-level gamer. I want to be your student. Is that okay?" "I'm sorry, sir, I don't take on apprentices. Please find someone else." After rejecting the other party, Qian hung up the phone. At that moment, a boy about 18 years old walked past her, with a cell phone in his ear, and said anxiously, "Hello? Master? Master, are you still there?" At the sound of his voice, Red Flame's eyes flashed. What a familiar voice. Master? No way. The person she just spoke to on the phone was the boy in front of her? What a coincidence. Chapter 21, Now I realize how good her figure is. After 2 rings, he stopped when he didn't hear a response from the other end of the line. At this moment, the master he had just talked to was looking at him from half a meter away. Huayun put the phone to his ear and looked at the screen. He saw that the call had ended and couldn't help but vent his frustration. Master, I'm not a liar. Why did the call end so quickly? He felt someone watching him and looked over to the side, suddenly catching sight of Qian's gaze. The hand that Qian had tucked into his down jacket suddenly reached out and waved slightly towards Huayun, with a smile in his eyes. Perhaps she felt that they were destined to meet, so she deliberately said hello. Huayun was stunned, wondering if the woman across from him was greeting him. He immediately turned his head to look around, and behind him, to make sure that the woman was greeting him, and then looked back at Qian. Do you want my WeChat? Huayun walked up to Qian and asked, with a smile on his lips. He thought, she was so bold as to greet him, so this woman must have fallen in love with him at first sight. When did he become so charming? He could be liked by girls just by walking down the street. Qian held back a laugh and said, Young handsome man, don't misunderstand. I just had a cramp in my hand and twisted my wrist a bit. Huayun. So, he misunderstood? He was being self-absorbed? Hey, Nan, where is your game company? I'll come find you. Fengyun pretended to be on the phone and walked away, embarrassed. Qian looked at Huayun's departing back and couldn't help but smile. Young people are fun. After waiting for about a minute, Zhan returned with his things. He asked softly, Do you prefer Western or Chinese food? Red flame, either. How about hot pot? It's cold, so hot pot will warm you up. Okay. Red flame continued to be economical with words. Afterwards, she followed Zhan to the self-service hot pot restaurant on the 5th floor of the mall behind. But as soon as they reached the door, they ran into Bowen coming from the side. Oh, Zhan, what a coincidence. Bowen was both surprised and happy. Then she greeted Red Flame standing next to Zhan. Hello, sister-in-law. Qian nodded slightly in response, as a sign of politeness. I thought my good friend would stay in the apartment, but I didn't expect him to come here for hot pot. Zhan asked, Are you alone? Bowen, yes. What hot pot can you eat alone? After giving his friend a piece of his mind, Zhan walked into the hot pot restaurant. Bowen followed and retorted, I suddenly felt like eating. What's wrong with being alone? The waiter came up to them. How many people are there? Zhan, 3. Waiter, okay, sir, this way please. Afterwards, the waiter took Zhan and the other two to a 4-person table by the window. Qian and Zhan sat on the same sofa, with her sitting by the window. As soon as Red Flame sat down, Bowen went to get the ingredients. They were eating a buffet-style hot pot. There was a row of ingredients in the aisle, with a wide variety of ingredients and everything you could think of. What do you like to eat? I'll get it for you. Zhan asked. Qian took off her mask and put it in her pocket. She said in a sweet voice, I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky. Once he took off his mask, he couldn't help but notice that beautiful face. Feeling that he had lost his mind, Zhan turned around with an unnatural expression and went to get the ingredients. He didn't expect that this woman, who had just been certified with him for 2 days, was not only beautiful, but also relatively quiet and very obedient. After sitting for 2 or 3 minutes, staring out the window, the two men returned one after the other. She was surprised to see that Bowen had brought back several stacks of meat. Judging by the amount of meat, this man's stomach could not possibly be full. No, it was the stomachs of both men that couldn't be filled. Zhan only took some vegetables and seafood. Seeing that Bowen had taken so many meat dishes, she was also surprised. You took so much, can you finish it all? Bowen looked confident. Don't worry, I can eat twice as much as that. If I can't finish it, I'll post a video of me doing a handstand to wash my hair in my circle of friends. Zhan, I'll wait for your hair washing video. They ordered a hot pot, and while they were eating, Bowen accidentally spilled the soup with chili oil on the down jacket sleeve of Qian, who was sitting across from them. Seeing this, he quickly got up to apologize, sorry, sister-in-law. Before he could get a tissue to wipe the oil stain off, Zhan had already taken a tissue and wiped it off for him. But the oil stain was too stubborn, and the more he wiped it, the dirtier it got. Qian said, It's okay, I'll just go to the bathroom and deal with it. Zhan replied, and got up to make way. After Qian went to the bathroom, Zhan gave Bowen a look and said, "Look what you've done." Bowen looked innocent. "I didn't do it on purpose. The worst I can do is buy your wife a down jacket." Zhan took out his phone and showed the payment code without changing his expression. "The money for the down jacket will be transferred here." Bowen was furious. "Hey, Chairman Zhan, have you lost your mind? You're already the richest man in the world, and you're still asking me for the money for a down jacket? Are you serious? Zhan, didn't you say you wanted to make amends? You have to keep your promise." Bowen. Reluctantly paying for the down jacket, Bowen glared at Zhan, the stingy bastard. Then he got up to get the hot pot ingredients, but he didn't look to see if there was anyone in the way, and walked straight out into the aisle, bumping into someone. The person she bumped into was Zhan. Zhan and her two sisters came to this restaurant to eat hot pot. They were about to find a seat when someone suddenly blocked her way. Zhan took a step back and saw that the person who had bumped into her was the scumbag who had set her up on a blind date. She was furious and said, "It's you again, scumbag." Bowen was also surprised to see her, and said, "It's you, Miss Zhan." Realizing that this time it was his fault, he apologized, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." His tone, which didn't sound like an apology but rather like a provocation, made Zhan angry. She took a deep breath and said, "You. Forget it, Zhan, don't get involved with this scumbag. Let's go." The sisters who came to eat hot pot dragged Zhan away. When they were far away, Bowen said with a sigh, "It's really a narrow road to meet someone over a hot pot." Zhan couldn't help but smile and joked, "I think you two are a good match. Why don't you get together?" "Humph, even if all the women in the world died, I would never marry this tigress." After that, Bowen went to get the ingredients angrily. After taking off his down jacket in the bathroom, Zhan took advantage of the fact that there was no one around to use magic to remove the grease stains on the sleeves. After washing her hands, she took the down jacket out, but instead of putting it on, she hung it on her arm. When she walked down the aisle by the window, Zhan glanced up and saw her coming towards him. Her well-proportioned figure, with a small waist and a big butt, caught his eye. Zhan was stunned. Usually, he saw Qian wrapped in a fluffy coat and pants, and he wasn't sure what the woman's figure was like. Now he realized how perfect her figure was. Chapter 22, Zhan, she is my wife. It was only when Qian arrived that Zhan came back to his senses. He had always thought that this woman was a delivery person running around every day, and that her body should be thin and her skin dark and yellow. But he never imagined that she had fair, flawless skin and a body with curves and substance. He couldn't help but think that this woman must have realized that she was too beautiful and had a great figure, so she wore a mask to hide her face and loose clothing to cover her figure, in order to prevent others from having any thoughts about her. Or maybe she just doesn't like to dress up? With such a body, she needs to manage her time, but she has to deliver takeaways every day, so how can she manage her body? Or is her body just naturally like that? Seeing the man staring at her, a little lost in thought, Qian smiled lightly and asked, "What's wrong, sir?" Zhan suppressed the obsession in his eyes, got up and let him pass. "Is it okay? Can the oil stains on the down jacket be washed off?" Qian sat back against the window and hung the down jacket on the back of the chair before replying, "It's not serious, it's gone. Just a little oil stain, and it was done with a little magic." Bowen brought back more meat. Zhan looked at the pot and felt powerless. "I said, don't you know that you will be charged for leftovers? There is still so much in the pot, why did you bring so much back?" After putting the food down, Bowen patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, I can finish it all. You have to eat your way back to the buffet." Zhan's expression was speechless. "Don't wait to slap your face." Bowen smiled and gestured to Qian, "Sister-in-law, eat more. By the way, I don't know your name yet." Qian smiled and replied with 2 words, "Qian." Bowen was about to ask which 2 words they were, when he glanced at Zhan, who was walking past expressionlessly. Seeing Zhan alone, with a bag in her hand, as if she was about to leave, he was a little surprised and called out to her, "Miss Zhan, aren't you going to eat hot pot?" Zhan stopped, turned around, looked at Bowen, and impatiently said, "What does it matter to you if I eat or not?" If it weren't for the fact that the 2 sisters had to leave in a hurry, she wouldn't have been unable to eat hot pot. "It's no fun eating alone, so I might as well go home and sleep." Qian saw Zhan's face and was surprised. Isn't this the rich lady who booked the bar last night for her birthday? At the time, because I really liked the piano she played, I generously rewarded her with 10,000 yuan and added her to WeChat. I said that in a few days, I would invite her to play the piano at her brother's birthday party. Miss, we meet again. Qian smiled and waved to Zhang Qin, greeting her. Zhang Qin followed the sound of his voice and saw the unfamiliar and beautiful face of Qian. A flash of amazement immediately crossed her eyes, and she thought to herself, she is so beautiful. Miss, do we know each other? Zhang Qin pointed at herself in a daze and asked. She tried to remember, but she couldn't recall having seen such a beautiful woman before. Qian smiled and explained, Miss, we met at the Living Immortal bar last night, and we added each other on WeChat at the time. Last night? The bar? Zhang Qin's mind flashed back to the female delivery person. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and asked in surprise, that delivery girl? Qian smiled and said, yes, it was me. Oh, are you that pretty? You were wearing a mask last night, so I couldn't tell. While saying this, Zhang Qin moved away from Bowen with disgust. You scumbag, get away from me. After squeezing past, she sat in the window seat, facing Red Flame. She looked up and down at Qian, and as soon as she saw the beauty, she was excited and excited. You are really beautiful, little sister. Qian smiled and praised her back, Miss is not bad either. Zhan Lin frowned slightly. Yesterday he also went to the Immortal bar, but he didn't bump into her? Bowen looked at Zhang Qin beside him with a blank expression on his face, and thought to himself, does this female tiger have to be so familiar? This is our seat, why is she getting in the way? After a hot pot meal, the two women talked about themselves, and the topic was basically praising each other's beauty. Although the two men didn't talk much, their hands were never idle. From time to time, they would scoop up some food and put it in the bowls of the two women. While they were eating and talking, they unconsciously finished a lot of food. Although Bowen really disliked Zhang Qin, his hand was inexplicably putting food into Zhang Qin's bowl. I'm so happy to have made such a beautiful friend like you. Come, let's have a drink. Noticing that there was no wine on the table, Zhang Qin unceremoniously urged the next person, Bowen, to bring 2 bottles of wine. Bowen was furious. This tigress actually dared to order him? I wanted to scold him back, but the words were on the tip of my tongue and I held back. Reluctantly, I got up and went to get them. At this time, Zhan Lin put 2 slices of potato in Qian's bowl. When Zhang Qin saw this, she hurriedly asked, are you in a relationship? One is beautiful as a fairy, the other is handsome and imposing, both are top-notch in terms of looks, and they are obviously a couple. Zhan Lin responded, she is my wife. When Qian heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and a feeling of understanding welled up in his heart. Bowen returned with the wine, saying that he had only brought 2 bottles. He unceremoniously put the wine in front of Zhang Qin and said, here you go. No need to thank me. Seeing that the bottle cap was still there, Zhang Qin impatiently said, wait for a girl to unscrew the bottle cap? As a man, can't you be a gentleman? Bowman gritted his teeth and wanted to say, don't push it, but what came out was, okay. Then, cursing under his breath, he picked up the bottle opener and opened the bottle. Miss, here you go. After handing one of the bottles of wine to Qian, Zhang Qin looked at Zhan Lin and asked, sir, is it okay for you to let your wife drink some wine with me? Zhan Lin looked at Qian and said in a soft tone, it's fine, if she can drink, I can drink for her. Zhang Qin was full of admiration, wow, little sister, your husband is so good to you. Qian thanked Zhan Lin softly, saying, thank you. No need. You guys drink first, I'm going to the bathroom. Bowen immediately set off, and I'm going too. But when they returned, Zhang Qin was already lying on the table. Bowen, this. Qian smiled helplessly. I didn't expect her to drink it all in one go. Zhan Lin looked at Zhang Qin's bottle of wine, which still had more than half a bottle of wine left, but Qian's bottle had already reached the top. Are you okay? Qian shook his head. I'm fine. Seeing that she didn't have a hint of drunkenness on her face, Zhan Lin didn't worry about anything. But it was clear that his wife could drink. Let's go. Zhan Lin said to Qian, look at Bowen across the way. Mr. Bo, you're in charge of Miss Jiang. Bowen looked at Zhang Qin with disgust. Why me? Zhan Lin asked in return, is it me? Bowen looked at Qian and didn't say anything. At this time, Zhan Lin took the down jacket in one hand and took the hand of Qi Yan in the other. Let's go. Qi Yan looked at the clasped hands and replied blankly, okay. Chapter 23. The door was locked, and they were forced to live together that night. Back at the apartment door, Red Flame entered the code to open the door. Seeing her reach out to get something, Zhan Lin said, "It's a bit heavy, I'll get it." He then carried the groceries he had bought that evening into the apartment. Qi Yan moved his lips, wanting to say something, but in the end he said nothing and followed her inside. In fact, she wanted to say that she was stronger than him, that she could split mountains and crack the earth, that she could split the sea and break the sky, and that carrying such a small amount of things was not at all exhausting. After bringing the things in, Zhan Lin put them on the coffee table in the living room. Well, you should get some rest. Qi Yan nodded, and so did Mr. Zhan. After Zhan Lin left, he gently closed the door to the apartment before returning to his own. During his shower, he didn't hear any noise at the door, which was covered by the sound of the water. The master bedroom has a separate bathroom. When he came out of the bedroom, he saw Bo1, who was exhausted and lying on the sofa panting heavily, and Zhang Qin, who was lying on the other sofa in an indecent sleeping position and was unconscious. He was shocked and angry. How did you bring her back? Bowman said weakly, I live here, so I can't just leave her on the street. Zhan Lin, isn't there a hotel outside? Bowen continued in a weak voice, I also wanted to take her to a hotel, but I searched her bag and didn't find her ID card, and I didn't have it with me. Zhan Lin. After a moment of silence, he asked again, doesn't she have a cell phone? Call her family. Bowen interrupted him, it's out of battery. It seems that this pair of enemies are destined to come together. Zhan Lin helplessly rubbed his forehead. Okay, I forgive you. Brother, you have no idea how heavy this tigress is. Bowen complained listlessly. Zhan Lin pretended not to hear him. I'm going to sleep. Help yourself. Bowman's expression crumbled. Hey, are you going to take care of her? She's been acting crazy all the way here, and she just calmed down a little bit. What if she starts acting crazy again later? Zhan Lin's voice was ruthless, it's not my woman, you take care of it yourself. Bowman protested, that's not my woman either. At least she went on a date with you. Bo won. Realizing something was wrong, he asked, aren't you going to sleep with your goddess? Aren't you married? Zhan Lin didn't say anything, and went straight back to his bedroom, closing the door behind him. He walked over to the bed, sat down, and took a look at his phone. He found that the battery was low, so he opened the drawer of the bedside table to take out the charger to charge his phone, and saw a household registration book. Zhan Lin then remembered that he had not returned the household registration book and marriage certificate to Qi Yan. After charging his phone, he went to the closet. When he came out of the closet, he had already changed into a clean and refreshing casual outfit. He then took Red Flame's ID and walked out of the bedroom. Except for Zhang Qin, who was still lying on the sofa, Zhan Lin did not see the figure of Bo1. After listening carefully, he realized that there was a sound of water coming from the second bedroom. Bowen must be taking a shower. Zhan Lin didn't think much of it and walked out of the apartment to ring the doorbell of the Red Flame apartment. After he came out, the door to his apartment slowly closed automatically. Qi Yan was packing up the groceries she had bought that night. When she heard the doorbell, she put down what she was doing and walked to the door. She looked through the peephole and saw Zhan Lin, so she opened the door without hesitation. At the same time, Bowen had already finished his shower and came out. He was afraid that Zhang Qin would open the door in the middle of the night and go out drunk, so he went over and locked the door to the apartment. Then, he threw a thin quilt on Zhang Qin with disgust, went back to the second bedroom, closed the door, and fell asleep. At this time, next door, Zhan Lin handed the ID in his hand to Qi Yan. Your ID. It turns out that he came to return her ID. Thank you. Qi Yan reached out and took the documents in his hands, and flipped through them. There was a marriage certificate, which was tucked inside the household registration book, and the ID card was tucked inside the marriage certificate. Zhan Lin glanced at the household registration book, and the eye-catching note that said raised in a welfare institution reminded him that he had a question to ask this woman. You grew up in a welfare home? Qi Yan was stunned, closed the household registration book, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded, yes. In fact, she created this identity to make life easier in the mortal world, and it doesn't mean that she is an orphan who grew up in a welfare institution. She had forged the household registration, but it had legal effect. Afraid that the other party would be suspicious, Zhan smiled slightly and said, "It's fine, I was just asking casually, I didn't mean anything." "Then you should get some rest early, I'm going back." Qian nodded, "Okay." After watching the man walk towards his apartment, Qian did not close the door right away, but stood at the door and opened her household registration booklet again. Then, she opened the marriage certificate that was tucked inside the household registration book. Looking at the wedding photo on the marriage certificate, she slightly raised the corners of her lips, and her eyes were filled with bright stars for a moment. Zhan returned to the door of his apartment and directly entered the password. The result was that the screen displayed that the door was locked, and he was stunned. It must have been Bowen who locked it. It's strange. Bowen didn't see him leave, so why did he lock the door? Was he afraid that Zhang Qin would open the door in the middle of the night and go out by herself? Thinking of this, Zhan pressed the doorbell. But after ringing the doorbell for a long time, no one came to open it, so he knocked on the door and called out, "Bowen?" Qian was about to close the door when she heard Zhan's voice, so she peeked out to take a look. Just then, Zhan looked over and saw her, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. He shrugged his shoulders and smiled awkwardly. "My friend locked the door." Qian was stunned. "Is that true? Then you will have to stay with me for the night." After a while, Zhan closed the door and walked into the living room. Seeing that Red Flame was packing up the shopping bags, he said, "Do you need any help?" Qian said, "No, you go to bed if you're tired." "Don't you have to go to work tomorrow?" "I can do it myself." "Okay, then after you finish packing, go to bed early." After a brief glance at Zhan returned to the bedroom. However, when he entered the bedroom, he realized that there were no bedding in it. The whole room was empty. It suddenly occurred to him that the apartment was newly purchased. Although he had bought beds for each bedroom, he had only bought bedding for the master bedroom. After all, that woman lived alone, and he didn't think much of it at the time, so he just had a bed and bedding set installed. Facing the white mattress, Zhan rubbed his eyebrows and felt stupid for himself. He didn't lack money, so why didn't he arrange for the furniture company to arrange the bedding for the second bedroom at the time? Now he was kicking himself for being so stupid. It was so cold, how would he spend the night? A sneeze, an untimely one, interrupted the silence. Zhan rubbed his nose. Qian heard the sound and walked to the door of the second bedroom. She had never opened the doors to the two secondary bedrooms since moving in, and she didn't know if there were beds in them. Seeing that the man was now facing a mattress, Qian. Chapter 24, The Long-Burning Demon Lord Has No Chance. Zhan is now very upset. He wanted to use his phone to contact his friends, but his phone was charging in his bedroom. He wants to sleep in his wife's second bedroom, but there are no blankets. Is the Lord of Heaven deliberately making him go through all these embarrassing things to bring him closer to his wife? It seems that, in this apartment, there is no second set of bedding except for the one in the wife's master bedroom. It is impossible for him to sleep with a woman in the same bed tonight. The woman will definitely think that he locked the door on purpose just to sleep with her. Out of anger, she will divorce him tomorrow. In that case, the marriage would be in vain, and how could he continue to repay his brother's kindness? So, it's cold tonight, so be it. He'll just have to spend the night in this bedroom. Thinking of this, Zhan turned his head resignedly and planned to close the door and get ready for bed. Seeing Qian standing at the door looking at him, he froze. This is embarrassing. She found out. Zhan was embarrassed and was about to speak, but Qian spoke first. "Sir, go to my room and sleep, don't catch a cold." Zhan was stunned. Did he hear me right? After a moment of hesitation, Red Flame explained, "Well, it's like this. I sleep a lot during the day and afternoon, so I'm sure I won't be able to sleep at night, so." The implication is that he can sleep in her bed without any worries. It took a while for Zhan to find his voice again. After Zhan left the second bedroom, he saw Qian busy in the kitchen. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't think of what to say. But in the end, he didn't think of anything to say, and he went straight back to the woman's bedroom. He had let the owner of the furniture company help him choose the things in this bedroom. The colors were simple and high-end, and it looked very comfortable. Zhan walked over to the bed and sat down, glancing at the cell phone that Qian had placed on the bedside table. Her ID card was also on the nightstand, and it hadn't been put away yet. After sitting there for a few minutes, Zhan rolled over and lay down. The woman's bedding in the bed had a very special fragrance. This fragrance, which he had never smelled before, seemed to be something that did not belong to this earth, but it smelled exceptionally good. Zhan was so lost in thought that he didn't notice that Qi Yan was standing at the door at this moment. Red Flame slightly waved her fingers, and a bright, beautiful, and dazzling spell overflowed from her fingertips, permeated the walls, slipped into the bedroom, invisibly covered the man's head, and penetrated it. Zhan soon became sleepy and fell asleep. After the man fell asleep, Red Flame walked into the bedroom and took her cell phone. When she left, she couldn't help but look at the man's face and stare. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared next to her. Then, the light turned into a person. Zhan glanced at the man in bed and sighed deeply. Alas, the chance for the long-burning demon master is gone. He is quite good-looking, but... Qi Yan glanced at him, said nothing, and left with her phone. She sat down on the sofa and checked the Universal King platform to see if there were any orders. Zhan walked over to her, dressed in ancient costume, and looked slender. He asked in bewilderment, "Your Majesty, you could have refused the family's offer of gratitude, but why did you agree to marry that mortal and even live with him?" Qi Yan looked at his phone while calmly responding to his subordinate. "When I first saw him, I felt that he was very different." Zhan said, "No matter how different he is just a mortal. Although this person is considered a fine product of the mortal world, you are the great emperor of the heavenly realm. Your official partner must also be as powerful as you, Your Majesty." Red Flame raised an eyebrow and said lazily, Should he be like the demon king in the demon realm? Zhan laughed nervously. Although his subordinates have never seen the demon lord, they should not be bad-looking, right? Red Flame asked in return, "You haven't even seen him, so how do you know that the demon king doesn't look bad?" Zhan lost his confidence in his words. I heard the gods of the heavens mention it." Red Flame withdrew his gaze from Zhan, looked at his phone, and said, "I've been on this mortal plane for nearly 1,000 years, and I've experienced everything except love. Now that I've met someone I like, I think I'll give it a try." Zhan was concerned. "It's fine to experience it, but I'm just worried that you won't be able to get away." Red Flame, "We'll talk about that when the time comes. By the way, you've been in the mortal world for a while now. Don't you want to go back?" Zhan smiled innocently. "Since you said that you have a fulfilling life in the mortal world, I also want to experience the mortal world. It's up to you, but don't use your magic to scare humans." Zhan, "I understand." Before long, it was morning. Zhan woke up and subconsciously turned his head to look at the side of the pillow. Seeing no trace of Qi Yan, he felt a sense of guilt. He had taken her bed. The woman must have been awake all night. Even if she was tired, she must have endured it. Zhan got up and walked out of the room. He looked around, but didn't see the figure of Qi Yan. "Is she out?" Zhan said to himself, and left the apartment, trying to enter the password to see if his apartment door was locked. Just as he was about to enter the code, the door suddenly opened from the inside. Then, Jiang Qin ran out of the room in a slightly disheveled state. Seeing him, she was a little frightened. But she didn't say anything, and ran straight out, heading for the elevator. Zhan recalled Jiang Qin's expression, her disheveled clothes, and the red marks on her neck. His eyes suddenly widened. Could it be? Thinking of something, Zhan quickly walked into the apartment to look for the figure of Bo Wen. When he saw Bo Wen in the second bedroom, Bo Wen's clothes were scattered on the floor, and he was half lying in the bed, his upper body uncovered and not wearing any clothes. He was holding a cigarette in his hand and looked despondent. When he saw Zhan enter, Bo Wen took a puff of smoke and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Without waiting for Zhan to ask, he said with a hopeless look, "Brother, my life is over." "Zhan, what happened to you guys?" "Bo Wen, she suddenly took off all her clothes last night and appeared in front of me, waking me up from my sleep. Then she got drunk and hit me, scolded me, and even raped me. In short, it was unbearable to watch. I don't know how I could have obeyed her." Zhan. After a while, Bo Wen sighed, "Jiang Yi and I, it's over. If Jiang Yi doesn't love you, don't think about it anymore, but your parents are satisfied with Miss Jiang. You, take on the responsibility of a man." After saying this to Bo Wen, Zhan left. At 9 a.m., Zhan left for work. When he passed by the entrance to Qian's apartment, he called her. When she answered, he realized that it was very noisy on her side. "Where are you?" At this time, Red Flame was at the job market. There were people everywhere, all looking for work. "Sir, it's a bit noisy here, you may not be able to hear me clearly, I'll talk to you later." After that, she hung up. At that moment, a man wearing a suit and a job board came up to her. "Miss, what kind of job are you looking for? We are responsible for recruiting for many companies. They all offer good salaries and benefits, and the work is easy. Would you like to know more? By the way, the headquarters of the Long War is also recruiting recently. Would you like to try?" Chapter 25, Red Flame applies for a cleaning job. After hearing the man's words, Shi Yan couldn't help but think of the skyscraper she had seen from the balcony of her apartment not far away. That building was called the headquarters of the Long War. The headquarters of the Long War is not far from the apartment, and Zhan hopes that she will find an easy job. So, a regular office job is relatively easy. If I can get a job at the headquarters of the Long War, it's not only close to the apartment, but also easy to work. Thinking about this, Red Flame said to the man in charge of recruitment in front of her, "Sir, I would like to interview for a job at the Long War headquarters." The man was very enthusiastic. "Yes, I will take you to see it right away. Did you bring your resume?" Shi Yan, "Yes." "Man, good, then after the interview, the young lady can report to the headquarters tomorrow." At this time, in the apartment, Zhan looked at the phone number of Qi Yin and frowned, feeling somewhat helpless. Let that woman take a few days off and find an easy job, but now that she's only had one day off, she's already looking for a job. Is she used to working and can't stand being idle? In the job market, the agent led Red Flame to their workstation. "Miss, please sit down." After sitting down, Red Flame looked around and found that there were not many people at other agencies, but there were many people at this agency. It seems that they are all here for the positions at the Long War headquarters. During the conversation, 9 out of 10 sentences are related to the benefits and pass rate of the Long War headquarters. The agent handed a job offer to Red Flame and introduced it. "Miss, take a look. This is the recruitment profile of the Long War headquarters. There are many positions on it. Which one do you want to apply for?" After taking a look at Jian's appearance, the agent said, "Well, I think you have a very good image. The headquarters of the Long War is recruiting a front desk clerk. Would you like to have an interview?" Shi Yan looked calmly at the positions listed in the recruitment profile. "Agent, with your appearance, you are very suitable for the position of receptionist. After the interview, the chances of you being hired by the personnel department of the headquarters are very high." Originally, Shi Yan wanted to interview for the positions in the office, but of course, the front desk clerk would also do. For her, it was all easy work. But when she reached the last position, her gaze lingered for a long time. After a moment, she said to the agent with a serious expression, "Sir, I would like to apply for this job." The agent followed her finger to the position on the job description, and after reading the name of the position, he was dumbfounded. He looked at Qi Yan in disbelief. He couldn't believe that a young lady with such a great appearance wanted to do cleaning work. "Yes, it is cleaning." The agent took a while to recover and said, "Miss, you are still young and very pretty, so you are not suitable for cleaning work. Why don't you reconsider?" Shi Yan was firm in her tone, and she said that she would not reconsider. She had been in the mortal world for almost 1,000 years, and she had never done any cleaning work, so she wanted to try it. "Miss, I have already submitted your information to the headquarters of the Long War. Because there are many people applying for the cleaning job at the same time, let's see how the personnel department of the Long War selects. If you are hired, I will call you back." After leaving the job market, Shi Yan heard the agent's words echoing in her ears. She took out her cell phone and saw that she had missed a call from Lin Jia. She called Lin Jia back while walking towards the electric car parked at the entrance of the job market. After the call was connected, she asked, "Jia, are you looking for me?" Lin Jia on the other end of the line asked, "I haven't seen you for 2 days. Are you sick and didn't deliver the food, or what?" Shi Yan said, "I forgot to tell you, I quit my job as a delivery person." "Why?" After a pause, as if she had thought of something, Lin Jia started to gossip. "Could it be that the rich guest at the Royal Palace Hotel took a fancy to you and asked you not to work anymore? He thanked me for giving him your phone number last time, and he spent 100,000 yuan in our milk tea shop in one go." Gee, what a rich man, he is so generous. Qian, I got married to him. Lin Jia. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, there was still no sound coming from the other end of the line. Qian put down the phone and looked at the screen in puzzlement. The call was still in progress. Qian couldn't help but smile, thinking that Lin Jia must have been dumbfounded by her words. After a while, she ended the call with Lin Jia and opened the Universal King platform to check the order information. After confirming that there was no order, she rode her electric bicycle back to the apartment. Afternoon. Long War headquarters. Zhan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the office with his hands in his pockets and his back straight. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could clearly see the upscale neighborhood where his apartment was located. And the balcony of his apartment faces the headquarters. Zhan stared at the building where his apartment was located, lost in thought. Knock, knock. At this moment, a knock on the door interrupted Zhan thoughts. Zhan turned around and sat down at his desk, his expression indifferent and his voice calm. A middle-aged man in a suit pushed open the door and walked in, his manner respectful. He is the manager of the sales department. Chairman, I'd like to report on the recent sales figures. Zhan nodded slightly, yes, good. After more than 10 minutes, the sales manager finished his report and left. Zhan thought of something and stopped him. Old Li, wait a minute. Manager Li turned around and said respectfully, Chairman, is there anything else you need to tell me? Zhan suddenly remembered the car accident he had encountered with Ji Yan in the countryside. He had heard that Ji Lin said that your assistant had a car accident a few days ago? Manager Li replied, yes, Chairman. Assistant Ji also helped apply for a subsidy from the company. Zhan, how is he now? Is he seriously injured? Manager Li, his hands and feet were broken, but fortunately the accident did not injure his head or internal organs, so he survived. Zhan nodded slightly, okay, go. After Manager Li left, Zhan leaned back, raised his hand, looked at the pad of his finger, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. At the scene of the accident, he had clearly felt the employee's nose, but he had not felt any breath. At the time, the employee's mouth and body were covered in blood, and it was obvious that he had vomited a lot of blood when he was hit in the abdomen during the accident. Without a breath and with internal injuries, he must have been dead, but how could it be just a broken bone? Could it be that I didn't feel the breath on my finger? And mistook the bloodstains on the employee's body for internal bleeding? The phone vibrated on the table. Zhan came back to his senses and took the phone to check the screen. It was a video call from his father, Zhan Shang. Zhan glanced at it, answered it directly, and then stood on the desk. Hello, Dad, you're looking for me? On the other end of the video call, his father was drinking tea. Lin, in a couple of days, the son of the chairman of the Zhan Group will have a birthday and an engagement party. I have a bit of a relationship with Chairman Zhang, and I have been invited to attend. I definitely have to go, because in a couple of days, I will go to the temple with your mother to fulfill a vow. I will attend if I have time, so you can go on my behalf. Chapter 26, There are many vacant positions at his headquarters. After hearing his father's words, Zhan expression was slightly stunned. The son of the chairman of the Zhan Group? Isn't that the brother of the blind date partner of Bo Wen a few days ago? Seeing his son in a daze, Zhan Shang said again, Dad knows that you have never liked to attend banquets. Usually, those banquets that require reciprocity are basically attended by your eldest brother. However, your eldest brother is still in the hospital, his mood is unstable, and he simply cannot attend. Zhan interrupted his father and replied calmly, Dad, I'll go to the banquet. You and Mom can go to the temple to make a wish. The father smiled in relief. Okay, then I won't bother you with work. Just as he was about to end the call, Zhan Shang suddenly remembered something and said, Oh, that's right. Your mother said that if your daughter-in-law is willing to go, then bring her along and let her see more of the big scene. Zhan, I understand. In the afternoon, Zhan Yan bought 2 quilts and returned to the apartment. In the evening, when she was making the bed, her cell phone rang in her pocket. It was Jiang Qin inviting her to a video call. After sitting down by the bed, she answered the call. As soon as she saw her, Jiang Qin waved enthusiastically and said, Hello, little sister, are you busy? Xian smiled and replied, Not much, what's up, Miss Jiang? Last time at the bar, Miss Zhan mentioned that on her brother's birthday, she would like to invite her to her home to play the piano. I don't know if I should mention this to her. Zhang Qin went straight to the subject of this video. It's like this, little sister, my brother's birthday is the day after tomorrow, and he's getting engaged at the same time. The banquet will officially begin at 8 p.m. At that time, little sister, please come and participate, and help liven up the atmosphere. Little sister's piano is really beautiful. Shi Yan replied cheerfully, no problem, Miss Jiang, at that time, you can send me a location, and I will be there on time. Zhang Qin smiled, okay, I'll see you there. By the way, what brand of piano does Miss like? I'll prepare one for you in advance. My brother has one at home, but I don't know if it's suitable for Miss. Shi Yan said, any brand of piano will do, as long as it can be played, there is no need to prepare it specially. Zhang Qin, okay, see you the day after tomorrow. After the call, Shi Yan continued to make the bed. When he finished making the bed and left the bedroom, he heard a doorbell ring. Shi Yan thought it must be the man coming home from work. She walked to the door and opened it. She had changed her outfit today, wearing a set of light blue sportswear. With her hair tied back and held in place by a chopstick-like hairpin. A few strands of hair fell on her cheeks. This hairstyle adds a retro charm to Qian's beauty. The water blue tracksuit she was wearing was the one she wore last time when she went to the late-night bar to play the piano. Zhan Lin always felt that this outfit was a bit familiar, but he couldn't think of it for a moment. How was your job search today? Zhan Lin ignored the familiarity of Red Flame's outfit and asked gently. If she hasn't found one yet, there are many vacancies at his headquarters. Red Flame replied truthfully, I found it. It's an easy job, and the company is very close to the apartment. So close that you can see the building from the balcony. You've already found it? Zhan Lin's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but it was fleeting. He asked, why don't you take a few more days off? You quit your job as a deliveryman only 2 days ago. Shi Yan smiled embarrassedly. I am used to it. I can't stand being idle. I feel uncomfortable if I don't work for a day. Sure enough, I'm used to work and can't stand being idle. No, she is tired of living, and has developed a habit of feeling anxious if she doesn't work. Thinking of this, a trace of pain flashed across Zhan Lin's eyes. Just relax. If it's too hard, don't do it. I'll make arrangements for you. Shi Yan replied lightly, okay. Have you eaten? Yes. Well, then I'll go back to my room first. If there's anything, call me or come next door to find me. Shi Yan, okay. Zhan Lin didn't say anything else and went back to his apartment. When he entered his apartment and closed the door, his phone rang. It was his friend Bo Wen calling. At the same time, next door, Red Flame had just closed the door and his phone rang. It was a call from the personnel department of the headquarters of the Long War. Red Flame answered the phone. Hello. A very formal male voice came from the other end of the line, is this Miss Red Flame? This is the personnel department of the headquarters of the Long War. You applied for the position of cleaner at our headquarters and have been accepted. We are notifying you that you can come to our company tomorrow to report for duty. Okay, thank you. After the call, Shi Yan was in a normal mood. At this time, next door, Zhan Lin was talking to his friend. Are you home or are you still out? The tone of Bo Wen on the other end of the phone was lifeless. I went home. I told my family about my marriage to that she-devil. You were right. I have to take responsibility as a man. Zhan Lin smiled, which was rare. The next morning, Shi Yan changed into an old-fashioned outfit, tied her hair, put on her helmet, and put on her mask before going out. This helmet was not the one she wore when she delivered food. When she arrived at the headquarters of the Long War, she parked her car in the parking lot and then entered the company. Without a work badge, she explained her purpose to the security guard at the door and contacted the Human Resources Department before they let her in. Shi Yan went straight to the Human Resources Department on the 8th floor. Soon, she was led to the office of the head of the cleaning department. The supervisor was a woman named Luo Feng, who looked to be in her 50s, was very strong, and was wearing a blue cleaning uniform with a name tag pinned to her chest. The uniforms in this department are different from those in other departments. Every employee must wear a cleaning uniform while at work. The cleaning uniforms are also divided into different grades. The basic level employees wear fluffy red cleaning uniforms, the team leaders wear yellow, the supervisors wear dark blue, and the managers wear suits. After taking a quick look at Qian's resume, Luo Feng looked at Qian and took off her mask to take a look. After removing the mask, Qian revealed a face with a sallow complexion. Her hairstyle and skin tone matched the photo on her resume. Yesterday, in order to get this cleaning job, she had specially given the agency a picture of her with a sallow complexion, and had also added some work experience to her resume. When she left the house today, she put on makeup that made her skin look yellowish. This made her look a bit older and more experienced. At first glance, she looks like someone who works a lot. And the resume with extensive cleaning experience also made the recruitment department very confident in her abilities, so she was selected from among the many applicants for the cleaning job. The resume stated that she was 25 years old, but had 7 years of work experience. This meant that she had been working as a cleaner since she was 18 years old. After taking a quick look at Qian, Luo Feng didn't look at him again, put the resume back in the drawer, and said, "According to your resume, you have been working for 7 years. It's rare to start this kind of work at such a young age." Qian replied honestly, "My family is poor, I didn't go to school much, and I don't have much education, so I can only do this kind of manual labor." Luo Feng nodded in understanding. She understood that this was the case for most people in our line of work. By the way, let me tell you that we are the second group of the cleaning department, responsible for cleaning the floors of all floors of the headquarters. It just so happens that the cleaning staff for the president's office floor is due today, and you will be responsible for cleaning the floors of the president's office in the future. Qian nodded, okay. Luo Feng added, "Remember, our company requires you to wear work clothes and work 3 shifts, taking turns on duty. Your team leader will give you work clothes and show you around the environment." Qian continued to nod obediently, okay. After a while, Luo Feng called the team leader to take Qian to familiarize him with the work environment. Chapter 27, A Naughty Pet Dog. The team leader was a man with graying temples who was almost ready to retire. His name was Zhou Yu, and the younger members of the cleaning department called him Uncle Zhou. After giving Qian a uniform, Uncle Zhou gave him a key and took him to store his uniform in his locker. After familiarizing himself with the territory of the second group of the cleaning department, Uncle Zhou took Qian into the elevator. Qian glanced at the floor number of the elevator and was shocked. The headquarters of the Long War has 108 floors. It must be the tallest building in a city, right? Uncle, this building should be the tallest building in the city, right? Red Flame thought her team leader was very kind and friendly, so she couldn't help but ask. There are many skyscrapers in a city, but she hasn't really gotten to know them. She had only moved to this city 2 years ago from a distant city, and then changed her ID card and settled down in this city. It was only in the past 2 years that she had become more familiar with Lin Jia and Zhu Xi. It's not the tallest. There's another building called the Financial Building that's taller. But in terms of fame, our group headquarters is definitely number 1. Zhou Yu patiently replied to Qian. Qian nodded in understanding. After pressing the button to the floor where the president's office is located, Zhou Yu patiently reminded him that the General Management Department is the department where the top management of our group is located. From the chairman, president, and vice president to the general managers of various departments, they all work on those 2 floors. You are responsible for the hygiene of this department. Be careful not to move or place those computer desks and files and other things. Just take care of your own business, okay? Qian nodded and thanked Uncle for reminding him. I understand. The other party must be afraid that she will move things around and be taken for a commercial spy. Zhou Yu added, our cleaning department works in 3 shifts, 6 hours a day. You are responsible for the morning shift, which is from 6:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. There are 2 other people responsible for the afternoon and evening shifts. If you need to change shifts, I will let you know. Qian nodded again, okay, Uncle. At this point, the elevator reached the management level. Qian discovered that although the headquarters of the Long War was very tall, the offices of the big leaders were all concentrated on the central floors. As soon as he got out of the elevator, he was greeted by the smell of office work. What caught his eye was the large open-plan office area. A clean and tidy aisle leads to rows of desks. The staff are busy and orderly, all wearing professional attire, and the colors are limited to black, white, and gray. Although Qian was wearing a dark red cleaning uniform, which was out of place in this environment, he didn't attract any attention. Follow me. After getting off the elevator, Zhou said. Qian's eyes left the busy staff and followed Zhou. Zhou took her outside the pantry on the floor and said, "This is the pantry, and this is the storage room, and this is the cleaning room, which is where we can go." Qian glanced at the row of rooms, which were the pantry, storage room, cleaning room, and then the restroom. She nodded to Zhou and replied, "I know, uncle." Zhou went into the cleaning room and dragged out a mop machine. "Come, I'll show you the workflow." After that, Qian followed Zhou to the outside office area to mop the floor. After about an hour of hard work, Zhou stopped at the door of the chairman's office. He specifically reminded Qian, the chairman's office needs to be cleaned 3 times a day, in the morning, at noon, and in the evening. Because the chairman usually arrives at the company at 9 a.m., the cleaning must be done before 9 a.m. At other times, you cannot go in unless the chairman's assistant tells you to go in and clean. You cannot go in during non-cleaning hours. Do you understand? After seeing Qian nod, Zhou said, "At noon, it is cleaned during the chairman's lunch break, and then again in the evening after the chairman leaves work." Qian nodded and replied, "I remember, uncle." By the way, is there anything else I should pay attention to? Zhou, as long as the cleaning work is done properly, the general management leaders will not make things difficult for us. You don't need to be nervous. Qian, I know, uncle. Let's go. I cleaned the chairman's office before you arrived at the company today. I'll show you the rest of the place now. As soon as the two of them had left, Zhan walked from the front to his office. Passers-by all bowed and curtsied, showing great respect. "Good morning, Chairman." Although Zhan did not respond to the employees' greetings, his expression was not very cold. He walked straight into the office, came to the desk, took off his jacket and hung it on the back of the office chair, sat down, and pressed the power button on the laptop. After a while, his assistant Zhan walked in, holding a tablet in his hand. "Good morning, Chairman. I'd like to report on your schedule for today. There's a meeting at 9:30 that will last about 40 minutes. Then at around 10 o'clock, Mr. Davis and his team will come to our headquarters to do a final face-to-face verification of this cooperation." Zhan reported to the leader while looking at the content on the tablet. There are no meetings in the afternoon, and no clients to meet. However, the planning department should have come up with a plan to transform the Old Town site into a commercial area. I will bring it to you for your review. After the report, Zhan pressed the power button on the tablet, folded his hands in front of his stomach, and looked respectful and calm. "Chairman, that's about it for today. Is there anything else you'd like to add?" Zhan thought for a moment and asked, "What about tomorrow's schedule?" Zhan looked at the tablet and replied to the chairman, "There is a high-level meeting tomorrow at 3 p.m., which may extend to your off-work time." Zhan, postpone it for a day. I'll be working the early shift tomorrow and have a banquet to attend. His father had to accompany his mother to the temple to fulfill a vow, and his eldest brother was still in the hospital, so he could only represent his father at the birthday party for the son of the chairman of the Zhang family. "Okay, Chairman, is there anything else you need to add?" "Go ahead." "Okay." After Zhan left, Zhan's eyes fell on the laptop. The browser opened the file. As soon as it was 9:30, he went to the meeting. At 10 o'clock, Zhan invited Mr. Davis and his team into his office. "Mr. Davis, please sit down. Our chairman will be done with the meeting in 10 minutes. I'm sorry to keep you waiting." Zhan spoke to the foreign client in fluent English. The client responded in broken, comical Chinese, "It's okay, I can wait." Zhan was stunned and almost didn't understand. He then smiled politely and switched to Mandarin. "Mr. Davis, thank you for your understanding. What would you like to drink?" "I'll get it for you right away." "Mr. Davis, just tea." "I like the tea in your country." "Okay, sir." After Zhan left, Mr. Davis's assistant's pet dog suddenly jumped off his back and started jumping around the office. The assistant was about to pick it up, but Mr. Davis said, "Let it move around a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, the dog lifted one of its legs and urinated on the clean floor in front of him. Chapter 28, The wife of the world's richest man is a cleaning lady. Mr. Davis immediately widened his eyes and took a deep breath. This is the office of the richest man in the world. Mr. Davis immediately urged his assistant to pick up the dog. Just as the assistant was about to leave, the dog that had peed took a dump. Seeing the poop, Mr. Davis immediately covered his face, unable to bear to look at it, and collapsed. At this very moment, Zhan Rinkai pushed open the door after a meeting. Mr. Davis looked anxious, stood up and hurriedly apologized awkwardly, "Mr. Zhan, my dog." Zhan Lin had seen the dog's behavior when he came in the door, and he said to Mr. Davis, "It's okay, I'll just have the cleaning staff come in and take care of it. It's no big deal." He pressed the intercom on his desk and called his secretary, Chen Duo, "Tell the cleaning staff to come to my office to clean up." "Yes, Chairman, I got it." At this moment, Chen Duo, the female secretary who was working outside in the office area, immediately dialed Zhou Yu's phone. When Zhou Yu received the call from his secretary in the cleaning room, he had just put down the mop in his hand. After the call, he said to Qi Yan, who was standing nearby, "The supervisor has an urgent matter to discuss with me. I need to go back to the department. The chairman's office needs to be cleaned up. Go to the chairman's office and take care of it." Qi Yan nodded and said, "Okay, uncle, you go ahead." Zhou Yu reminded him, "This is your first day at work, so you may not be familiar with the chairman's office. When the time comes, ask for clarification before cleaning, and don't bump into the chairman." "Qi Yan, I understand." He then left the cleaning room with a broom and dustpan. When Jilin entered the leader's office with a cup of tea, Zhan Lin was already sitting on the sofa in the reception area, talking to Mr. Davis about work. Seeing the pile of poop and the urine, Jilin, who always manages his expression well, couldn't help but glare. Then, he glanced at the dog lying on the side. The dog's expression was holding back, as if it had not finished yet, and it was brewing. Jilin hurriedly put the tea on the table and wanted to go out and call the cleaner. At this time, Zhan Lin told him that I had already called the cleaner. "Okay," he replied, and Jilin stood behind Zhan Lin, listening to the conversation between the leader and the customer. After about a minute, there was a knock on the door. Seeing that the leader was too busy talking to the client to notice, Jilin thought that the cleaner must have arrived, so he spoke for the leader and said, "Come in." At the sound of the voice, Qi Yan pushed the door open. She only glanced at the office environment and then looked down to find dirty places. Jilin turned his back and looked at Qi Yan, pointing to the nearby pile of trash and said, "There, clean it up." Qi Yan did not say anything, just nodded slightly, and then went over with the things in her hand. There was no sign of disgust in her eyes, and she swept the dog's poop and urine into the garbage shovel. Jilin glanced at it and then turned back, continuing to stand by Zhan Lin's side and listen to the lecture. Seeing that the dog was trying hard to look serious, Cheyenne's eyes narrowed slightly, but her gaze was extremely fierce. Seeing this, the dog immediately tucked its tail between its legs and slunk into the corner of the room and lay down. Feeling a little smell on the ground, Qi Yan glanced at the group of people in the reception area, but found a back that was a bit familiar. Since Jilin blocked half of Zhan Lin's body, Qi Yan didn't recognize that back as Zhan Lin. She took advantage of the fact that those people were engrossed in their work, and her fingers danced slightly towards the ground, casting a spell that wiped the smell off the ground. Then she took a broom and a dustpan and left the office. At 12:30 p.m., Red Flame finished work. At this time, the cleaners for the afternoon shift report for duty. After changing clothes and punching out, she took the elevator down to the first floor, went to the parking lot, got on her electric bicycle, and rode back to her apartment. It takes about 10 minutes to get to the apartment building by electric bicycle. In the afternoon, someone on the Walmart platform placed an order for a translator, and there were quite a few documents to translate. After taking a shower, Qi Yan sat on the sofa in the living room and translated the documents. By the time she finished translating, it was already evening. The order was supposed to be completed within a week, so it wasn't necessary to finish it in the afternoon, but she was very efficient and finished it in the afternoon. However, when she wanted to send the document to the client, she received a text message on her phone. It was a text message from Zhan Lin. "What time are you getting off work? I've already left work and am at the apartment." After sending the text message, Qi Yan continued to work on the translation, but less than 2 seconds later, the doorbell rang. Did he already leave work? Qi Yan was momentarily surprised, put down his phone, and got up to open the door. Seeing the tall man standing at the door, Qi Yan was a little dazed. "Have you eaten?" Zhan Lin asked. Qi Yan returned to his senses and nodded slightly, saying that he had eaten. "I ate some fruit, so that should count as eating, right?" Anyway, she doesn't have much of an appetite, and she's a fairy, so it doesn't matter if she eats mortal food or not. Hearing that she had eaten, Zhan withdrew the words that had just come to his lips and replied lightly. In fact, he wanted to say that if she hadn't eaten, he would cook for her. Are you adapting to your first day of work? Xian smiled slightly and said, It's fine. Is it easy? Very relaxed. Zhan nodded, as long as it was easy. Perhaps he couldn't find a topic to talk about, so Zhan looked over to the side and thought for a moment, and finally found a sentence. What kind of work is it? Xian didn't think twice. A cleaner. Zhan. Red Flame's words completely took the man by surprise. A cleaner? He thought to himself that he was the richest man in the world, and his wife was actually a cleaning lady. Zhan felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. He moved his lips, wanting to say something, but he didn't have the courage to say it. He had promised the woman that after marriage, he would not interfere with her life and work, and that she could do whatever she wanted. This time, he had already interfered with her by asking her to quit her job as a delivery person. It was also his idea for her to find a less stressful job. If he asked her to quit her job now, she would probably think he was a jerk. He had broken his promise, saying he would not interfere, but he had broken his promise twice. Thinking about this, Zhan didn't dare to ask for a new job for Zhan Yan. He thought, well, let's wait until she's been working for a while and then bring up the subject of changing jobs. Cleaning is not an easy job. It is dirty and tiring. Are you free tomorrow night? There's a banquet I want to take you to. Red Flame was stunned. A banquet? Tomorrow night? She was going to play the piano at a birthday party for Miss Zhan's brother at her home. Sir, I have something to do tomorrow night and I can't go. I'm sorry. Zhan didn't think much of it. It's okay, the banquet is not important, your business is more important. Chapter 29 Auntie, your hands are so white and tender. The next morning, Xian got up at 6 a.m. to wash and get ready. He punched in at the headquarters at 6:30 sharp. Because the cleaning department is different from other departments, it needs to start work 2 hours earlier. After the cleaning is done, the staff from other departments will come to work one after another. This morning, Red Flame and Zhou cleaned the management floor together. Xian cleaned, mopped, and wiped the tables in an orderly manner. He started by cleaning the floors in the individual offices of the senior management, and then moved on to the open plan office area outside. Because the area is large, it needs to be cleaned meticulously, and no dust or garbage can be seen anywhere that the eye can reach. By the time the two of them finished cleaning, it was already 8:30, which was when the white-collar workers came to punch in. After putting the broom and shovel in the cleaning room, Xian went to the tea room to get a cup of water and was about to leave for the cleaning room. She was just twisting the lid of the thermos when someone rushed in, skidding on the floor and knocking into her hand. Immediately, a lot of water spilled out of the thermos. The person who bumped into Xian was none other than Zhan female secretary, Chen Duo. Chen Duo accidentally touched a little hot water, and was burned and immediately retracted her hand, and she gasped in pain. But when she saw that Xian's hand holding the cup was scalded by the hot water that had spilled out, she immediately felt guilty and apologized. I'm sorry, Auntie. It's all my fault for walking too fast and bumping into you. Does it hurt a lot? The cleaning lady was wearing a cap and had her hair tied up in a bun, so at this moment, Xian, who was wearing a mask and could not be seen, was mistaken by Chen Duo for an old aunt in her 40s. And she was wearing a loose-fitting, old-fashioned work uniform, so from the outside, she looked like she was much older. Cleaning workers are generally older people, and because of stereotypes, young people will think that the other person is an aunt or uncle when they see a cleaning worker. So when Chen Du saw Xian in his work clothes, he automatically called him Auntie. However, Xian was not angry at being called Auntie. She replied in a low voice that it was fine, and then left with her thermos. After looking at her reddened fingers and then at the cleaning workers departing back, Chen Duo felt even more guilty. She was only scalded a little, but it still hurt like fire. Auntie's hands were soaked in hot water, so she must be in excruciating pain. If she doesn't treat it right away, it might swell up. Thinking about this, Chen Du wanted to go out and chase after the cleaning lady, so that she could apply some burn ointment to her wounds. But then she thought about the tea she had to make for the chairman's office and the potted plants she had to water, and she hesitated. Although the chairman does not always arrive at the office at 9 o'clock, she must not miss a single thing that needs to be prepared. If she neglected this task, Assistant G would definitely scold her for not doing her job properly. The chairman is used to drinking morning tea, so this must be prepared. Even if the chairman does not come to the company, it cannot be missed once. But if she went to get the burn medicine to help the cleaning lady treat her burn, she would not be able to make it in time to make the tea. Between her conscience and her job, she hesitated for a moment, then decided to bite the bullet and go out without preparing the boss's morning tea. After returning to her post and getting the burn ointment, Chen Du hurried to the cleaning room to find Shi Yin. Since she was a little chubby and had a full figure, and was wearing high heels, when she ran, her breasts jiggled. When she passed by the male colleagues, they all whispered to each other. Shen Duo saw those looks and lowered her head in inferiority, and didn't run after that. She came to the door of the cleaning room. The door to the cleaning room was ajar, so she pushed it open and went in. Shi Yan, who was sitting on a chair brushing his phone, looked up. Seeing that it was the girl who had bumped into her before, she couldn't help but stare. Xiandu walked quickly in, saying, "Auntie, I'm really sorry. Because of my behavior just now, you got burned. Here's some burn medicine. I'll put it on for you so it doesn't get swollen." However, when she picked up Chayan's hand that had been scalded by boiling water, she was stunned. This auntie's hand was not only white, delicate and soft, but also had no trace of a burn. It was completely a hand that had never touched water. Could this be the hand of a cleaning lady? Chen Duo was shocked by Chayan's hand, which was even more beautiful than her own. She looked up and down at Chayan's hand and asked in surprise, "Auntie, your hands are so white and tender. How do you take care of them?" In theory, the hands of a cleaning lady should be dark, rough, and full of wrinkles. After all, they are hands that do hard work, so they can't be that white and delicate. Shi Yan withdrew her hand and said softly, "Thank you for your concern, Mississippi. The water didn't burn me, so don't blame yourself." Ah. Before the words left her mouth, Chen Duo changed her mind and said, "Okay, Auntie, I'll be going now." After saying that, Chen Duo turned around and left the cleaning room, very puzzled. Later, when she was making tea in the pantry, she started to daydream. She thought, the aunt's hand didn't have any burn marks, so she was relieved and didn't need to blame herself so much. But the aunt's hand really didn't look like a working hand. The cleaning lady is new. Could she have come in through the back door? The previous cleaner had worked at the headquarters for decades and had only retired 2 days ago, and then this cleaner came. The benefits of working at the headquarters are pretty good for everyone from the shareholders to the cleaners. Many people want to work at the headquarters, but they don't get the chance. That auntie's hands are so soft, it's obvious she's never done any manual labor. Could she be someone the cleaning department has put in there? After all, the benefits are so good that many long-term employees would like to get their relatives in. Zhan Lin had just entered the office when he saw the female secretary placing the tea that had just been brought in on the coffee table by the sofa. When she saw him, she was as nervous as if she had seen the presiding judge. She suddenly started to tremble, her forehead was covered in cold sweat, and the plate fell to the ground without being placed properly. The sound of the cups and teapot colliding was immediately heard. The harsh sound made Zhan Lin frown in displeasure. Shen Duo was so scared that his face turned white. He hurriedly apologized nervously, "I'm sorry, Chairman, for disturbing you. I'll clean it up and prepare a new one for you." At this time, Jilin came in and saw the scene by the coffee table. He frowned and pursed his lips, as if he was angry and helpless about Chen Duo's behavior. He saw that one of the cups had been smashed in two, and it was very sharp. Shen Duo was about to reach out to pick it up, but after a quick glance at his boss's face, Jilin urged Shen Duo unhappily, "You're so clumsy, you can't even do a simple task right. Get out and let the cleaning staff come in and clean up." Shen Duo hurriedly got up, lowered his head and left the office. Jilin looked at his boss and deliberately tested, "If Shen Duo is sloppy again, I'll have her pack up and leave." Zhan Lin didn't care much about that trivial matter, and sat back down at his desk, telling me about the group's performance data for the past 3 months. A few minutes later, a knock on the door interrupted Jilin's report. Jilin stopped talking and looked towards the door. Zhan Lin looked at the computer screen and said indifferently, "Come in." He then quietly told Jilin, "You can continue." Shi Yan pushed open the door and came in with a broom and dustpan. After entering the door, she accidentally glanced and saw a familiar face sitting behind the desk. Chapter 30, She is not a sparrow, she is a real phoenix. It's him. Zhan Lin. The moment she saw Zhan Lin, her heart jumped. The eyes in the mask were full of disbelief. She couldn't believe that she would see her nominal husband here. She noticed that the cleaner was standing still, and Zhan looked up. Qian retracted her gaze in time, lowering her eyes and not meeting Zhan's gaze. She is now a cleaner. If his subordinates find out that she is his wife, it will surely be a disgrace to him, right? Clean up the floor by the coffee table. Zhan gave a slight nod to Qian, then looked away and returned to the computer screen, not recognizing Qian at all. Qian slightly pressed the brim of her hat and walked over to the sofa. After a while she was dealing with the tea and broken cups on the floor, she secretly looked up at Zhan. The man looked calm and composed at work, never smiling, but exuding a strong charm of a successful person. Qian couldn't help but stare at him. She couldn't believe that she would meet this man at her own workplace. What's more unbelievable is that this man is the chairman of the Changjian Group. This is the chairman's office at the headquarters of the Changjian Group, and the seat that man is sitting in is the one that the chairman of the Changjian Group sits in. That means that her husband, in name only, is the chairman of the Longjian Group. Changjian Group, the world's most famous conglomerate, with businesses all over the world. The chairman of the Longhua Group is the richest man in the world, with a net worth of trillions of dollars, and has been at the top of the global rich list for a long time. The second place is nearly half of his net worth. She actually got married to the richest man in the world? She is the wife of the richest man in the world? And the richest man in the world would marry a delivery girl just to repay her kindness. If you use a common phrase to describe their story, wouldn't it be a phoenix rising from the ashes? Isn't it Cinderella meeting Prince Charming? However, despite this experience, Qian is not a sparrow, but a real phoenix. She is not Cinderella either, but the beautiful celestial god of the six realms. Of course, Zhan doesn't know about this identity of Red Flame. If he knew, he would be shocked for 3 days and nights. After packing up, Red Flame left. After she left, Jilin also left the office after reporting his performance data. Zhan leaned back, staring at the computer screen, frowning slightly as he thought about work. Before she knew it, it was already 11:30. This is the time when the company starts to have lunch after work. Qian could have eaten lunch and worked for another half hour before leaving, but she didn't go to the cafeteria. While everyone else was busy eating lunch, she stayed in the cleaning room and brushed her phone. As she was brushing, Zhan's phone rang. Qian almost dropped her phone on the ground because she was so nervous. After steadying herself, she answered the phone and said, "Hello." Her voice was a little soft and contained a hint of caution. It was as if she was afraid of being caught. It was precisely because she was afraid of being discovered that she spoke very softly. Although she was still far from the chairman's office. But she didn't want to get caught. Men in the mortal world are all very proud of their faces. If a man finds out that his wife is working as a cleaner under his nose, won't he be embarrassed to death? To avoid embarrassing the man, she had to be careful not to be discovered. Red Flame did not know that her hello had made the man only pay attention to the former and not think too much about the other meaning. Zhan, on the other end of the phone, was in his office, opening the lunchbox that had been delivered to his office. He thought that at this time, his nominal wife should have finished work, so he decisively dialed the phone. Unexpectedly, he received a voice that melted into his bones. He had always thought that his wife, who was a bit aloof and reserved and didn't like to talk, would never be so soft and sweet. But this phone call today has changed his opinion of his wife. Zhan took a deep breath, then adjusted his breathing before speaking. "Have you had lunch yet?" It was a surprise, but the soft hello made him feel as if electricity had suddenly flowed through his body. It was only with great difficulty that he was able to suppress the sudden surge of heat in his body. While talking, Zhan slightly loosened his tie to relax his tense body. On the other end of the line, Qian's voice was still low and soft. "Have you eaten yet?" "Actually, I haven't eaten." But it doesn't matter if she did or not. Zhan couldn't help but think of the perfect, seductive figure of Qian with her perfect, seductive figure, and the thought of taking Qian to the banquet that night came to mind. "What are you busy with tonight? How long will it take? If I can help, I'll find someone to take care of it for you." Such a beautiful wife with a perfect figure shouldn't be hidden away. He should bring her out to be admired under the chandelier. Compared to his wealth, which is the envy of many, he would rather show off his wife's beauty. Let others see how beautiful his wife is. Let others see how good his eyes are and how lucky he is to have such a beautiful wife. Well, I can't ask anyone else to do it, so I'll have to do it myself. Zhan replied to the man with a tone of regret. She also wanted to give the man face and go to the banquet with him. However, Miss Zhang had personally chosen her as a musician and had even ordered her to be on the platform, so she had no choice but to go. Zhan Lin did not show any disappointment. It's okay, I'll go next time. Oh, I forgot to ask, where is your workplace? On the phone, Shi Yan was a little nervous and stammered, it's near our apartment. Near the apartment? At this time, Zhan Lin got up and walked to the French windows to look at the area near his apartment complex. There was a commercial plaza that caught his eye. Zhan Lin thought his wife should be working as a cleaner in that shopping mall. After the call, Shi Yan finished work on time. After staying in the apartment until 7 p.m., Red Flame left. The long, zonzi-shaped down jacket wrapped around her sexy clothes and her perfect figure. However, instead of taking her electric car out, she called a taxi. The location that Miss Zhang sent her was on a hillside on the outskirts of the city. The rich people in city basically have their old mansions in quiet places around the city. It was inconvenient to ride an electric bicycle, so she had to take a taxi. It was almost 7:50 when Red Flame got out of the taxi. As soon as she got out of the taxi, she saw many expensive cars parked around the area, and in front of her was the main gate of the Zhang family's old mansion. At this time, many cars were coming and going. After getting out of the cars, many people entered the Zhang residence in groups. After taking a look around, she walked towards the entrance. But the guard at the door saw that she was wearing a mask and an ill-fitting down jacket, and gestured for her to stop, politely asking, "Miss, do you have an invitation?" Shi Yan said honestly, "I am a pianist. Miss Zhang invited me to play the piano." Then she opened her phone and played back the voice message that Zhang Qin had sent her. Hearing that it was indeed the voice of the second young lady of the family, the guard did not continue to make things difficult for Qi Yan and made a gesture of invitation. "Miss, please come in." Chapter 31, the hostess was outshined by Qi Yan. Qi Yan followed the guests who had come in and entered the hall of the Zhang residence. The first floor hall of the Zhang residence was very spacious. Under the crystal chandelier, it was already full of men and women dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. Perhaps because she was not dressed in a flashy way and was wearing a mask, Red Flame did not attract the attention of those around her. Occasionally, a few young women in sexy evening dresses cast a mocking glance at her. Perhaps they thought the down jacket she was wearing was too old-fashioned, and that her appearance was not worthy of appearing at such a dinner party, lowering the quality of the dinner party. 3 women in the corner began to criticize Cheyenne's outfit. Woman A, "Look, sister, that woman is so tacky. If I remember correctly, the down jacket she is wearing is a style that was popular more than 10 years ago. I remember my mother wearing it. Although it was a luxury that could not be found 10 years ago, it is not worth much now. Could it be that she couldn't find any decent clothes to wear to the birthday party of Mr. Zhang tonight, so she wore her mother's clothes?" Woman B, "Maybe she's just a maid? Wearing a mask, I guess she must be very plain and not dare to meet people." Woman C, "But then again, although that woman was dressed in a very plain way, she was quite tall." Shi Yan ignored the 3 women's comments on him. Some of the children of the rich are not as good as the people at the bottom. She looked around the hall. In the center of the hall, there was a huge cake. Next to the cake, stood a couple of people with outstanding looks. The couple smiled gracefully, holding each other's waist, and occasionally changing their pose slightly to match the camera phones of the young people around them. Shi Yan recalled what Zhang Qin had said. Today was not only her brother's birthday, but also his engagement party. Shi Yan couldn't help but take another look at the couple, thinking that the man in the blue suit, who was gentle and handsome, must be the host of the banquet tonight. He looked somewhat like Miss Zhang, and it was not difficult to see that they were brother and sister. The woman that Zhang Xiao was holding was delicate and beautiful, wearing a fiery red floor-length evening dress that outlined a perfectly shaped body. The bright color and high-end design of the evening dress made the woman the most eye-catching person at the party. Most of the male guests' eyes lingered on the woman's figure and face, reluctant to move away. Shi Yan thought that that woman must be Miss Zhang's future sister-in-law, the one Zhang Xiao was engaged to tonight. But after just a glance at the couple, Shi Yan turned his eyes away and looked elsewhere, searching for the piano. After searching for half a circle, he found a black piano placed in a remote corner, which was very close to the stairs. Shi Yan was about to open her phone and contact Zhang Qin when a figure suddenly jumped in front of her, her tone full of joy. "Hello, little sister." Zhang Qin was able to recognize Shi Yan because of his height and the mask on his face. Shi Yan smiled and asked, "Good evening, Miss Jiang. Can I start working now?" Zhang Qin said, "Don't worry, wait until my brother announces the good news, then play some music to celebrate." Speaking of which, she sighed with regret. "I forgot to send you and your husband an invitation. After all, we have known each other for a while." "Shi Yan, Miss Jiang, you are too kind. Thank you. We can always get together again in the future." Zhang Qin shrugged her shoulders and said, "That's all there is to it. Xin Qin, come here." From a distance, an old and experienced voice came over. "Miss, the piano is over there. You can go over and get familiar with it. There are instructions on the piano. Just play along. My dad is calling me. I'll be right back." After saying a quick goodbye to Shi Yan, Zhang Qin walked over to the giant cake. After finding the piano in the corner, Shi Yan also walked over. Zhang Qin came to her parents and asked with a smile, "Dad, you were looking for me?" Zhang's father said with a stern face, "The Bo family will be here soon. Behave yourself and don't make trouble. If you offend the Bo family, you will be punished." "The Bo family is so great? Really?" Zhang Qin gritted her teeth for a moment, but dared not say a word of disobedience. She reluctantly replied, "I know, you're so annoying." Her older brother, Zhang Qi, looked displeased. "Xin Qin, how can you talk like that? Dad is only trying to do what's best for you, and you're still arguing with him?" The woman who was holding Zhang Qi's arm was the heroine of the evening, named Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi didn't want the two siblings to argue, so she shook Zhang Qi's arm slightly and acted as a peacemaker. "Xin Qin didn't mean it, don't be angry." Zhang Qin shook off the goosebumps all over her body, glanced at Zhang Yi, and pretended to be sympathetic. Zhang Qi was furious. "Zhang Qin." Zhang Qin ignored her and turned and left. Looking at her back, Zhang Yi clenched her fists and suppressed her anger. Shi Yan walked over to the piano, took off her down jacket and put it aside, then sat down in front of the piano. This afternoon, Zhang Qin told her that the ladies attending the banquet tonight would all be wearing evening gowns, so she rented one in the afternoon. The rental store only delivered the dress to the apartment before she left this evening. It was just in time. Shi Yan thought that when Zhang Qin was at the bar, she was generous with her tips, starting at 10,000 yuan, so Zhang Qin must be a rich girl. In order not to lower the standard of the birthday party for the rich and powerful, she rented a very expensive dress. Although it can't compare to the dresses worn by the female guests in the hall. But it wasn't bad. The evening dress was a black, long-sleeved, tight-fitting dress with a fishtail skirt. A golden chain belt was tied around her waist. This fitted evening dress, worn by Qi Yan, accentuated her already perfect curves. With a prominent front and a curvy back, her figure was quite impressive. Not only was there no excess fat, but the lines were also very slender, thin but also fleshy. The red evening dress of the heroine tonight, which is full of high-end feeling, looks very rustic and domineering in comparison with her dress. But at this moment, Qi Yan was sitting in a dark corner, and no one noticed her presence. Everyone was looking at Jiang Xiao's fiancé. Qi Yan took off her mask and put it in her down jacket pocket, then took the piece of paper that was on the piano. It had a schedule, indicating which part of the banquet was being held and what type of music was to be played. While Qi Yan was familiar with the process, Zhan Lin and Bo Wen met at the door of the Zhang residence. When she saw Zhan Lin, Bo Wen thought she was seeing things. "Oh my, Zhan, is that really you? You never go to parties, do you? I remember that it was often your brother who represented you. Why tonight?" Zhan Lin gathered his black suit jacket and replied nonchalantly, "Big brother is in the hospital." Bowen suddenly thought of something, slapped his own mouth, and apologized with a look of regret. "I'm sorry, brother, I forgot that your brother lost your sister-in-law some time ago." Zhan Lin did not show any displeasure, and said in a low voice, "Let's go in." Bowen suddenly thought of something else and ran over to ask anxiously, "Old Zhan, why are you alone? Where is my goddess?" Chapter 32 The Pianist, "It seems like my wife." Zhan Lin glanced at his friend and replied in a neutral tone, "Shouldn't your goddess be Miss Jiang?" Bowman's face tensed, and he pulled back his hand from his friend's shoulder. "Zhan Lin, if Miss Jiang hears this, you won't be able to get married." Bowen wanted to argue, but in the end he just moved his lips. This shows that he still wants to get married. The two entered the banquet hall in no time. There was no doubt that Zhan Lin, who had not yet revealed his identity, would win by his appearance and figure. As soon as he appeared in the hall, he became the focus of attention. The crowd burst into a loud noise. Many female guests began to fall in love with Zhan Lin. Wow, he's so handsome. Who is that gentleman? I don't know, I've never seen him before, but I know the one next to him. He's the son of the chairman of the Bo family. If you can get together with the son of the chairman of the Bo family, you must be rich or noble. I wonder if that gentleman is married. I really want to add him to WeChat. Hey, keep your voices down. Don't let Qin Dishao hear you. Qin Dishao is the focus of attention tonight. Bao Wen heard the surrounding praises and nudged Zhan Lin with his elbow. Hey, Zhan, do you like this atmosphere? You've stolen the hearts of all the women here, so you can imagine how popular you are. Do you regret not attending these banquets before and missing out on all the praise? Zhan Lin's expression was indifferent. There was nothing to regret. I just felt noisy. Bo Wen rolled his eyes. It's a pity that you don't become a monk. In the corner, Shi Yan heard the commotion and glanced over. Because Zhan Lin and Bo Wen were surrounded by the crowd outside, Shi Yan did not see them. Soon, he withdrew his gaze and continued to familiarize himself with the process. Zhan Lin and Bo Wen ignored the sounds and stares around them and walked straight to the main hall, in front of Jiang Qin's parents. When Jiang Yi saw Bo Wen's face, her face turned white and panic flashed in her eyes. It's him! Jiang Qi saw Zhan Lin's unfamiliar face and couldn't help but be stunned. He thought to himself, who is this young man? I've never seen him before. But just as he was wondering, he saw his father immediately lower his posture, walk forward, and excitedly shake Zhan Lin's hand. Zhan Dong, it's been a long time. I never thought you would find the time to visit my humble abode today. I'm really surprised. Jiang Qi and Jiang Yi frowned at the same time, staring at Zhan Lin, wondering who this person was that could make their father lower his head and bow to him. Zhan Lin politely nodded and replied in a calm voice, It's been a long time, Mr. Jiang. Since my father couldn't make it today due to some business, I'm here to attend your son's birthday party on behalf of him. I hope Mr. Jiang won't mind. Zhang's father was flattered. How could he not be? Uncle, aunt, good evening. At this time, Bo Wen greeted Jiang Dong and his wife. Zhang's father hurriedly replied, Xiao Wen is here too, that's great. At this point, Zhang's father looked for his daughter in the hall. Where did this girl go? Bo Wen said, Uncle, it's okay. You entertain the guests first. I'll find Xiao Wen. Before he could finish his sentence, Bo Wen saw the woman standing on the side, holding Jiang Qi's hand. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Jiang Yi looked at him and immediately looked away sheepishly, pretending not to know him. Bak Wen glanced at the woman holding the arm of another man, and his eyes instantly darkened. So she really did have a fiancé. At this point, someone reminded them that the auspicious time had arrived. Zhan's father immediately took the microphone and said to the guests in the hall, Thank you all for coming to my humble home today. I'm honored that you've come to my son's birthday and engagement party. Next, my son will introduce you to our future daughter-in-law. Bo Wen silently stepped back. Seeing his sad expression, Zhan Lin was worried and followed him. When the two arrived at the dining area, Jiang Qi was in front of the microphone, looking deeply into Jiang Yi's eyes as he gave his speech. Dear, thank you for appearing in my world. You are my light, and you have suddenly illuminated my world. In the corner, according to the program schedule, when the male protagonist was giving a speech to the female protagonist, she slowly played a piece of lyrical music. She played her original music, which has a strong power of empathy. Everyone who hears this music will have a different feeling. In the dining area, Bo Wen was putting the dim sum on the plates, with a completely lifeless expression. Zhan Lin asked, Old one, what's wrong with you? He was about to continue talking when suddenly, a familiar piano sound slowly spread throughout the hall. Hearing the sound, Zhan Lin's eyes widened in surprise. It was the piano piece he had heard in the tavern late at night. The sound quality seemed to be played live. Thinking of this, Zhan Lin immediately looked around. At this moment, many guests were watching Jiang Dong's son-in-law express his deep feelings to his beautiful fiancée, and no one paid attention to the piano sound. Except for Zhan Lin. Finally, in a dimly lit corner next to the stairs, Zhan saw a piano. And a slender, perfectly shaped profile. Since the pianist's hair was loose, his profile was not visible. Zhan somehow felt that the pianist's side profile was a bit familiar. His wife, Qian, also had such outstanding side profile. At this moment, the man and woman in front of them, surrounded by a crowd, embraced each other deeply. Perhaps influenced by the music, Zhang Yi's face was full of tears of happiness. Until Zhang Qi knelt down and personally put the engagement ring on Zhang Yi. In the dining area, Bowen was so angry that he threw the clip in his hand back into the plate, making a lot of noise. Zhang Qi's voice suddenly came from somewhere. "Scumbag, are you offended by my family's cutlery? Since you don't want to come to my brother's birthday party, no one is forcing you to come. Why are you throwing a fit?" Hearing this, Bowen turned around and saw Zhang Qi glaring at him with a fierce expression. He looked innocent and wanted to explain that it wasn't what you thought. Zhan Lin interrupted him at this time and asked Zhang Qi, "Miss Zhang, what is the name of the piano piece playing in the hall?" Zhang Qi said in disbelief, "Sir, you don't know? How can you be the husband of a young lady when you don't even know the name of the song she's playing? Just as bad as the scum that Bowen hangs out with." Zhan Lin's expression was depressed. "What? Is this piano piece very well known?" He only knew that this was the second time he had heard it. "I have to go do something, you two go ahead," she said coldly and impatiently, and Zhang Qi walked away. After she left, Zhan Lin gestured to Bowen to look at the side of the stairs. "Brother, look, that woman playing the piano looks like my wife." Bowen followed Zhan Lin's gaze and looked at Qian's side, and was shocked. "It really does look like her, but old Zhan, does your wife play the piano?" Zhan Lin was stunned and his expression froze. "Yes, does his wife play the piano? His wife is either a delivery person or a cleaner. She comes from a humble background and shouldn't be into such things." Chapter 33, Qian is amazed by the whole process. Zhan Lin was about to ask the pianist what song he was playing when his phone rang. "Bowen, I'm going to answer the phone." Seeing that it was his father's call, he said to his friend, and then turned and left the hall. Bowen wandered around the hall aimlessly, but every now and then, he glanced in the direction where Zhang Yi was. After the engagement ceremony, it was time to cut the cake. According to the banquet program, Qian changed to a romantic and cheerful piece of music. The atmosphere was relaxed, and everyone was eating cake and chatting. "Dad," Zhang Qi leaned closer to his father, who was talking to someone else, and whispered, "Who was that gentleman?" Father Jiang asked, "Which gentleman?" "Zhang Qi, the one who came with your future son-in-law." "That's Zhan Dong," said Zhang's father, chairman of the Zhan Group, Zhan Lin. Zhang Qi was shocked. "The chairman of the Long War Group? Isn't that the richest man in the world?" Unexpectedly, the world's richest man, who is said to be exceptionally low-key, actually looks so outstanding. His father added, "I've met Chairman Zhan before, and since he's so low-key, you wouldn't have recognized him. If it weren't for his father's business today, he wouldn't have come to your birthday party. He's only here to give his father face." In the past, whenever there was a party or gathering in the upper echelons of society, his older brother Zhanya would usually attend instead. Zhang Qi nodded. The son heard a few days ago that Mr. Zhanyao's wife had passed away, and it is estimated that he has not yet come out of his grief. If it weren't for this incident, I'm afraid that the Zhan family members who came to his birthday party tonight would have been Mr. and Mrs. Zhanyao. However, it was also thanks to Mr. Zhan's absence that he had the opportunity to meet the legendary low-key chairman of the board. Zhang Yi, who was standing by the side, chatting elegantly with other noble women, heard the conversation between the father and son behind her, and a look of uncertainty flashed in her eyes. The gentleman who had stunned the audience was the chairman of the famous Zhan Group? She had been hasty. She should not have accepted Zhang Qi's proposal, and missed the chance to marry the richest man in the world. However, there is still time. She has plenty of time to marry the richest man in the world. At this thought, Zhang Yi's fiery red lips curled slightly. "Hey, I remember that Jiang Shao can play the piano, right? I heard that he plays very well. I wonder if we can have the pleasure of listening to him play live. Mr. Jiang can play the piano? Then he should play a song. It's not too much to say that he should play it for his fiancée, not to mention for everyone else. If I could marry a wife as beautiful as Miss Jiang, I would definitely play for my wife every day. Come on, Mr. Jiang." A guest suddenly brought up the topic with Zhang Qi, and the other guests started to make noise. Zhang Qi smiled modestly at everyone, then looked at Zhang Yi with a deep expression in his eyes. Dear, do you want to hear it? Zhang Yi replied with a hint of shyness, I'll see. Then I'll play a song for you, my favorite person. At this point, Zhang Qi looked at everyone and said that it had been a long time since he had played the piano, and if he played badly, he asked for everyone's understanding. Then, with the guests watching, Zhang Qi walked over to the piano by the stairs. Seeing that the lighting here was a bit dim, he told the servant, turn on the lights here. Then he walked over to Qi Yan and said, Miss, take a break. I'll play for a while. Upon hearing this, Qi Yan slowly lifted her delicate fingers from the keys. When she got up and looked at Zhang Qi, and when many guests gathered around the piano, even the lights here were just turned on by the servant. As soon as the lights came on, Qian's face, which was already of exceptional beauty, was reflected in the eyes of Zhang Qi and the guests behind him, including Zhang Yi. Then, what caught their eyes was her tall, curvy, and proud figure. Her perfect figure, the high-end, slim-fitting, and sexy black dress, and her delicate, beautiful face. At this moment, there was not a single part of Qi Yan that did not exude the charm of a top beauty. Wow, everyone was stunned by her beauty. Even Zhang Qi, at the moment he saw Qian's face, was stunned. It was as if they had never seen such a beautiful woman before. Zhang Yi was the first to come back to her senses. She saw that her fiancé was still staring at another woman, clenched her teeth, clenched her fists, and thought to herself, where did this woman come from? At this time, Zhang Qin came down from upstairs and saw her brother looking at Qi Yan. She thought that Qi Yan had done something wrong and immediately ran over to stand next to Qi Yan and asked, Brother, what's wrong? Qi Yan replied, Miss Jiang, your brother said to let me rest, and he will play for a while. Zhang Qin let out a sigh of relief. I thought you had done something wrong. Zhang Qi came back to her senses and asked, Qin, do you know this young lady? Zhang Qin, yes, this is the pianist I found for you. Otherwise, when you were making your passionate confession to your sister-in-law, where did the aphrodisiac music come from that infected your sister-in-law and made her cry? Zhang Yi heard the sound and clenched her fists in anger. Mr. Jiang, I won't disturb you while you play the piano. If you need me later, I'll. Zhang Yi then came over, took her fiancé's hand, interrupted Qi Yan's words, and asked softly, Dear, I suddenly want to hear a piano piece. Can I ask this pianist to play it? Zhang Qi smiled and said, Of course, dear. What song would you like to hear? Zhang Yi, Memories of Don Juan. A guest who knew the piece was shocked, Memories of Don Juan? This is said to be the most difficult piano piece in the world, and most pianists would not dare to try it. Zhang Qin glared at Zhang Yi angrily and said in a bad mood, Are you deliberately making things difficult for my friend? Zhang Yi was so scared that she hid behind her fiancé, looking pitiful. Qin, you misunderstood. I didn't mean it. I'll play another song. Zhang Qi said angrily, Zhang Qin, if you keep being so mean to your sister-in-law, don't call me brother anymore. Zhang Qin was so angry that she refused to call him brother. Qi Yan knew that Zhang Yi was making things difficult for her, deliberately giving her the most difficult piece to play, hoping that she would be unable to play it and make a fool of herself in public. She gave Zhang Qin a reassuring look, then calmly said to Zhang Qi, Mr. Jiang, I can play Memories of Don Juan, and I will play it for your fiancé right now. Since she dared to be a musician, there was no piece of music that she couldn't play, even if it was difficult. If that woman is not afraid that she will take away her glory, then she will not be polite. Qi Yan sat back down on the stool and slowly placed her hands on the keys. The guests watching the performance all fell silent, waiting for Qian's performance. At this time, Zhen Lintong came back from the phone call and saw many guests gathered in front of the piano, so he walked over to take a look. When he got to the edge of the crowd and finally saw the sight of Qian's face, Qian's fingers danced gracefully and nimbly on the keys. Seeing the pianist in front of him was really his wife, Zhen Lin stayed right there. Chapter 34, The Pianist is Amazing. After playing a short piece of piano music with super high skills, Red Flame once again amazed the audience. If her previous appearance was due to her looks and figure, then this time it was her outstanding piano skills that made her stand out. The young people present were mostly celebrities and wealthy young men. Which of them had not played the piano before? Most of them have played the piano before and know how difficult it is to play the piece that Red Flame played. However, Red Flame played it with ease. Zhang Yi could not bear to see her fiancé be fooled by Red Flame's appearance, and she wanted to make things difficult for Red Flame and embarrass her. She thought that the most difficult piano piece in the world was one that most pianists would be afraid to touch, and she expected that the pianist in front of her would not be able to play it. But what Zhang Yi never expected was that this pianist, whose beauty surpassed hers, not only played the piece, but also played it so well that he once again amazed the audience and became the focus of attention tonight. Failing to make things difficult, at this moment, Zhang Yi glared at Qi Yan with hatred in her heart. But for the Battle of Lin, it was really his wife who had just received her certificate a few days ago who had been amazed. Before he answered the phone, he thought that the pianist's profile looked like his wife, Qi Yan. Because he thought that his wife came from a humble background and usually did manual labor, she should not be able to play such an elegant instrument as the piano. But he never imagined that the pianist was his wife. And she plays the piano like a pro. So the question is, why does his wife have such a good talent and still work as a delivery person? With such skills, he would be more than qualified to be a pianist in a grand theater. Recalling the back of the pianist he saw in the late-night bar, Zhan is now very sure that the pianist he saw in the late-night bar was his wife. Not only did they play the same song, but they also had very similar backs. As he looked at the side of Qian's face, Zhan felt both emotion and curiosity. What kind of treasure did he marry? How did he discover that his wife was getting better and better as they got to know each other? Last time, when he was buying groceries at the supermarket, he was familiar with the ingredient list. This time, he discovered that she could play the piano. So what else will surprise him next time? Qi Yan glanced at the list and saw that there were still other links, so he played a short piece of Don Juan's Memories and slowly stopped. If he had played the whole song, I'm afraid the banquet would have to be stopped. After stopping, Red Flame got up and said to Zhang Qi, Mr. Zhang, because the song is too long, just play a short piece, your banquet still needs to continue. Her voice was gentle and beautiful, and her expression was beautiful and charming when she spoke. Zhang Qi was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses and realized that he had lost his temper. He smiled awkwardly and said, yes, miss, you play very well. Zhang Yi's face showed displeasure, but it was fleeting, and she put on a fake smile. The guests in the audience applauded, praising Qi Yan for being a master pianist. Qi Yan glanced at the crowd, but did not see Zhan figure. But Zhan had left before she finished playing. Little sister, take a break. I'll show you the rest of my house. Zhang Qin took Red Flame's arm and headed upstairs. The banquet continued, but after being amazed by Zhan and Qi Yan, the guests no longer paid much attention to the male and female protagonists of the evening. Zhang Yi went to the bathroom to calm herself down. Tonight, she thought she was the only heroine, but then a woman even more beautiful than she appeared, and that affected her mood. She needed to go to the bathroom to adjust. At the bathroom door, Zhang Yi and Bo Wan, who was on the phone, bumped into each other. They looked at each other and gradually became disgusted. At this moment, upstairs, Zhang Qin is showing Qi Yan around her room. This is my room, little sister. After taking a look, Qi Yan praised it, it's really beautiful. The room was very spacious, as big as the 3 bedrooms in her apartment combined. The balcony design in particular is very much in line with her aesthetic. Zhang Qin then asked, little sister, I have a question I've always wanted to ask you. Qi Yan smiled and said, please go ahead, Miss Zhang. Zhang Qin was curious, Bo Wan, that dead scumbag, comes from a family similar to mine, and the people who can play with him should also be similar in terms of their conditions. Little sister, logically speaking, you also live a pampered life, so how could you become a delivery person? And also a musician on the platform? Qi Yan replied without hesitation, it's just a hobby. Zhang Qin sighed, feeling a sense of pity. That little sister's hobbies are quite special. At this moment, Qi Yan accidentally glanced at a pregnancy test kit on the bedside table. Seeing her look at the test strip, Zhang Qin's expression changed, and she immediately put the test strip in the drawer, and smiled sheepishly and embarrassedly, this thing. Although it happened the night before with that scumbag, she was still worried, so she tested every day until her next period came. God will surely look after her, and won't let her win the lottery twice in a row, right? Realizing that something was wrong with the test strip, Qi Yan frowned and said, Miss Zhang, you bought the wrong test strip. This is a fake test strip. It can't tell whether you're pregnant or not. Zhang Qin was shocked, fake? She was embarrassed to buy it herself, so she asked a friend to buy it for her, but she actually bought a fake one? Qi Yan said, this brand of test strips was restricted from sale in the early years because of counterfeiting, and it has no testing function. Seeing that Zhang Qin was staring at the test paper with a sad look, Qi Yan said, Miss Zhang, if you want to know if you are pregnant, I can help you check. Zhang Qin was stunned. How? Qi Yan didn't say anything, but reached out and grabbed Zhang Qin's wrist. Zhang Qin was stunned again. Is this little sister checking her pulse to see if she is pregnant? Is it that amazing? After more than 10 seconds, Qi Yan's eyes lit up, and he withdrew his hand. Congratulations, Miss Zhang, you are pregnant, with twins. Zhang Qin. She had just had sex with that scumbag the night before. It's only been 2 days, so I'm afraid the sperm and egg haven't even attached to the uterus yet. How can you tell she's pregnant just by feeling her pulse? That's ridiculous. The little sister must have said that on purpose to make her happy, right? Yes, the little sister must be teasing her. How could there be such a miraculous thing? Miss, the young master is looking for you. At this time, the voice of the servant came from the door. Little sister, you rest in my room for a while. I'll go downstairs first. After saying this to Qi Yan, Zhang Qin left the room and went downstairs. Qi Yan walked over to the balcony. When she stood on the balcony, the piercing cold wind blew in her face. However, she, wearing a thin skirt, did not feel the slightest chill. It is true that she is a fairy, so how could this low temperature harm her? Zhang Qin had just reached the first floor when she saw Zhan Lin, who was looking for someone. Sir, are you looking for your wife? She's in my room, upstairs. Thank you. He had returned from a phone call and then lost sight of her. Naturally, Zhan Lin was very anxious. Upon hearing this, he immediately hurried upstairs and quickly found the room whose door was open. On the balcony, Qi Yan was staring at the moon in the sky when suddenly a jacket was draped over her. She turned around in surprise and was suddenly embraced by the person who had come. This was the first time in her life that she had touched the chest of a member of the opposite sex. Chapter 35, The Real Body is a Phoenix. Qi Yan trembled, her heart skipped a beat, and her eyes widened in surprise. What is this feeling? It's like being melted, so wonderful. Zhan Lin hugged her, warming her body with his own warmth, and said in a tone of concern, How could you not take care of yourself? It's so cold outside, and you're wearing so little. Aren't you cold? After hugging her, he let her go, covered her shoulders with her jacket, and held her hand, rubbing it gently. He thought that this woman must be freezing cold, but after holding her hand, he realized that these slender and soft hands were exceptionally warm. Zhan Lin was surprised. The temperature tonight is around 10 degrees Celsius, but her palms are not wearing gloves, so how come she doesn't feel the slightest bit of cold? Is her skin temperature that good? It was even warmer than his own hands. But how could Zhan Lin know that the woman in front of him was no ordinary woman? Her true body is a phoenix, so her natural body temperature is not low. At the moment, Zhan Lin was staring at Zhan Lin holding her hand, not knowing what to say. He only knew that the touch of a man's hand was particularly comfortable, and that this comfort went straight to the depths of his heart. He wanted the other person to hold his hand all the time. Didn't you bring a jacket with you when you came out? Zhan Lin asked softly. Qi Yan replied softly, Yes, it's on the first floor. The phone is also in the down jacket. Not wanting to worry the man, Qi Yan said again, I just came out to take a look. I was just about to go back to my room when you came. It's fine. Okay, I understand. Let's go inside. It's cold outside. With that, Zhan Lin took Red Flame's hand and entered Zhang Qin's room. Looking at the hand that was being held, Qi Yan's lips curled slightly. Zhan Lin only let go of Qi Yan's hand when they reached the hallway outside the room. He looked into her eyes and moved his lips, wanting to say a lot of things. For example, how did she end up in the Zhang family? For example, she could have chosen to be a piano teacher or a pianist, but why is she doing delivery and cleaning work? And again, is she exceptionally talented? Judging from the pieces she plays, she must have reached the 8th level of the piano exam, or even the highest level. At this time, the servant of the Zhang family found Qi Yan and reminded her, Miss, there are 2 minutes left before the dancing session. This means that she needs to play the piano and accompany the dance. Knowing that the man had something to say to her, but her work was not yet finished, Qi Yan had to say to Zhan Lin, Sir, what do you have to say? Can we talk after I finish my work? Zhan Lin nodded slightly, Okay, I'll wait for you. During the dancing session, Xian was so absorbed in playing the piano that her mind was uncontrollably recalling the bits and pieces of her encounter with Zhan over the past 10 days. She didn't pay attention to how many male guests were secretly admiring her beauty and listening to her piano playing. Of course, she was also indifferent to the envious and jealous glances of the female guests. After the dancing session began, many men and women of different ages danced a slow dance in the center of the hall under the crystal chandelier. The romantic music drifted through the hall. Zhan sat in a corner, his right hand unconsciously turning the phone, his eyes always lingering on his wife, Qian, not far away. Many young and beautiful women had come to invite him to dance, but he had refused them all. The only thing that interested him was watching his beautiful wife play the piano and listening to the beautiful and melodious sounds of his wife's performance. After a long time, his phone suddenly rang. There was a message. Zhan opened his phone and looked at it. It was a WeChat message from his friend Bo Wen. "Old Zhan, I'm going home first. I don't have Jiang Qin's contact information. If you see her, please tell her for me." Zhan sent a OK gesture and locked the screen. At this time, a middle-aged man with a greasy appearance walked over and greeted Zhan with a bow. Zhan glanced at the man and frowned slightly. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man smiled in a flattering manner. He was Zhang Ji, the chairman of Yangji Real Estate. "Mr. Zhan, you haven't seen me, but I know you." He then sat down next to Zhan. Zhan frowned and thought about it. Yangji Real Estate? It seems that he competed with the Qingzhan Group for the land in the old city last time. But due to budget problems, he didn't dare to raise the price and lost the right to use that land. The middle-aged man glanced at Zhan, who had been staring at the pianist. He couldn't help but think of a plan when his eyes shifted. "Chairman Zhan, you like the pianist too? Also?" Zhan's eyebrows furrowed again. "Does the other person like his wife too?" But after thinking about it, Zhan's frown relaxed and a hint of smugness crept into the corner of his mouth. Yes, his wife is so beautiful that any man would be tempted, let alone Chairman Yangji. But what's the point of someone else liking her? She's his wife. Seeing that Zhan did not respond, the middle-aged man said flatteringly, "Director Zhan, to be honest with you, there are very few natural beauties like this nowadays. Those who are beautiful have all had plastic surgery." When he heard the word goods, Zhan's expression instantly sank. The middle-aged man did not notice Zhan's expression, and looked at the red flame playing the piano not far away, and said, "I asked Zhang Dong's daughter, and she said that the pianist is already married. If Zhan Dong likes it." At this point, the middle-aged man leaned in close to Zhan's ear and whispered the rest of the sentence in a sinister tone. "I'll use some tricks tonight to get her into your car, Zhan Dong." Zhan frowned and said in a low voice, "No need." The middle-aged man was stunned and asked in confusion, "Director Zhan, why is that?" He had clearly seen Zhan Dong staring at the pianist for a long time, and he was very obsessed with it. So Zhan Dong must be interested in the pianist. But Zhan Dong said no. Why? Does he not like married women? Zhan turned his face to the side, glared at the middle-aged man with a sinister look, and replied in a deep voice, "Because that's my wife." The middle-aged man's face turned white as a corpse at the sound. He then walked away in a dispirited manner. Not long after Chairman Yangji left, Zhang Qi walked past Zhan and asked the butler who happened to be there if he had seen the young mistress. The butler shook his head and said, "No, sir." "Shall I go outside and look for her?" Zhang Qi nodded, "Okay." Then the two of them searched in opposite directions. Zhang Qi did not see Zhan sitting on the side. After Zhang Qi left for a while, there were eyes in the corner, staring at the place where Zhan was sitting. To be precise, they were watching Zhan. After a short while, a red figure passed by Zhan, and very naturally dropped his cell phone on the ground. Seeing the phone slide towards his feet, Zhan looked indifferent and put one foot on the other leg to avoid the phone touching his feet. Zhang Yi walked 2 steps closer, bent down gracefully to pick up the phone, and turned sideways with the side of her skirt split, facing Zhan. As she squatted down, her white thighs were visible. The sexy curve of her buttocks was perfectly displayed. Chapter 36, Qian, let's go out together. Zhan glanced at the woman's behavior, but ignored it and continued to watch the red flame playing the piano not far away. In the depths of his eyes, a flash of disgust flashed. As the future young lady of the Zhang family, she actually used tricks to seduce another man at the engagement banquet. Such a woman is not worthy of marrying into a wealthy family. Zhang Yi saw that the man was unmoved, and her eyes were full of resentment and incomprehension. She had acted so naturally that the man should have been able to tell that she was deliberately showing off her good figure. But why is he indifferent to her figure? Is the chairman of the Longzhan group that difficult to deal with? Zhang Yi did not take the initiative to talk to him, and left with her cell phone. She felt that if she approached him, it would make her look cheap and give him a bad impression. It doesn't matter, there's still time. She has plenty of ways to conquer this man. 2 hours later, the banquet was over. Xian put on her mask and her old down jacket, and was ready to leave the hall. At this time, Zhang Qin came up to her and said, "Miss, let me walk you out." "Xian, it's okay, Miss Zhang. You go ahead and take care of your business. It's fine, it's just a short walk." Speaking of which, Zhang Qin looked around. At this time, there were not many people in the hall. She couldn't find Zhan Lin's figure, so she asked, "I remember your husband was here, but I don't see him. Did he leave early?" Xian said in an uncertain tone, "He should be at the door." The man said he would wait for her, so he should keep his word. She trusted her intuition. That man was a man of his word. At this moment, 3 women dressed in bright and beautiful clothes followed them. These 3 women were the ones who had talked behind her back when she arrived at the Zhang family tonight. But now, these 3 women no longer mocked Qian as an old lady. "Woman A, sisters, we were all wrong. That woman is not an old lady at all. She is so beautiful it's ridiculous. Woman B, what's the point of being so beautiful? She's still working for a rich family. She's just a little-known pianist, how can she compare to us? Woman C, I tell you, this woman has stolen the limelight from Zhang's fiancé tonight. Miss Zhan will definitely hold a grudge against her. In the future, if Miss Zhang retaliates, she will suffer. Woman A, have you noticed that when Mr. Zhang looked at that woman, his eyes changed? I think he has a crush on her." Woman B, ha, interesting. When the time comes, we'll have another chance to eat melon. Zhang Qin probably couldn't hear the 3 women's discussion, but Qi Yan heard it clearly. The eyes on the mask of Qi Yan suddenly became dark for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the 3 women behind wanted to continue their discussion, but suddenly found that their mouths were tightly pursed, as if they were sealed with tape, and they couldn't open their mouths at all. They were so anxious that they made a sound of The eyes on the mask of the woman in front of her narrowed slightly, and a bloodthirsty smile flashed across her eyes. When they reached the gate, before she could even look for Zhan Lin, a car with a low-key and luxurious appearance stopped next to her. Zhang Qin was dumbfounded when she saw the car and praised it. "Wow, this is a limited edition this year. I've never dared to buy it. This is the car of which big boss? He must be very rich." After a glance, Qi Yan had the answer. It was Zhan Lin's car. That man had driven her in this car. That man is the chairman of the Changjian Group, the richest man in the world, and a limited edition luxury car is nothing to a man. At this moment, the driver's door was opened and Zhan Lin got out of the car. When she saw him, Zhang Qin's eyes widened. "Little sister, isn't this your husband?" Sure enough, the man who hangs out with that scumbag Bowen is either rich or noble. The person who can afford this luxury car must be from a better family than hers. Zhan Lin bypassed the front of the car and came to the passenger seat, opened the door, and said to Qi Yan in a soft voice, "Let's go back." "Yes." Qi Yan replied softly, then waved to Zhang Qin, "Miss Zhang, goodbye." Zhang Qin was still in a daze from the realization that Zhan Lin was a super rich man, and she replied blankly, "Okay." At this time, most of the guests had already left, and there were not many people around. "Miss Zhang, we're leaving first," Zhan Lin said to Zhang Qin and prepared to get back into the car. Zhang Qin stopped him and said, "Sir, wait a minute." Zhan Lin turned around and asked, "Miss Zhang, is there anything else?" Zhang Qin looked around and didn't see Bo Wen's figure. She couldn't help but ask, "Isn't that scumbag Bo Wen with you? Where is he?" "Bo Wen?" Zhan Lin suddenly realized, "Oh, that's right. Bowen had to go back before the dancing session started because he didn't have your contact information and couldn't tell you, so he asked me to relay it to you." Zhang Qin pursed her lips, a little displeased, but quickly hid her displeasure and said to Zhan Lin, "Okay, sir, thank you for your help. Drive carefully on your way back." Zhan Lin hesitated and asked, "Does Miss Zhang need his contact information?" Zhang Qin gritted her teeth and said, no. Okay. But when Zhanlin turned around, Zhang Qin was full of mixed emotions and stammered, Sir, please give me the contact information of that scumbag. If she is not pregnant after half a month, she will definitely not marry that scumbag. If she is pregnant, we can discuss how to solve it at that time, but she will definitely not marry that scumbag. After giving Zhang Qin the phone number and WeChat of Bo 1, Zhanlin drove away. The car reached the foot of the mountain and entered the flat road. Zhanlin looked at Qi Yan in the passenger seat and smiled lightly, you surprise me. Qi Yan knew that the man was referring to the fact that she could play the piano. But he was also surprised that she was the richest man in the world. If she hadn't been working as a cleaner under his nose, she wouldn't have known that he was the richest man in the world. However, if she wants to know something, it's easy to do so. The key is whether she wants to know it or not. As Red Flame was thinking about how to reply to the man spoke again, you play the piano so well, why do you want to be a deliveryman? I just like working at the bottom. Qi Yan replied truthfully. In a word, she explained why she had taken the job as a cleaner. Purely because she likes it? Or was it that she had previously had a stressful job and that she liked those jobs that didn't require much thinking in order to relieve her stress? Zhan Rong asked softly, aren't you tired? Qi Yan smiled and spoke in a soft, gentle voice like a man. She was not tired and was very fulfilled. Zhanlin smiled slightly, it's good that you're not tired. Since she feels neither tired nor unfulfilled, he will not interfere with her job as a cleaner. After the car passed a large curve, Zhanlin stopped the car at a wide road section. Then she turned to Qi Yan, looked at him seriously, and said in a very formal tone, Qi Yan, I think we are a good match. Shall we try dating? Chapter 37, Help the employee translate, the employee is stunned. Interact? The pair of eyes on the mask of Red Flame widened in surprise. Zhanlin looked at her seriously, expecting her reply. After thinking for a moment, she took off her mask and looked at Zhanlin. Once the mask was removed, her face, which was beautiful beyond reproach, was revealed. When he saw her face, Zhanlin's eyes flickered slightly, and a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. In his mind, Red Flame's face was the best work of the creator, and there was not a single flaw to be found. But how could Zhanlin know that the woman sitting in front of him at this moment was no different from the creator? To them, she is the goddess of heaven. With her clear eyes, without provocation, she asked softly, Sir, by dating, I mean that in the future, we will be embracing, kissing, and having sex. That means we will no longer be a nominal couple, right? Do. Two words made Zhanlin's face freeze, and he was speechless for a moment. In surprise, his Adam's apple rolled slightly. He was very puzzled. It was just two special words. Looking at the other person's eyes, he was simply asking a question, and he wasn't provoking him. Why did his body feel uncomfortable? After a moment of deliberation, Zhanlin looked into Qian's eyes and said, in theory, you are right, but I will respect your decision. Without your consent, I will naturally not act recklessly. Qi Yan did not hesitate, and nodded lightly, okay, that's fine. This means that he agrees to go out with her. Qi Yan thought, there is a person of the opposite sex that he does not resist, so he can. Try it. Zhanlin didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He was momentarily taken aback and was about to say something when a horn sounded from behind the car. A large truck was about to pass, but his car was parked in front of it, and there was not enough room to pass. Zhanlin had no choice but to sit upright and start the car again. After driving for a while, he turned his head to look at Qi Yan, and said with gratitude, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Qi Yan smiled at him gently and said, you're welcome. Zhanlin asked, what kind of date do you like? Like going to the movies, concerts, or shopping? Without thinking, Red Flame said casually, it's all right, just let the gentleman arrange it. Her words caused a look of pain to cross Zhanlin's eyes. Does this woman never know how to say no? They have known each other for about 10 days, and during that time, no matter what he suggested, this woman never refused, and she always obediently agreed to him. She agreed to get a marriage license, agreed to quit her job as a delivery girl, and today she agreed to go out with him. Not once has she raised any objections. Even the way they went on dates, she let him make all the arrangements. After thinking for a moment, Zhan Rueren replied softly, then, let's go to the movies? Tomorrow after work, we'll go to dinner first, then to the movies. Qi Yan nodded slightly, okay. It was already 11:30 when they returned to the apartment. Zhan said, "Get some rest early." Shi Yan nodded lightly and opened the door to the apartment. After she closed the door, Zhan returned to her own apartment. Before long, it was morning. Shi Yan left at 6 a.m., while Zhan left at almost 9 a.m. Every time she left the apartment, she would stop by the entrance of Red Flame's apartment before going downstairs. Cheyenne's electric car was parked next to his car in the underground garage. When he saw that her car was not there, he knew that she had already gone to work. Long War Headquarters. Shi Yan is very efficient at her job. When she finishes cleaning the floor she is responsible for, the employees have not yet arrived for work. After checking the hygiene, Zhou Yu returned to the cleaning room and praised Shi Yan. "Girl, you've done a great job cleaning. You're the most efficient cleaner I've ever seen. You're definitely the best employee in our department this month." Shi Yan smiled slightly and said, "You're too kind." At this moment, someone just passed by the half-open door and heard Zhou Yu's words. This person was also wearing a cleaning uniform, but it was yellow, and like Zhou Yu, she was the team leader of the cleaning department. She was Huang Ling, the team leader in charge of hygiene in the sales department, and she was already in her middle years. When she heard the words Excellent Employee Award, Huang Ling's brow furrowed and her eyes sank. She thought that this month, the Outstanding Employee Award must go to someone she had supervised. Huang Ling pushed the door open, her fierce expression softening. "Old Zhou, why didn't you answer the phone? The supervisor wants to talk to you." While talking, she secretly took a look at Shi Yan. Zhou Yu suddenly realized, slapped his forehead, "Oh, I left my cell phone in our department office, I didn't bring it up. By the way, what did the supervisor want to talk to me about?" "Huang Ling, how would I know?" "You'll find out when you see the supervisor." "Okay, I'll go down and find the supervisor now." "Nyang, I'm going to go find the supervisor." "You just check the hygiene regularly and mop up the dirt." After giving Shi Yan a few words of advice, Zhou Yu left with Huang Ling. Half an hour later, the employees were basically all in a working state. Shi Yan took a shovel and a broom and went outside to look for garbage and sweep it up. Outside the chairman's office, she met Chen Duo. As soon as she saw her, Chen Du greeted her happily. "Hello, Auntie, good morning." Shi Yan did not correct the aunt's title. With her current appearance in this job, she looked like an aunt or an older lady, so there was no need to correct it. She returned a polite nod to Chen Duo and said, "Good morning to you too." Seeing that the other person was holding a tray, Shi Yan thought that the other person must have just delivered tea to the chairman's office. "Auntie, I'll be going now." "Okay." After Chen Duo left, Shi Yan went to other areas to take a look. Passing by an employee, she saw that the employee was staring at the computer, clutching the few hairs she had left, and her expression was one of total collapse. She stopped in her tracks. The employee said in a tone of voice that was full of frustration, "It's so hard." Shi Yan stood behind the employee and glanced at the computer screen. Only then did she realize that the balding employee was a translator. The language she was translating was a rare foreign language. For people on Earth, this foreign language is rarely studied and is also difficult to learn. During the translation process, there are many words that are not understood. But it was already very good that the translator could translate to this extent. Shi Yan reached out and touched the employee's shoulder. The employee turned around and looked at her with confusion. "Auntie, what's the matter?" Shi Yan raised her chin and said, "I know this foreign language. Can I help you translate?" The employee was shocked. "Is that true?" Then, after looking at her from top to bottom, the employee said, "Auntie, stop messing around and go back to work. I'm in a hurry to finish this. The chairman will be coming to work soon and will need to review this contract. He doesn't have much time to translate it. Besides, if this auntie could translate this foreign language, she wouldn't be a cleaning lady." Shi Yan lowered her head and pointed directly at the foreign text on the screen with her latex-gloved hand and began to translate. "Young man, this word, translated into Chinese, means mixing equipment." The employee was stunned. He suddenly remembered that it meant mixing equipment. But he didn't expect the cleaning lady to understand it, which was a big surprise. The employee came to his senses and quickly got up, offering his chair to the cleaning lady. Shi Yan sat down, put his hands in the rubber gloves on the keyboard, and helped the employee translate the contract. The employee looked down at him with a look of excitement and horror. At this moment, Zhan walked past. Seeing a cleaning worker sitting in the employee's position, wearing rubber gloves and tapping the keyboard with his hands, he couldn't help but be attracted and stopped to watch. Chapter 38, The Cleaning Lady Who Was a Master Translator. Zhan continued to translate, and the translation became faster and faster. The employee watched in amazement the whole time. He looked at the cleaner from time to time to see if he was seeing things. After confirming that it was a cleaning lady who was translating for him, he was completely dumbfounded. He thought, is it possible that this auntie isn't a translator who has retired and is only doing cleaning work here? There are only 2 or 3 people in the entire translation department who know this foreign language, and it's hard to believe that a cleaning lady is more proficient in this foreign language than they are. What is the saying? It is not necessarily a competitor who defeats you, but someone from a different field. Because he was wearing a mask and a cap that covered his forehead, and because he was dressed as a cleaner, Zhan didn't realize that the cleaner who was interpreting for the employees was his wife, Zhan. His surprised gaze was locked on Zhan's hands, which were wearing rubber gloves. Like the employees, he could not believe that a cleaning worker could not only operate a keyboard, but also know such an obscure foreign language. When the translation reached the last sentence, Zhan did not say a word and quietly walked over. Zhan saved the contract she had translated and then got up to give her seat back to the employee, saying, "Okay, I won't bother you anymore." Seeing her about to leave with the broom and shovel, the employee stopped her and said, "Auntie, wait a minute." He hadn't thanked her properly yet, and he also wanted to ask her how she had become so proficient in the foreign language, and whether she had been a translator in the past. "You're welcome." Zhan knew that the other person wanted to thank her, but she didn't give him the chance. She just said a few words and then took her things and left. After a while, the employee finished sorting out the contracts and printed them out, sending them to the chairman's office. "Chairman, here are the Chinese and foreign versions of the contract you requested." The employee handed the contract to Zhan, his tone respectful and a little nervous. After all, the chairman is the chairman, and no employee is not nervous when they see him, even though they have worked together for a long time. Zhan took the contract, flipped through it, and compared it. As he flipped through the pages, he couldn't help but think of the way the cleaner had typed so quickly and fluently. He could understand the foreign language, and after comparing it, Zhan found that the cleaner's translation was 100% accurate. Even better than the employee sitting across from him. After reading the contract, Zhan looked at the employee and asked, "How did your translation suddenly improve so much?" "I'm very satisfied with the translation." His eyes were piercing, as if he could see through people's hearts. The employee did not dare to look into his superior's eyes, and under the pressure of guilt and nervousness, he stammered, Chairman. He should be honest and not take all the credit for it. Thinking about this, the employee confessed, "It's true, Chairman, I didn't translate the translation." Zhan raised an eyebrow in interest. "Oh? Really? Then who translated it? Who else in the translation department is more proficient in this foreign language than you?" The employee said honestly, "Chairman, it's like this. Today's contract is a bit tricky. When I was just translating it, I happened to be seen by the cleaning lady, and she helped me translate the second half. I didn't expect that the cleaning lady would be so good. This translator is quite honest." Zhan nodded slightly, "I see. You can go now." After the employee left, Zhan came in. Seeing his boss staring at the documents on the table, Zhan asked, "Chairman, is there anything wrong with this document?" Zhan came back to his senses and said, "No, I was just surprised to see a cleaning lady helping the translator translate." Zhan smiled and said, "Chairman, what's so surprising about that? Among the delivery men, there are hidden dragons and tigers, some who can program, and some who have been a chairman. I guess they were so stressed out by their previous jobs that they took a job that didn't require much brainpower." Zhan recalled the image of Zhan playing the piano in the Zhang family, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Zhan was right. Among the delivery men, there are indeed hidden dragons and tigers. His wife is a case in point. His wife can play the most difficult pieces in the world with ease. She must have been a pianist in the past. At noon, Zhan left work on time. When she entered the elevator and was about to press the floor, Zhan walked in from outside, with a cell phone in his ear. When the man made eye contact with her, she lowered her head in time to avoid his gaze. Zhan was so engrossed in talking to the person on the other end of the phone that he didn't notice the cleaning lady standing next to him. "Thank you, basement level." After saying this to the cleaner, Zhan stood to the side and said to the person on the other end of the phone, "I'm going to the movies with my wife tonight, so I won't be able to hang out with you." At the sound, Cheyenne's body trembled slightly. The man mentioned her. After regaining his composure, Red Flame pressed the buttons for the first and second floors. "I have to go out to take care of some business. I have to hang up now." After that, Zhan ended the call with his friend Bo One. After the call, he noticed the cleaning lady standing next to him. His company has a rule that one cleaner is responsible for the sanitation of each floor, and one head of the cleaning department is placed in each department. Then there are the supervisors and managers. So the cleaning staff who was proficient in translation that he saw this morning was the one in front of him. He didn't expect him to be so tall. His wife is also this tall, but she's not yet middle-aged. "Auntie, you used to be a translator?" Zhan asked casually. His company only hires the best of the best, and the translator this morning was already one of the best in that obscure foreign language, but this cleaner is even more proficient. If she still wants to be a translator, he can transfer her to another position. Although this capable person is a bit older, he still treasures talent. Cheyenne was shocked. How did Zhan know that she had been a translator? Did the employee mention to him that she had helped him translate a foreign language? It seemed like the only possibility. She glanced at the man next to her with a glance, and was thinking about how to reply when the elevator door opened. The person waiting for the elevator downstairs came in. This person is the department manager. As soon as he came in, he greeted Zhan, "Good afternoon, Chairman." After that, the two of them discussed work in the elevator. When they reached the first floor, Cheyenne got out of the elevator, and Zhan looked at her back and pressed the button to close the door, going down one floor with the department manager. When she inserted the key into the electric car, she looked down and realized that she had not changed into her work clothes. But she didn't go back to change, instead she took off her clothes and put them in the trunk, and took off her cap and put it in. Then she put on her helmet and drove back to her apartment. But outside a large shopping mall near her apartment, she stopped the car. She looked down and thought, she was going on a date with a man that night, so she should at least dress up a little. Cheyenne immediately parked the car, took off her helmet and placed it on the rearview mirror, and then entered the mall to look for clothes in a women's clothing store. After entering the store, she looked around at the clothes in the store. Before the clerk could even say a word, she pointed to the model in the window next to her and gestured to the clerk. "Hello, the clothes the model is wearing, including the bag and the high heels on the side, please pack them for me. I think the size should fit me, so don't bother to get other sizes." Chapter 39, Men and Women with Exceptional Looks. The model is wearing a gray plaid mid-length high-waisted wool A-line skirt. It is matched with a long-sleeved, tight-fitting black turtleneck sweater. Then paired with a pair of high-heeled beige ankle boots and a beige chain bag. Cheyenne visually measured the model's figure and determined that the clothes were the right size for her. However, the clerk hesitated and did not immediately pack the clothes for her, but instead sized up her figure. Because she was wearing a thin, loose jacket and loose work pants, her curvy figure was completely hidden. At this moment, in the eyes of the clerk, she was not tall enough to support the clothes on the model. In a responsible manner, the clerk suggested, "Miss, if you're not in a hurry, can you try it on?" The model was wearing a size S, and the long skirt had no elastic, so if she didn't have a small waist, she couldn't pull the zipper up. Cheyenne could see from the clerk's eyes that the clerk was clearly not confident in her figure. "Okay, I'll try it on." The clerk immediately responded, "Okay, miss, I'll get it ready for you right away." After that, she quickly found a size S outfit for Cheyenne. "Miss, this way please, the fitting room is inside." After Cheyenne entered the fitting room, the clerk said outside, "Miss, if it doesn't fit, please let me know and I'll find a size that fits you." While Zhan was trying on clothes, another customer came into the store. This customer was Zhan. Another clerk saw Zhan and was instantly dazzled, as if she had never seen such a handsome man before. After entering the store, Zhan looked around, and finally his gaze fell on a down jacket hanging on the wall. The down jacket was light blue, long, had a hood, and was very slim-fitting. At a glance, Zhan knew that this down jacket would make Jihan's already curvy figure stand out even more when she put it on. "That down jacket, take a small size, wrap it up for me." Zhan thought that Cheyenne probably didn't have many down jackets, and it was cold today, so he should buy her one so she could wear it out at night and keep warm. He originally wanted to call the stylist directly and ask her to prepare a few wardrobes of clothes for her to change into every day. But he didn't do it for fear of scaring her. "Okay, sir, I'll pack it for you." The clerk snapped back to reality and immediately began packing the clothes. While the clerk was packing the clothes, Zhan walked over to the area near the fitting room, wondering if he should buy Red Flame some clothes for tonight's date. When he passed the fitting room where Qian was, he stopped. He put one hand on the shelf and took out his phone to dial Red Flame's number. He thought it was noon, and Red Flame should be off work by now. He could probably reach her on the phone. He could ask her what size she wore and buy it for her. At this moment, Red Flame was already trying on the clothes in the fitting room. The fitting room was spacious, well lit, and had a mirror. She looked at her own figure in the mirror, then took off her mask and let her hair down. Just as she was about to check how her hair looked down, her cell phone in her work pants rang. Zhan, who was standing outside the fitting room, was stunned when he heard the ringing sound coming from inside the fitting room. But he only glanced at the door of the fitting room and didn't think much of it. Inside the fitting room, Qian took out her phone, looked at the screen, and found that it was Zhan calling, so she answered it and then whispered to the tall and beautiful version of herself in the mirror. Outside, Zhan was about to speak when he heard a gentle voice coming from the fitting room. And this voice was exactly the same as the one on the phone. Zhan was stunned and subconsciously looked at the door of the fitting room, thinking, could it be that his wife was inside? It can't be that coincidental, right? Inside the fitting room, Qian didn't hear a response and couldn't help but frown. She put the phone down and looked at it to make sure she was still on the phone with the man, then put the phone back to her ear and said softly, "Hello? Can you hear me?" After still not hearing a response, Qian frowned and thought, could it be that the man had accidentally touched the phone and dialed her number? After waiting for 2 seconds and still not hearing a response, she did not end the call, turned around, and opened the door to the fitting room. There was a wide mirror outside, and she wanted to see how the clothes looked on her. It was her first date with a man, so she wanted to look good. When the door opened, a tall and slender figure appeared in Qian's field of vision, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Zhan had a cell phone in his ear, one hand in his pocket, and he was standing casually and elegantly. The man stood 2 meters away from the fitting room, smiling at her. The air of a superior, mature and stable appearance, handsome face, there is nothing about the man that is not perfect. Zhan put down his phone and waved slightly, "Good afternoon." Qian lowered her eyes and couldn't help but laugh. 20 minutes ago, she had just parted ways with this man in the elevator. She never expected to see him again so soon. What a coincidence! No wonder the man didn't say anything on the phone. He must have heard her voice and knew she was in the fitting room, so he deliberately kept quiet to give her a surprise. At this time, the clerk who had previously served Zhan came over with the down jacket packed. "Sir, the down jacket is packed for you. Do you like it?" The salesperson who had served Qian also came from another direction, holding a set of clothes in her hand. This set of clothes is an oversized version of the one that Red Flame is wearing at the moment. She was worried that the previous set of clothes didn't fit the customer, so she specially prepared another set. However, when she saw the appearance and figure of Red Flame, the clerk was shocked. If she hadn't recognized her by the clothes she was wearing, the clerk wouldn't have believed that the middle-aged woman she had served earlier was the beautiful young woman in front of her. When she let her hair down, took off her mask, and changed out of her bulky coat and pants, this woman was so young and beautiful. With the blessing of this outfit, she is especially beautiful and flamboyant. The clerk was so surprised that she couldn't help but praise her. "Miss, you're so beautiful." She was blind, how could she think that the customer couldn't wear a size S? Clearly, the clothes fit the customer perfectly. "Really? Thank you." With a smile, she replied to the clerk, then subconsciously looked at the man across from her, her eyes full of expectation. She wanted to know what the man thought of her. Zhan took the bag from the clerk's hand and took out the packaged down jacket. Then, in front of the two salespersons, he walked up to Qian and gently and elegantly draped the down jacket over her, saying softly, "I just picked this out for you. Try it on to see if it fits." Hearing this, the two saleswomen widened their eyes in disbelief at the couple in front of them, whose appearance exceeded the standard. They realized that these two customers knew each other. Chapter 40. My wife is just beautiful. After putting the down jacket on Qian, Zhan gently ran his hand through her hair and praised, "My wife is so beautiful." "Old wife?" The two clerks were shocked again. It turns out that they are not a couple, but a married couple. Instead of being shy and lowering her head, Red Flame smiled at the man and said, "Thank you." When she smiled, everything around him seemed to fade away in Zhan eyes. If it weren't for the inappropriate situation, he would have been unable to help himself and would have picked her up and kissed her. The man praised her, which meant that in his eyes, she was really beautiful. Thinking about this, Zhan was very happy, and her mouth kept a smile, and her eyes were shining. Zhan patted her head affectionately and said, "Let's take a look. Do you like any other styles?" Zhan smiled and said, "This is fine. We have a lot of clothes at home." More? Zhan couldn't help but think of the 5 suitcases he saw on the day he helped move the house. If he guessed correctly, 3 of the 5 suitcases were filled with household items. Only 2 suitcases had clothes. Are her clothes considered a lot? Then I'll buy some another day. Zhan did not force Zhan to buy clothes. After paying the bill, he walked out of the mall with her. However, Red Flame did not take off the new clothes she was wearing. But she didn't ask the clerk to throw away the old clothes, instead she packed them up and took them back to her apartment. When it came time to pay, she didn't insist on paying herself, but stood by the side and watched the man pay for her. She knew that the man would definitely not let her pay, so instead of making a fuss and rushing to pay the bill, she just watched the man pay. Outside the mall, because there was still something to take care of, Zhan did not go back to the apartment with Red Flame. After seeing Zhan ride her electric bicycle away, Zhan drove his car in the opposite direction. The first thing Red Flame did when she returned to the apartment was close the door and cast a spell, creating a barrier around the house. The sparkling spell enveloped the apartment, and in a second or two, it disappeared. Then she went straight to the bathroom. While she was taking a shower, a white light came in from outside the balcony, but it was blocked by the barrier and made a loud sound. The white light was instantly knocked into human form. After emerging, Zhan rubbed his forehead, which was sore from the impact, and looked at the entrance to the balcony in a depressed manner. His impact revealed the barrier, which was a bright but blurry barrier. From the outside, it was not clear what was inside the barrier. Zhan said to himself in a depressed voice, "Why would the king set up a barrier in broad daylight? Is he trying to protect against someone? But there is no danger approaching nearby." At this moment, in the apartment, Red Flame finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom, wearing only a bathrobe. She threw her new clothes and the old clothes she had taken off into the washing machine and then went back to her room. She put on a set of sportswear, dried her hair, and then removed the barrier that had been placed around the apartment. As soon as the barrier disappeared, Zhan walked in from the balcony, rubbing his forehead. He had not suffered any injury to his forehead when he had hit the barrier, but it was swollen. "Your Majesty, why did you set up a barrier around your residence in broad daylight?" Zhan came into the living room and asked the empress, who was just coming out of the bedroom, in a puzzled tone. "It's to protect you," she said to Zhan in a tone that was neither too salty nor too bland, and then went to deal with the laundry in the washing machine. She cast a spell on the washing machine to speed up the washing process. Zhan followed her, looking confused. "What is she doing?" "Zhan, I was just taking a bath, and I was afraid you would suddenly burst in and see me." In the past, Zhan rarely came to the mortal world, but recently she has been coming more often, and has even chosen to live in the mortal world for a long time. To avoid this guy's sudden visits, she still has to set up a barrier every time she takes a bath. After all, she sometimes has the habit of not taking her pajamas to the bathroom. Zhan was speechless for a moment, her expression full of grievance. "Your Majesty, what are you saying? Even if you gave me the courage in the world, I wouldn't dare to watch you bathe." Zhan did not reply, and took the clothes that had been washed in the fast cycle and went to the balcony to dry them. She thought that she could wear it when she went out on a date in the evening. After hanging up the laundry, she sat down on the sofa in the living room, checked the orders on the platform, and asked Zhan, "What have you been doing these 2 days?" Zhan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I decided to stay on Earth to experience human life, and I have been learning about the Earth for the past 2 days. Zhan raised an eyebrow. "Really? How did you learn?" "Zhan, I went to the cemetery and absorbed the memory of a dead person." Red Flame. She gave him a look and said, "You're taking the easy way out. That's not what it means to experience something." Zhan touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. He had already absorbed it, so there was no way to start from scratch. Speaking of which, he looked depressed, a little disappointed. The person his subordinate had absorbed had been dead for more than half a month, and the memory was a little fragmented. If the memory of someone who had just died was ingested, then the memory would be completely clear and not at all blurry. Thinking of something, Zhan said again, "Your Majesty, do you believe in undying love in this world?" Xian was taken aback and asked him, "Why do you ask this?" Zhan said honestly, "My subordinate has taken the memory of a woman who died of a terminal illness, but she loved her husband very much. However, her memory is a bit blurry, and my subordinate can't quite see what her husband looked like." Xian said, "Love that lasts until death is everywhere, not just in the mortal world." Zhan nodded in agreement, and the king was right. Xian asked, "What brings you here to see me?" Zhan blushed and said, "Your Majesty, I plan to follow your example and rent a place to live and then find a job. But I don't have any money like humans use, so I came to ask you for." "Oh, no, I mean to borrow. Once he has a job and earns some money, he will definitely pay it back to you." Zhan became more and more embarrassed as he spoke, and he didn't have the courage to say the rest of what he wanted to say. Xian knew what he meant, got up and asked me to wait a moment. He went back to his room, took out a wallet from his backpack, and then took out a bank card from the wallet. After coming out, she handed the card to Zhan. "Take it." Zhan was very excited, and took the bank card with both hands, thanking the king. Xian asked, "Have you gotten an identity as an earthling?" Zhan, "Not yet. I haven't thought of what kind of identity I should use to live here." At this moment, Xian raised his hand, palm up, and a flash of light suddenly appeared in his palm. When the light disappeared, there was suddenly an account book and an ID card in her palm. She handed the two documents to Zhan, saying, "From now on, you are my brother, the brother who grew up in the welfare home together. The documents have legal effect, so don't worry about being found to have a fake household registration." Zhan took the documents and looked at them. He was a little surprised to find that his name was on them. "Your Majesty, isn't this my name?" "Xian, after all, no one on earth knows you, so it doesn't matter what you're called. It's just a name." Before long, it was night. Zhan returned to the apartment, freshened up, changed into a fresh outfit, and came to find Red Flame. His figure is already slender, and when he puts on this long trench coat, he looks like he's come out of a comic book. He was about to press the doorbell when the door opened. Red Flame opened the door, and when they saw each other, they both brightened up. Both of them are walking clothes racks, so they both look quite pleasing to the eye. Zhan closed the door and then smiled and curled his arm around Red Flame. Seeing this, Red Flame smiled and then gracefully took the man's arm. The two then walked towards the elevator. Zhan asked as they walked, "What do you think about going to the restaurant for dinner first, then going to the movies?" Red Flame replied with a smile, "I'm fine, whatever you say."